When it was ugly, the dark clouds covered the moon. When it was ugly, the dark clouds covered the moon. After the reorganization, the cavalry withdrew the front team and replaced it with the elite of the first charge. The torches they raised suddenly went out, and the drums that had been ringing all night stopped, and suddenly the Duanzhou city fell into a dim light. Without torch lighting, the archer at the wall could not see the opposite side of the trench. The sentry climbed to the last watchtower, bravely stepped on the railing, and surveyed its neck from a high altitude. "I can't see clearly," the sweat dripping from the whistle, and he gestured to the wall. "It's too dark." The onslaught of single-shot cannons and trebuchets also stopped, and apart from the scattered sound of horseshoes, there was no news in the city. The garrison relaxed in this rare silence, as if they were afraid of being alarmed, and they stood up in their respective positions, feeling a little foretaste of the coming storm. The garrison in the passage began to withdraw, and they dragged the cleaned-up corpses to make way for Jin-ichi. The clear water was splashed on the bluestone slab, poured over the horseshoe, and washed off the strong ***** smell. The cavalry's cross moved, and they had to pass a stable pass to form a wall in front of the gate. They figured out the way of genie riding in many trials. For steel needles, they must build thick bricks and pat it. The garrison on the wall did not dare to wipe their sweat. They rolled their knots and listened to the sound of horseshoes, counting down in unison in their hearts. The cavalry ran towards the trench. The cavalry's horseshoes stepped on the access board, and the sound of thunder rang through the trench. "It's now." The garrison waved the flag and shouted mutely, "Push!" The heavy stone at the wall tumbled along the small wooden passageway, grumbling around a short place, leaping out from the edge, hitting the trench like raindrops. Hidden in the dim cavalry, they couldn't stop the assault from above. They were smashed by heavy stones and turned over. The traffic board was broken most of the time. Countless cavalry fell into the trench. The city gate is already wide open, with Sun Zichuan as the center, Qiao Tianya and Fei Sheng as the two wings, and the three teams are in a row. The cavalry's scattered formations had numerous gaps. Genie riding saw the seams and attacked, starting from the ditch, tearing the cavalry's charge team to pieces. The rock pusher on the wall was replaced by an archer. The hot oil poured on the arrow, wrapped in flakes, and shot down while igniting. The cavalry did not have the infantry's lead car cover, nor the armor body. The rocket could burn when it rubbed through the clothing, and the whole trench suddenly lit up. Fei Sheng's right wing has stepped across the trench to the opposite side of the trench. He was half-length in the blast, whipped forward with a whip, and slid forward when passing Yin Chang's position, pulling out with one arm. Old man's knife. As soon as he grasped Yin Chang's handle, he tilted his head and rubbed his cheek on his shoulder and arm, and flipped the knife into the scabbard vacated on his back. Fei Sheng leaned his head in the wind, and continued to gallop towards Langyantai in the southeast direction. The cavalry realized that a light horse was breaking through in the dark. The cavalry they mobilized had not blocked the gap, and was dragged by Sun Zichuan, who also crossed the trench. Jin-ichi's center and left wing came to cover, facing away from the burning trench, struggling to fight in the arrow rain. The scattered cavalry quickly reorganized, but the speed of the genie horse was also very fast. Everyone had no advantage over each other on the horse, which was faster than whose sword. Qiao Tianya was splashed with blood so that he could hardly see his original appearance. He wiped the knife with his sleeve, whistled, and followed Sun Zichuan. "Fun," Qiao Tianya wiped the knife. "Is this knife good enough?" "As fast as Yang Shanxue," Sun Zichuan said in the dark night on Mars. Qiao Tianya's rotten sleeve revealed his arms, and he didn't even wear his arm restraints, like a sheathless knife. He suddenly leaned over, not knowing the truth, and said, "Don't talk to Yuan Zhuo, the misunderstanding is big, I'm not happy." "Then I really are." Sun Zichuan's back-handled Yang Shanxue slammed up, blocking Qiao Tianya from behind the machete, pouring Qiao Tianya's blood on the blade's swiping sound, calmly saying, "Tidy Yuan Zhuo is happy." The genie riding behind returned to his position, and Sun Zichuan stopped talking. He dragged Yang Shanxue, dropped the horse's head, turned his horseshoe in the direction of the cavalry's single-ended cannon, and ran. The man of the military sent by the cavalry galloped in the team, waving a flag, pointing at a single-shot cannon, saying, "Withdraw the gun." But Genie was riding too fast, and the scorpion guarding the side of the single-ended cannon slammed the hammer against Shun Zichuan. Shun Zichuan was holding back to Yang Shanxue, and when he was about to confront the scorpion, he suddenly rolled off the horse, and Fengta Shuangyi immediately lifted his feet away. The scorpion's intention of breaking the wind and stepping on the knees of the frosty coat failed, and he swore in a whisper when he turned his body. Cunning Shun Zichuan stomped on the ground, and the scorpion was tall and powerful. Shun Zichuan climbed his shoulders, and crooked the scorpion's head with one hand, so that his neck was exposed. Yang Shanxue was holding the cut of flesh and cutting past. The right hand was weak, and this time he missed, without cutting the scorpion's throat. The scorpion's neck spurted blood, and the sledged hammer didn't stop. He issued a rough pant unlike humans and pulled Shun Zichuan back with his free hand. The blood on Shun Zichuan's brow bone was dripping down. He resisted gravity, and the blade that had been scratched was swept back again, just like slaughtering cattle and sheep, and thoroughly slashing each other's throat with the force of a saw. This endless numbness caused the genie riding behind to scalp. The scorpion fell to the ground, and both the hammer and Shun Zichuan fell out. Fengta Shuangyi had already come back, and Shun Zichuan got up and started again. Qiao Tianya lifted the hammer with his toe, held it in his hand, and swung it down vigorously according to one leg of the single-shot cannon. The foot immediately cracked and broke, and the entire single-shot cannon tilted to this side. The sound of a wood burst exploded in my ears, and the fire ignited immediately. Fei Sheng was holding the torch, and his right wing had approached Langiantai. He breathed a sigh of breath, and when he got off the horse, he took a moment to chop the edge of the step with his other arm, and ran towards the stage with his hands and feet. The chasing cavalry rushed to drink and came, and Genie rode on the stage to kill them again. Fei Sheng sprinted down the steps and threw the torch into the incineration table. The dry Taiwan nest burned up. He stepped back and said, "It's." The garrison on the city wall burst into tears and shouted, "Here it is." Fengta Shuangyi retreated, and Shun Zichuan said, "Withdraw." The fire in Langiantai was soaring, and after a while, the eastward Langiantai would burn in turn. Fei Sheng covered his heart and wanted to wipe his eyes. Who knew that the gust of wind was blowing soot, and the sky began to burst after a half-night? A few drops of rain was a precursor, and the rainstorm in Duanzhou City was like a cold rain. Splashed down on Fei Sheng's face. "It's raining." The fire in Langiantai was like a swaying tender flower in the heavy rain. It was unable to lift its head with water drops, and the fire gradually became smaller. Fei Sheng rushed to the stage, blocking the rain with his hands, and said furiously, "God! A few days of clear sky in Duanzhou is bound to usher in a torrential rain. The rain is pouring down. The ditch in Dongmen will not be short of water for the time being, but Langiantai will no longer be able to ignite. Here, hey your ancestor." Fei Sheng rubbed his flintstone, but the sudden rain was so wet that he wet his hands. "Ignite it." The rain was a shower. It came fiercely, but it stopped fast. As long as you returned to the city temporarily, you still had a chance. Shun Zichuan swung his heart and waved his knife toward the southeast, saying, "Retreat." Fei Sheng's eyes were blurry. He thought it was washed by the heavy rain. He rubbed the flintstone madly to see that Mars was extinguished. "Old man." Fei Sheng's nails were stained with blood when he scratched the door, and he shook his hand, so he went to pick up the hay in the nest. "It's too difficult to be a hero." Fei Sheng opened his eyes red, pulled out the notebook for listening, and stuffed it into the nest. He leaned over, blowing in his mouth, and was choked by the smoke. "I'm in this life." Fei Sheng was blowing a small fire, letting the tongue of the fire lick the listening notebook. The fire stunned, almost burning Fei Sheng's hair. He fell to the ground and spit. Self-denial just once. The two-flame wolf Yangtai was not high in the heavy rain, but it was enough. The first ignition star in the southeast was slightly bright. Then, countless fire lights lit up in turn, spreading out along the wolf Yangtai, and pulled into a meandering long dragon, extinguished in the heavy rain. Fei Sheng came to the stage a few steps and was about to jump down. The voice he was about to shout was stuck in his throat and backed away. The cavalry in front of Langiantai was so overwhelming that there was no space to find. Jin Iwei's right wing is as thin as my mang in front of such a large force. Fei Sheng was soaked. He looked at the embroidered spring knife he had cut out of the gap, and said to you, "I told you long ago that being a hero didn't end well." The rain slapped Fei Sheng, and the noisy voice seemed to be arguing with him. The blood and water on Fei Sheng's face was washed away. He threw away the embroidery spring knife, kicked the edge of Langiantai, suddenly pulled out Yin Chang's knife, and shouted to Duanzhou, "Fu Jun, make a monument, and it will be carved with the words loyal liver, righteousness, courage, and feet. I will face the old man at Chashi with the old man and keep you for 10,000 years." Shun Zechuan spurred his horse, and rain splashed over his eyebrows. Duanzhou. Zhongbua. He has not been a cold wind for transit, and there are countless figures behind him. The heavy weight was superimposed on his shoulders, pushing Shun Zechuan, who was once wandering in the world, back to the ground. He stepped on this land, and he couldn't. The monarch raised his face in the heavy rain and shouted, "Break out." Fei Sheng jumped out of Langiantai, rolled off the ground, turned over, waved his knife to cut off the pony's front knee, and smashed into it with muddy water. An ant colony of cavalry rushed here, and the right wing was scattered in the cavalry's charge. Yangshan Zudaoguang broke the rein, and the horseshoe stepped on the corpse to break southeast. Fei Sheng set his scimitar and was pushed backwards. He was in the midst of a burst of rain, and heard a blast through heavy rain. He slumped back into the mud, rolled around, wiped his face ecstatically. Reinforcement. The explosive sound on the south side of Duanzhou exploded again. Hua Lingyun braved the **** of the cavalry and blew up the road with the flames of this team. He loaded his mouth hard, wiped the rain, and burst into the cavalry while galloping. The Huantai tiger behind was already unable to hold back, and drew his sword and shouted, "Big dog bald in Dog's Day, Grandpa Tiger is here. The advance team of the Dunju Defense Forces has arrived." The sky was covered with thick clouds, and the gate closed again when the rain stopped. Shun Zechuan was panting and his fingers were white. When he got off the horse, the water in his boots squeezed out, and the sound of squeak on the ground, he said, "Unload the knife and rest." The genie riders dismounted one after another, stuffed with the food from the garrison, replaced the knife with a curling blade, and rested in the shed at the foot of the city. Time was precious. They didn't have time to change clothes, wrapped in a thin blanket and drank a few sips of hot tea, and slanted against the wall and slept. Huantai Tiger took off his helmet and went to the wall with Shun Zechuan. Hua Lingyun followed closely, saying, "I walked along Chashi Hebei and found that the Luosha post station was slaughtered midway. I originally wanted to return to Duanzhou to report to the Fujian, but there were too many cavalrymen, and I went west. Go and set off Langiantai in Dunju." Shun Zechuan posted a wet post on his cheek and said, "How is the battlefield?" "The road is cut off," said Hu Taihu. "From the current situation, the battlefield is not easy." Several people reached the wall and sat on the ground behind the preserved wall stack. The shabby shed was dry here. Shun Zechuan pushed away the military map and took off the agate with mud on his right ear, and put it in his arms. He looked at it for a while, and said, "It's raining, and the doorway is muddy. The cavalry's puppets are trapped and will not attack easily until the sun comes out. But it won't stop too long." Qiao Tianya nodded to Dunju. "They already know that Duanzhou's reinforcements are coming. The garrison troops are all infantry soldiers, and their footwork is slow. It will take an entire night for the large troops to reach Duanzhou," said Hu Tai, touching the scar on his eyes. "My advance team has only 2,000 people." Fei Sheng lay down quickly. He was holding Yin Chang's knife, and he didn't have the strength to choke again. His throat was hoarse. "The wolf Yang Tai in the southeast is lit, we just have to stay tonight." "The cavalry is fast," Hua Lingyun interrupted Fei Sheng. "If Hasten wants to stop Dunju reinforcements, it is still too time to move to the south, and you can't really gamble time tonight. Hasten's advantage is his understanding of the topography of China and Bo. The Dunju garrison is not a genie. They have to run on both feet. As long as they are blocked by the cavalry, they may stagnate behind Duanzhou and delay the rescue. We have to keep guarding until Bianjuan comes in." Hua Lingyun fingered down the sidewalk of Bianjuan toward Duanzhou. Eri said when he went south, as long as Hassan moved, the commander would go back to Jedale and attack Hassan. No matter what, Hassan won't be able to stay in Duanzhou for too long. Duanzhou's walls are strong, and we don't have to worry about food. At least we can keep it for another 2 days. Keep it for 2 more days. This sentence made everyone present at heart. Xiao Tianya turned his head, looked at the wall pile, and said, "A battle against the water. The haze hangs over the sky, and the majestic Chashi was reduced to a pale white tack last night. After the city wall is rained, it will become black. The garrison continues to clean up the gate battlefield. No matter which soldier is on the side, as long as it becomes a corpse, it will be stacked together." Those faces were equally pale and hung in the quagmire, like dry weeds with no water. Shun Zechuan walked down the steps alone and washed his face next to the water tank. He held one arm and looked at his right hand. He soaked his hands in clean water, and the blood on the paraffin swung away instantly. "Our yeast pupper is dirty." Shun Zechuan unwrapped the pupper, his fingers were swollen. He turned and sat down, wringed the blue parcel, dried it on his knees, raised his head, his eyes fixed on it. The wind was blowing over the trees next to it, and the leaves fell to the ground. Shun Zechuan leaned on the water tank and fell asleep. Hasten lifted the river with his hand, and buried his face in it, heading east, and said goodbye. The head at his feet was woven into strands, the machete was stained with blood, the newly cut leather revealed his wrists, and the cichlids for him were hidden in the sleeves. The aged wise man lifted up the river and poured it over Hassan's head, saying, "God blesses the eagle of the serpent division." Hassan raised his wet face, he looked at the wise man and asked, "Will I win?" The wise man leaned down and stroked Hassan's forehead. The muddy eyes carried the river. He seemed to be older than Chashi, and his wisdom was by no means comparable to Bayan. He knelt down, holding Hassan's cheek, and slowly said, "You're standing where we've never been." "There are wolves ahead," Hassan said. "I killed his father. The Wolf King killed your brothers and sisters." The wise man's old face looked like a desert dune in the desert. "The compassion given by the God of heaven is accompanied by pain. He has taken away the grassland and the blue sky, and we have been dead." Hassan's chin was dripping with water drops. He was silent for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "I will win." Shun Zechuan was awakened by the sound of shelling. At the moment he opened his eyes, he felt cold, and in the messy footsteps, he quickly wrapped around the parcel and stood up. Ignition. The surrounding torches lighted for a while, and Shun Zechuan stepped on the steps and stepped on the wall. "And the cavalry is crossing the river." Fei Sheng looked into the distance. "They are gathering towards Duanzhou." Shun Zechuan drank the soup from Xiao Tianya and said, "Hassan is here. The cavalry has split its wings." Fei Sheng sweated from behind. "No, they are going to charge on 3 sides. The cavalry was like an eagle that was only opening its wings. The center was condensed into strands, and its number was far more than daylight. Notify the north and south gates." Shun Zechuan smashed the bowl and raised his voice, "Strictly guard against death." Before his words were settled, the wall stack in front of him collapsed in half. The genie rider and the garrison at the wall all ran, and the archer stood a ragged wall stack and opened the bow. Hassan's center didn't move like 2 wings. He used all the trebuchets and single-shot cannons. Heavy stones poured over the Duanzhou city wall, smashing the wall and splashing, and the archer couldn't pull the bow at all. The cavalry next to Hassan erected a banner, and the cavalry behind gave up the drum and blew a horn. The 2 wings have reached the north and south gates, and the arrows at the north gate have been placed in a batch. The gentlemen on the racecourse were taking a nap and suddenly heard the door slamming loudly. The women and children on the field burst into tears and huddled together. Siege. Jiao Zhongxiong shuddered and hugged his pen and paper. The collision was unsuccessful at one time. Within a moment, I heard only a heavier crash, and the outermost gate immediately opened. The cries of the Biancha cavalry passed through the hanging door, and the people on the field panicked, cramping backwards. The garrison at the wall jumped down, pulled out the knife, and shouted at the court, "Run into the alley." Before he finished speaking, the hanging door burst into the ground and saw the car crash out of the hole. The garrison raised its hand, and in a fierce pant, tears flowed. At the moment when the underside of the hanging door was directly hit by a crash, He took the lead and ran out with a knife and shouted, "Kill the enemy." Kong Ling was pushing a four-wheeler, and the gentlemen followed the people and flocked to the civilian area. The garrison could not hold the cavalry's charge, and the machete reeled past the head of the garrison. The horseshoe sound didn't stop, and it rushed towards the running crowd. The gentlemen have rushed to the alley, and the people are blocked inside. A woman has to pull a few children, and she has to bear the old man. All the young and strong people are in front of the hanging door. Jiao Zhongxiong's paper fell down his arm. His legs were shaking and his body was shaking. Before he squeezed in, the back collar was hooked, and the entire body was dragged by the cavalry. He screamed in horror, and rushed across the river. What the cavalry said, took a sip towards Jiao Zhongxiong. Jiao Zhongxiong was at the end of his journey. I didn't know where the strength came from. He also took a sip towards the cavalry and shouted, "You can kill, you can't shame." The cavalry pounced off the horse's back, and Kong Ling held the door latch he picked up, urging, "Hurry, run with power." The cavalry covered his back and climbed up, touching his machete. Jiao Zhongxiong originally took a few steps backwards. Seeing that Kong Ling was going to fall behind, he thought about it, dragged the bag under his arm, and contained a pen holder inside. He aimed at the cavalry's head and smashed it. Back on the ground. Kong Ling did not lose the door latch, pushed Jiao Zhongxiong in his robe, and the two ran to the alley. Jiao Zhongxiong also turned his head and looked at Bao Yang while crying, that penny is expensive." Qiao Tianyao galloped past, and ran into a cavalry head-on with a longitudinal brocade, and the two sides killed in such a blind light. The people in the alley covered their noses and mouths and dared to sob, not to scream. Hearing the mournful sounds, the garrison kept running. Yarrow Wenyu turned the four-wheeler. He was on the edge, but he couldn't hear any sound from Qiao Tianyao. After half an hour, the torch suddenly lighted. Qiao Tianyao wiped his chin, looked up slightly, glanced over Yarrow Wenyu, looked at Kong Ling, and said, "Mr. Cheng Chengfeng, take everyone to the house." Kong Ling responded, and then threw off the latch in it, hurried forward, greeted the people to follow, and Jiao Zhongxiong hurried to pick up his own paper. Between the flames, Qiao Tianyao staggered a few steps to approach Yarrow Wenyu. Yarrow Wenyu said, "Fu Jun." The four-wheeler tapped against the wall, Yuan Zhua held his handle with one hand, and Qiao Tianyao held his cheek in his dark corner to kiss. The kiss was not tender at all, and the **** smell was filled with amazing ****. Qiao Tianyao let go of Yarrow Wenyu, he wiped his ***** chin to Yuan Zhua, stepped back quickly, left when he got on the horse, leaving Yarrow Wenyu to cover his chin in shock. Hassan whipped his whip, he led the elite to break through the trench, rushed to the east gate with mud, and the collision followed him. Huantai Tiger waved, "Ready." The crossbow on the wall moved click, and more than a dozen garrison troops set up long arrows. This lethal bed crossbow can only be used to deal with Hassan, but the timing is difficult to find, you must first let Hassan back. The water in the ditch shook, and Hassan's horse landed. He scrambled with a scimitar, blocked it steadily, and saw Shen Zichuan across the fire and dust. In the first confrontation, the two failed to please, and at the moment of staggering, they weighed each other's weight. Hassan's red hair was slightly off. He turned his machete and pointed his blade at Shen Zichuan, as if aiming. To be precise, Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan gently brushed the blade, and Feng Shuangyi lifted his hoof away from Hassan, and he sharply scraped off the head of Hassan's accompanying cavalry. Hassan thought of Xiao Qie, and Xiao Qie sent Och's head back. This was a shame, just like he took Xiao Fengshu's head away. Both sides had no way back, and the steel blades collided several times. The cavalry pushed Genie back, and Genie stubbornly pushed back. Their horseshoes were staggered in the mud, and someone kept falling and turned into mud. The garrison at the wall pushed all the remaining heavy stones down, and the cavalry and the bench that fell over seemed to never finish. Shen Zichuan and Hassan met different opponents. He still has reason in the face of such a critical attack. He may not be as strong as Hassan, but he is cunning enough. Hassan's assaults plunged into the water. It was a sense of powerlessness that could not be caught. This was the trickiest opponent. Hassan retracted his machete on his back and turned out of the thorn. The oil on the wall splattered and burned everywhere. Hassan took the lead. His ridges blocked the necessary path of young Shanshue's oblique cutting. The war horse slammed forward, stepping on the frost coat, and forced Shen Zichuan against the gate by brute force. Break in. Young Shanshue almost took off his hand, and the handle of the knife held up Shen Zichuan's 2 fingers. However, Shen Zichuan didn't realize it. He just stiffly passed the handle, and clenched the handle with the remaining 3 fingers, so that the back of the knife rested on the forearm, just like Yin Chang's trick. The blade cut to Hassan's throat. Hassan ducked and dodged, followed by a backstab, and slammed into the chest of Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan grabbed Hassan's wrist with a split hand, but he was not strong enough. In the blink of life and death, he slammed Hassan's ridge down so that Hassan's advance could only pierce the side waist, avoiding his own vitals. Fujuan. Yang Taihu watched Hassan attack on the wall, his spirits disappeared. Hassan stabbed Shen Zichuan's waist and wanted to retreat, but found his fingers were like nails. Shen Zichuan's eyes were cold and he said, "Push." Behind the seemingly chaotic Jin Yi riding time reorganization, followed by Shen Zichuan withdrew the center, swarming towards Hassan. "It's a trick." Hassan stabbed, and the warrior riding in genie had hit him. The striker was immediately knocked back, and the rear horse fell into the trench. The crossbow was pulled up, but it was not enough. Shen Zichuan snapped, "Push it." The passboards in the trench were almost broken, the river was splashing, and the fire and rain on the wall was still falling. Hassan's charge had dissipated, and he rolled back with Shen Zichuan's force on his back. Shen Zichuan fell into the mud, too late to wipe his face, first a tumbling, separated from Hassan. He was so dirty that he couldn't see where the blood was bleeding. The blood beads were all mixed in the muddy water, covered by the sound of the hoisting horseshoe. Hassan knows how to seize the opportunity. He has seen Shen Zichuan in Shutsai's several fights. This man's physical exhaustion is not his opponent at all. He rushed up, and by the splashing mud water immediately flashed in front of Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan blocked his knife and was repelled half a step by the impact of Hassan's gravity. He protruded before Hassan stood still, sweeping Hassan. Hassan supported the ground with one hand and immediately jumped up, his thorns turning extremely smart between his fingers. Shen Zichuan ducked, Yang Shanshue collided with the thorns crackly. Huantai Tiger was anxious, and raised his hand and shouted, "Fire attack, cover the prince." The garrison on the wall opened the bow and arrow with shelling. Hassan actually backed up a little. After looking at the wall, he knew that he was doing it again. Before he looked away, his chest sank suddenly, and Shen Zichuan was turned to the rear. Hassan held Shen Zichuan's ankle as he fell to the rear and dragged Shen Zichuan to the ground. The mud splattered, and the slackened, and the 3 fingers of perception failed to hold Yangshan Snow tightly, and Yangshan Snow fell aside. Shen Zichuan's mammoth bleeding remembered to get up, but did not get up. Hassan stood up sharply, watching Shen Zichuan want to hold a knife, dragging Shen Zichuan's ankle, dragging people to the rear. Shen Zichuan grabbed a hole in the mud. He gave up Yang Shanshue decisively, holding the injured part of his waist with one hand, and turned it up against his waist. These few times are terrible. Shen Zichuan was panting heavily, and his elbow thumped against Hassan's facade. Ji Jiachuan's stiffness fell sharply, and Hassan released his hand. But Hassan responded quickly, and the right hand spine was released, then fell to his left hand, accidentally inserted into Shen Zichuan's throat. Shen Zichuan couldn't stop with one arm. He gripped Hassan's left hand with his arms arrogantly. Shen Zichuan had blood between his teeth, and he had the salty smell, twisted over Hassan's left hand, raised his knee and hit Hassan's chest when Hassan leaned towards himself. Hassan immediately fell to the ground. Shen Zichuan tilted his head to shed his blood, and when Hassan looked up he smashed Hassan's head. Hassan kept his face away, holding Shen Zichuan's forearm empty-handed, and while Shen Zichuan pulled back, he turned away and took Shen Zichuan's whole body into the mud again. Shen Zichuan's right arm was misaligned. When he fell to the ground, he grabbed Hassan's side neckline and said, "Huantai," who roared, "Go ahead." Mars bounced around the crossbow of the bed, and at the moment when the long arrow suddenly burst out, he brought a strong wind, and then went straight to Hassan. Hassan tugged at Shun Zichuan, rolled back, and rushed into the trench. The long arrow of the bed crossbow smashed into the trench and stirred up the waves. Shun Zichuan was dizzy after taking a few mouthfuls of dirty water. Hassan never let go of him, dragging him across the trench. Your head. Hassan pulled out his machete again. I want to give it to Xiao Qie. Shun Zichuan raised his neck and spit out the sand in his breath, laughing out loud. He was half condensed with affection, and looked particularly evil, saying, "The wind is here." Hassan hooked out his machete, but Shun Zichuan immediately raised his legs and slammed on Hassan's chest. At the moment when he stepped on him, he clamped his left side dagger with his left hand and twisted his machete. The scimitar stuttered, and Hassan struggled backwards. Shun Zichuan had landed, he had a machete, and hit another in the face of Hassan when he stepped back. Hassan leaned forward, learning Shun Zichuan's previous movements, squatting down and sweeping his legs. Shun Zichuan did not fall. Hassan stood up, and at this moment, a tear-like wind broke out again in the air, with sharp arrows accompanied by the exploding sullen thunder, nailed to Hassan by the storm. Overlord bow raining. That's not the stuffy thunder in the sky, but the thunder clusters on the ground. The heavy riding roared, and even the rain could hit and fly when charging, just like a brutal beast flew out of the dark night. Lang Dao Shuala broke through the rain curtain, and Xiao Qie, who was covered in blood, was like a black lightning, killing him from the sky to the battlefield. Yang Frost Transit. Here comes the wolf. Hassan stood up in the shock. He turned around and watched Lei Yun gallop towards here. Hassan stood up in the shock. He turned around and watched Lei Yun gallop towards here. The heavy rain washed the iron rider, and the mud splashed between the horseshoes. The wolves screamed and ran, and the long-lost sense of oppression swept the battlefield. This is the edge of the North Rail riding. When Xiao Qie appeared in the Zhongbo battlefield, Hassan's attack failed. He failed to break into Duanzhou City. Instead, he lost the Titans and elite here, and if he stays behind, he will consume. He should withdraw his troops at this moment. The gate striker had turned his head and the messenger behind the trench was waving the Hongying flag while flying. The North Rail rider who had grown into a dragon intercepted the southeast, and the Scorpions pushed the siege equipment and began to retreat to the Chashi River in the east. The gate of the city opened immediately, and Hutaitai rushed out with the knife of the defending army who had been deflated for 2 days, and shouted, "Eri is here." Hassan turned over the empty horse with a machete, and used the edge sand to let the elite out of the line, divided into 2 barriers behind the palace, blocking the Genie ride and the North Iron ride on the west and southeast, and fighting for the retreating heavy team time. Fu Jun. Hua Lingyun ran a horse with one hand and rushed to Shun Zichuan with the wind stepping on the frost coat. Shun Zichuan picked up young Shanxue with his left hand. He didn't get on the horse, but watched Hassan lead the elite gallop south to face Xiao Qie. The monarch said, "Ready." Hua Lingyun responded quickly. He immediately raised his arm and shouted toward the city wall, "Ready." Hassan's back was about to sink into the heavy rain, but his red hair was too dazzling, like a living target lit in the rain. Shun Zichuan stared at him as if staring at a moving rabbit. Hassan seemed to perceive what was happening in the rain. He turned back after a while, and saw what Shun Zichuan said through the heavy rain. The bed crossbow at the wall suddenly shot, and the giant arrow burst into the rear of Hassan in a blink of an eye. Hassan was forced to dismount at the critical moment of heavy rain, and at the moment he rolled away, the huge arrow had crashed into the elite cavalry, and the cavalry was knocked over to the ground. "We'll die on the spot." The warhorse screamed, crooked, and fell in the mud. Blood splattered immediately, and the team was broken up. The bed crossbow made the cavalry horrified. Its super lethality is by no means single-handed, and every time it appears on the battlefield, it will cause countless deaths and injuries. Hassan climbed up, waved his machete forward, holding Xiao Qie's wolf knife. However, Xiao Qie was not Shun Zichuan, and Hassan's machete stopped for a moment, and then Xiao Qie hit the ground directly and almost let go. This force is too scary. Hassan sank with his entire body. He held his machete in both hands and tried to lift it up in a rush. Xiao Qie didn't wear a helmet, the rain flowed down his horns, and the unclean blood slid across his eyebrows. He slowly dragged his wolf knife, and at this moment overlooking Hassan, he smiled and made him hair dense. "I'm looking for you." The sound of rain was violent, and the dark clouds covered the sky, almost to the battlefield. Thunder burst against the scalp, and Hassan saw the wolf's fangs in the vulva. The machete slanted over, letting the wolf knife slip away. When Hassan retreated, Lang Dao Shualai's forefoot stepped in the footprints left by him, splashing with dirty dirt. The cavalry around was mixed with Li Beitai ride. The Iron Sword's new sword drank blood in Bien County, sharp as if roaring open. Hassan mounts again in the retreat, and Wolverine slams into the facade, and his horse follows a few steps. Xiao Qie seemed to keep up his spirit and pressed hard. Huan Tai jumped up and jumped into the cavalry who intended to retreat. The sword cut the horse's leg first, and then led the man to chase the scorpion who transferred the equipment. He squeezed out a sneer and said, "Go to your mother. The bald lives." Duanzhou finally began to counterattack, Genie riding across the trench, pushing the cavalry tied to the east. Tietche's team near the Chashi River intercepted along Hebei. On the river, the route of the cavalry's return was interrupted, forming a three-sided encirclement with the garrison and Genie, forcing the cavalry to gather in the central open space. Now the only gap left is the north, but Hassan has been hesitant to order a retreat north because the north is close to the Chassanean camp. He is worried that this is a trap that Xiao Qie deliberately left out, and he is more worried that Lu Guangbai is lying in the north. The Jedi on all sides. Wolverine knife cut to the throat knot. Hassan leaned down and dodged quickly. While slicing the knife, he said in a whisper, "Replace the striker." Facing the elite of the North Rail riding, he immediately retreated, and the scorpions saw stitches and stitches, forming a beveled wall in the southeast. When the horse was galloping, the hammer was raised. Wolverine's sword lifted sharply, and the blade's face was followed by a rapid rain hit across the air, like the last chain that tied Tietche. Xiao Qie didn't move, nor did the North Rail ride behind. Hassan said, "Charge." The scorpion's horseshoes rushed into the mud, shouting, whispering while muddy water and rain mixed with the water. Xiao Qie lowered his arm, and the defending army watching from the wall hadn't seen it clearly. He heard the neat cladding sound from Tietche. Tietche even stole the knife at this moment. Xiao Qie hurriedly turned out the new long sword in front of him, and Tietche opened the cover of the iron sheet, and only heard the sound of wow, and the long knife was exposed on the side of the horse's belly. The long knives did not see blood in Bien County. They only exposed their sharp edges in the Chashi Tiankeng. It was now raining, and the sharp blades were still raining. The scorpion's hammer slammed into the front, and the North Rail riding Huaran opened. They disconnected the striker team and quickly moved to the sides to let the scorpion run unimpeded. Halfway into the scorpion, Hassan felt bad, but his retraction order could not be passed here at all, because the strikers on both sides of Tietche began to return. Xiao Qie ran forward, facing the scorpion. The sky thunder rolled, the sound of the rain intensified, and before the scorpion's hammer hit the heavy armor, it was cut off by a long knife. The northeastern iron ride from the northeast is like a reinforced iron cage. They eaten the scorpion, engulfing the scorpion in a deeper siege, and then, like Xiao Qie, strangling the scorpion with a knife on the spot. Tai Chi brushed his bright knife, followed by the sound of his head rolling down. Hassan immediately ordered, "East // sudden. Can't fight anymore." The cavalry's advantage disappeared here, and the scorpion rushed into the iron ride to surround it only to be killed. Hassan ventured into Duanzhou. He has lost too much here and must stop the loss immediately to cross the river as soon as possible. The scorpions in the rear gave up fighting, and they started to urge the infantry pulling the equipment, all rushing east. Hassan walked in the rain, the cold rain hit his cheek, and he stared forward, killing a blood path at high speed. But suddenly a horseshoe sounded from the side. Lang Dao Shuijin gave no hesitation. Hassan's machete was knocked out of the gap in the block. Xiao Qie was faster. Both men were galloping. They rushed into the storm like shells. Hassan rushed to the edge, the Gobi on the Chashi River was ahead, and the launching cavalry was inseparable from the barracks ambushing here, and the shoal was red. Hassan rushed into the river, and Lang Dao Shuijin rammed the warhorse side neck, and smashed Hassan's warhorse. He had to hold the reins to control the horse. Xiao Qie waved his knife and cut Hassan's reins. The warhorse was unable to turn around and took Hassan into the shallows. Hassan rolled off when he landed, and his thorn was dropped beside the trench when he was fighting with Shen Zichuan. At the moment, he only had a machete and a dagger. The killing sound around him was deafening. He raised his hands with his free hands and wiped the eyes covered with dirty blood. Xiao Qie also fell to the ground, his tall body blocked Hassan's eyes, and became a mountain between Hassan and the desert. Hassan raised the scimitar blade to his chest, adjusted his breathing, and rushed while Xiao Qie came in fiercely. The sound of the blades was harsh when they collided. Xiao Qie resisted Hassan and pushed him backward. Hassan reluctantly stabilized his body, the rain hit the blade, splashed away that moment, he withdrew the knife suddenly, and evaded in the gap swept by the wolf-howling sword. The river splashed with the footsteps of the two people. There was blood remaining on Xiao Qie's cheek, and his unrelenting style of play was like an outlaw, revealing a strong offensive ***. Each slash made Hassan's arm numb, and the machete almost turned into scrap iron in the intensive offensive of the wolf and sword. Hassan suddenly fell over in Xiao Qie's chopping. When he was about to fall into the water, he just lifted up his arms, then squatted up and raised the knife, and blocked again. Xiao Qie didn't change his posture, so he pressed down with all his strength. Hassan's blocked machete was pressed down slowly, close to his shoulders, and he could even feel the sharpness of the wolf knife. A heavy gasp escaped from Hassan's throat. He was hurt by Xiao Qie's legs, and had already bent down. Hassan will not kneel to Xiao Qie. 12 knelt before Daju, starving countless people. He came to this day just to find the way out. Hassan loved Chitty Lake, but slept in the sword for several years. He never bowed his head to Tietchi. He was an eagle soaring in the sky. Hassan tried his best, carrying Xiao Qie's strength, and set up a wolf knife in the roar. He leaped forward, almost cutting Xiao Qie's neck. Xiao Qie stepped back sharply, then bent his elbow and knocked down Hassan's machete. The horse on his side hissed and fell, and Hassan flipped out his dagger and protruded again before Xiao Qie attacked. Wolverine's sword fell behind, Xiao Qie loosened the handle, leaning against the arm of his right arm to block the dagger, and smashed Hassan into the water with a fist in his left hand. Hassan through the waves, he coughed the water, and threw himself before Xiao Qie's next arrival, hugged Xiao Qie's waist, tripped under his feet, and put Xiao Qie into the water. The water splashed, Xiao Qie twisted Hassan's back collar and jammed Hassan's neck from the back. Hassan couldn't breathe. When the dagger came out, he bumped into heavy armor. He immediately gave up and tried Xiao Qie's eyes with a dagger. Xiao Qie could only let go and evade. Hassan embraced Xiao Qie's arm instead, followed him, and dropped Xiao Qie over his shoulder. Hassan grabbed Xiao Qie's face, making Xiao Qie unable to breathe in the rapid river. He clamped the dagger to cut off Xiao Qie's head. Xiao Qie held the dagger with his backhand, and when the blade fell into the flesh, he stood up sideways and hit Hassan's chin. Hassan's eyes were astringent. It was such an instant flaw. His chest had been hit by Xiao Qie's elbow. He didn't bite the blood between his teeth. Xiao Qie loosened his dagger and smashed Hassan again with blood. This is too hard. Hassan was bleeding from his nose, and he even got dizzy. The killing sound was near and far away. The heavy rain obscured all the scenes. While supporting his arms, he noticed that his leather sleeve was cracked, and the red jasmine flowers in the sleeves drifted out with the water. Hassan didn't catch the flower, and the flower was smashed by the horse's hoof in an instant. Xiao Qie pulled up his wolf sword again, his eyes were wet. Hassan has seen such a wolf, and Xiao Qie used this look to chase him dozens of miles in that heavy snow. From the North Rail cavalry, the cavalry was dispersed and they walked along the Chashi River, leaving the cavalry nowhere to run. The river in the shoal turned red, and floating bodies piled up around the corner. The heavy rain sobbed everyone's face. Hassan didn't wait for his reinforcements to stay in Gadal. In his breath, Hassan lifted his head up to the rain. He couldn't get past Xiao Qie's shoulders, and he couldn't see the other side of the Chashi River. He silently meditated. God bless the wolf howled sharply in the shallows, and the blood was scattered along the edge of the blade in the river. Hassan's body knelt in the rapids, then planted it. Xiao Qie's chest was undulating with the torrential rain. The sound of the horse's hoof behind stopped. In the vast world, Tietchi looked at him. Xiao Qie faced Cha Shehe and raised his red-haired arm. The long silence, only the sound of rapids. Huantai Tiger took 2 steps in the water. He threw away his knife and cried forward, "Win, we." The Iron Riders gave a choked choke in their throats, and then a loud roar broke out, "We are wolves." The haze that had lasted for half a year finally subsided, and the Chashi River running through the north and the south shed the blood of countless people, leaving the north to return to its dignity in the storm. Xiao Qie clenched his fists, his eyes red in silence. The rain turned down, and Xiao Qie retreated to the gate of Duanzhou. The garrison horses began to clean the battlefield non-stop, the water in the urn overflowed, the road in front of the door was soaked, the horseshoes were all mud inside, and everyone was dirty. The rain turned down, and Xiao Qie retreated to the gate of Duanzhou. The garrison horses began to clean the battlefield non-stop, the water in the urn overflowed, the road in front of the door was soaked, the horseshoes were all mud inside, and everyone was dirty. Shun Zechuan stood in front of the city gate and watched Lang Dao Shui pull closer. Xiao Qie leaned over his horse, and Shun Zechuan raised his right arm and touched him slightly. Xiao Kai wildly looked at Shun Zechuan, but did not retract his arm. He flipped his hands up to Shun Zechuan's chin, and in the rain, squinted his eyes against Shun Zechuan's forehead. 2 people were caught in the rain. Shun Zechuan narrowed his eyes, and the rain dripped along Xiao Yenye's nose along his eyelashes. He slowly laughed, and gradually laughed out. Xiao Tianya came to the horse, stopped at halfway, looked at Ji Gang crookedly, and said, "Where is the master?" Ji Gang stood for a long while at the door of the passage, and threw his coat of clothing to Xiao Tianya, looking at the rain curtain. Xiao Tianya put his robe on himself, and said, "Master, Ji Jiachuan is famous again after this war, and Ji Dad knows it, and he should be stunned." Ji Gang looked up at the sky, and rain splashed into his eyes. "After a long time," he said, "Duanzhou will have a bumper harvest this year." Xiao Tianya smiled. Ji Gang folded his hands, turned and sighed, stopped looking at Shun Zechuan, and said, "Hurry up and call the doctor." The rain stopped until the next day, and the bamboo tube in the courtyard banged on the moss rock. Ding Dao was wrapped in a small cricket, and Li Xiong kept under the corridor to watch the doctor come in and out. Li Xiong said, "I'm thirsty." Ding Dao clutched the book and whispered, "Then you go and pour water to drink, I want to stay here." Li Bear was indifferent, he blocked the corridor, shook his head hard, and refused to go alone. Kong Ling in the curtain lifted the doctor, looking dignified. Fei Sheng just woke up, came to take turns, watched people come out, and immediately picked up, let his subordinates take the doctor to the side hall, and asked Kong Ling, "Sir, how is the master?" Kong Ling shook his head and walked into the room with him again, and whispered, "Go in a while, don't make a noise with the governor. The second grandfather is hanging his heart and staying all night without sleep." Fei Sheng didn't dare to say more, followed Kong Ling into the house, and saw bamboo curtains hanging from the inside. Xiao Qie, who had taken off the armor, was looking at the prescription, saying, "It will be inconvenient to hold the knife in the future, the fingers." Fei Sheng felt bad after hearing these 2 sentences. He sank down and saw Xiao Qie's grim look, making everyone in the room look cold. Waist calf. There was also the right arm that was almost removed by Hassan. Shun Zechuan just came back yesterday, and people still look good. After washing his face, he can see that his complexion is pale. The right fingers were swollen, and they fell into the slugs when they fought against Hassan. They scratched, and soaked in dirty water. Finally, Yang Shanshua leaned on his left hand and his right hand couldn't move at all. He didn't go back to the city, pretending to be light and light. In fact, the wound on his waist was torn when he stood up. It was too difficult for him to mount, so he could only stand up and let Hu Lingyun pull the horse. As soon as Shun Zechuan's tense nerves were relaxed, the rain would also start. He thought he was asleep, but he was in a semicoma. "The burning last night was fierce, and I have not retreated so far. What I spit is what I eat. All the stuffing in the stomach is hard buns. After I spit it clean, I spit sour water." The drape was opaque. Xiao Qie waited for the doctor to leave, and opened a slit to see Lanju. Lan Ju's hair was spread in the quilt, and the whole person couldn't hold it, lying half-pressed on the uninjured side. There was a little bit on the side of the face, and there was no usual temptation in the corners of the raised eyes, as if sleeping normally. Xiao Qie touched the corner of his eyes. He did not move. As long as Xiao Qie was around, he dared not to defend. He looked very small, completely covered by Xiao Qie's figure. Xiao Qie had trouble breathing and it hurt everywhere in his chest. He leaned over and kissed the orchid's cricket. His fingertips were as light as touching a fluffy cub. The doctor in the courtyard came and went, and fed a cup of Fu Jun's medicine, and Shenzichuan vomited again in a hurry. Ji Gang couldn't see it, and he looked at the doctor. The side hall was full of people. The joy of the rest of the life after the calamity was over. The house was covered by dark clouds. Xiao Xie's military report arrived, and piled up with the military report of Bian County. All urged Xiao Qie to watch. Xiao Qie did not dare to leave Shenzichuan, and all gave way to the side hall. While he was drooling, he stood in the side hall while listening to the doctors talking eloquently while reading the military newspaper. Ding Dao did not dare to make trouble here, holding Li Xiong's sleeve, and said, "There is a kettle under the porch, I'll give you a drink." Li Bear's feet didn't move. He rubbed his nose and nodded in dismay. Ding Dao pulled the calendar bear and wondered, "Why don't you go?" Li Xiong didn't say a word. He saw someone coming from the door. Fei Sheng was taking the newly arrived doctor to walk in. He blinked past the porch and lifted the curtain to enter the room. There was Mr. Kongling and others in the room. Watching. The new doctor is Zhu Zheng, with a Fanju accent, saying, "The body of the prince must not be exposed to rain. If you spit it like this, the medicine must not be used." The box opened, took out the needle pouch, and showed Jiao Zhongxiong on the side. "I'll put some needles." Kong Ling stood up and said, "Not busy at first, wait for the second grandfather to come over before making a decision." The doctor spread his hand, and then said, "Time saving is like saving fire. Otherwise, you must send someone to urge the second grandfather to come over and I will prepare everything." Jiao Zhongxiong responded in a continuous voice, went out, and walked to the door to find Li Xiong blocking the door. The doctor turned his back, raised some curtains, and walked in, with his mouth still telling the medicine boy, "Put the box in." Fei Sheng noticed something when Yarotong closed the needle pouch. He grasped the handle of the knife sharply and drank, "Stay." However, the medicine boy immediately shook his hands, and the coldness of the needle capsule suddenly appeared. Fei Sheng could hide, but the gentleman couldn't hide. He could only pull his sword to block. A burst of ding-dang-dang hidden weapon crashed into Kong Ling. The outer table and chair dang-dang overturned, and Kong Ling did not stand firmly. When he fell on the coffin, he stretched out his hand and shouted, "Come, come." The doctor had stepped into the room, and the bamboo curtain fell down, blocking everyone's sight. Fei Sheng was so frightened that he jumped out of his sweat before he stepped out and was stopped by Yarrow Tong holding his chair. "Oops." Fei Sheng lost his voice. "Protect the prince." The guards under the porch had no time to break into the window. Jiao Zhongxiong was suddenly knocked to the ground, and saw that Xiong Jianbu was flying, yelling and rushing into the room, and a fierce man threw the doctor to the ground. The two bumped into the bed and stunned. The doctor pinned Li Xiong's eyes straight with the steel pin clamped at his fingertips. Li Xiong's hand twisted, and he pulled the doctor's head back to the ground. The doctor was dizzy, and held Li Li's neck with his backhand, twisted and turned the Li Bear to the ground, and caught Li Bear's neck. Two people tumbling down the low table in the middle, the teapot fell, and the hot tea splashed on Li Xiong's face. Li Bear panting, throwing a punch in the face of the opponent, and finally emptied. The doctor held the Li Xiong. Li Shi's face slammed in the broken pieces of porcelain, covered with bloodstains, and he shouted, "Snake! Snake!" The doctor held up the steel needle, but suddenly his back sank, and the whole person was knocked over and rolled to the ground. He covered his face, whispered something in a whisper, and quickly touched the fallen steel needle. Xiao Kai wildly dragged the collar of the four-legged snake and hit the ground. I only heard a few muffled sounds outside, and no more sound. The guards held the medicine boy, and before Fei Shengqi was out of breath, the bamboo curtain was smashed, and the doctor with blood on his back rolled on the outer symbol and was out of breath. Xiao Qie's face was cold and fierce, and he was crying. From the courtyard to the gate, One person blocked me in 10 steps. Who screamed? Get out. He suddenly fell on his knees inside and outside the courtyard. The guards of Manchuria even let the other party enter the inner room in a grand manner. Fei Sheng didn't stop cold sweat, slamming his head on the ground, dare not say a word. As soon as Chen Shu arrived, the atmosphere inside Duanzhou changed suddenly. The streets were full of soldiers, the garrison and the band army alternated patrolling, the 4 doors closed tightly, and the snoring of military boots and sabers was everywhere. The atmosphere in the house is heavy, and the guards are waiting for their heart, and they dare not relax anymore. As soon as Chen Shu arrived, the atmosphere inside Duanzhou changed suddenly. The streets were full of soldiers, the garrison and the band army alternated patrolling, the 4 doors closed tightly, and the snoring of military boots and sabers was everywhere. The atmosphere in the house is heavy, and the guards are waiting for their heart, and they dare not relax anymore. Xiao Qie crouched in front of Li Xiong and asked, "Do you recognize it?" Li Bear suffered a facial injury, applied medicine, and replied, "I know it is a 4-legged snake. They drink Goodle's milk and they smell bad." Xiao Qie frowned, and said, "Not a scorpion." "Before, it was a scorpion," Li Xiong said anxiously, "a little stubborn, later it became a snake." Ding Dao was confused and said, "What was before and what was not?" "They are 4-legged snakes," Li Xiong patted his arm, "my elder brother talked to them, they talked to the sea, the sea." He didn't remember Hai Rigu's name, it's not the same as the sea, not cattle and sheep. In the eyes of the 12, the scorpion was a sheep and goat of Goodle, with a low status. Xiao Qie remembered Zhuoli. Zhuoli is also a 4-legged snake, but Zhuoli has obvious edge sand characteristics, so it seems that the 4-legged snake is still a scorpion, just changed its name. 4-legged snake, Xiao Qie looked up at Li Xiong, guessing, 4-legged snakes are more scorpions, so they have a higher status than Ochi and Hairigu. Li Xiong raised his thumb and said happily, "Yes, they have land, they can run horses," he said, unhappy. "They are all bad, they beat people, don't play with scorpions, they are more expensive than scorpions." Xiao Qie turned his fingers against the bone and turned gently. Less than 3 days after Hassan died, Amor's 4-footed snake appeared in the courtyard. "Are they following the team from Zhuoli or are they here?" "You did a good job," Xiao Qie raised his hand, and patted the bear's head. "Here is guarding the Fujuan here, and the second grandfather gives sugar. ****, you have always been rigorous in this kind of thing. Qiao Tianya went to prison without even getting through, how can there be such negligence today?" Fei Sheng looked at the corpse, heard the words, shook his head, and said, "The assassin has a big face and speaks the local dialect more smoothly than you and me." He turned his head, "They still have their household registration certificate." Qiao Tianya glanced at the body. Shun Zechuan established the China Bo Yellow Book, and every household has a registered household. If these assassins have even their household registration, it means that they are likely to ambush in China Bo earlier than Shun Zechuan. "It's difficult," Qiao Tianya said in a deep voice. "It's hard to tell from hiding in the crowd. If there is a flaw, there is only one." Fei Sheng nodded corpse's arm, "Tattoo." Qiao Tianya's eyes moved down, and she saw a 4-legged snake tattoo on the arm side of the body. In order to investigate the scorpions, the masters and princes recorded the names of tattooed people. Fei Sheng said, "I have passed the book to Yu Xiaozai in Dunju. If there are no names of these 2 people, then they are the city break it's always mixed in." Qiao Tianya nodded, looking at Fei Sheng when he closed his hand, without a smile on his face, and said, "Have you ever thought about what they, as sneaking assassins, carry such obvious marks on their bodies? They are all Jin Iwei and understand the need for camouflage. A scorpion has a reason to wear a tattoo, so why a 4-legged snake with a higher status than a scorpion?" Fei Sheng's eyes were dignified, and he gave a soft sigh. Shun Zechuan woke up for a while, and Xiao Qie fed the medicine. Shun Zechuan's head burned so deep that he could hear Xiao Qie talking, but his voice flickered away. "Lanju." Xiao Qie said something and pulled Shun Zechuan's hair off his cheek. Shun Zechuan breathed breathlessly, with a spoon, and swallowed the last bite. Xiao Qie wiped his sweat with a soaked pad. He tilted his head, his nose tipped to Xiao Qie's palm wrapped with gauze, and his lips moved. Xiao Qie came to listen. Parsi, Shun Zechuan's words were reversed, Mine. Here I am. Xiao Qie's empty hand covered his soaked palm. I'll give it to you when I'm done. Shun Zichuan was unconscious and sobbed vaguely in pain. Xiao Qie lay down on his pillow and coaxed, "Here it is for you." Shun Zichuan didn't believe it. He frowned as he struggled, his eyes closed with sadness, and buried in Xiao Qie's palm. Xiao Qie's heart was kneaded like this, and he bowed his head against his puppet and pressed his sweat. Shun Zichuan's tongue was full of bitterness, and half-opened eyes saw strange scenes. Only Xiao Qie's taste surrounded him, making him float in the grass. He shouted in a small voice, "Xiao Er." Xiao Qie kissed him and returned with a deep nasal voice, Shun Zichuan frowned several times and said intermittently, "I want to eat sugar." Xiao Qie's dangling heart put down a little, got up and gave him honey water. Shun Zichuan drank only 2 spoons, and the tip of his tongue was sweet. Xiao Qie panned the parsley again, wiped the sweat from his neck, and seemed to recede when he felt it. The gentlemen in the side hall were restless, the rifle was full of taste, and no one got up when he reached the sea, and he forgot to eat even his meal. All his heart was on the monarch. "These doctors don't work," Hu Taihu sat on a chair and said to Kong Ling, "Sir, or I'll go out of town right away and go to Dunju to look for it." Jiao Zhongxiong talked about the tiger's discoloration, and quickly waved his hand, saying, "No, today the assassin has a clear history, there are really detailed works, no one knows which." Kong Ling frowned. The people in the room fell into silence again, not long after listening to the rain outside. The guards took turns taking the rain, and the lanterns lit at night illuminated all the roads in the house, not giving anyone an opportunity. After the war, everyone didn't take much rest. When they were ugly, they were weak and couldn't stand it. They slept in a chair and slept. They didn't dare to fall asleep, so they hung. Yarrow Wenyu took off the wind collar when he entered the house, and the sound of the four-wheeler woke up several people. He put the wind collar on his lap, and said in a warm voice, "The second lord is here, the governor will be unharmed. I know you are anxious, but now the battle is over. It's not appropriate to do it again. Cheng Feng and Shenwei can just wait here. The rest go back to rest first. The case should be handled normally in the morning. Small things should be done cheaply." Kong Ling also got up and said, "Fujian is now sick. It is really not appropriate to rush the case, everyone should go back first." Everyone got up and said yes, and then went out in turn. Jiao Zhongxiong poured tea for Yarrow Wenyu and said, "Yuanzhe is afraid of cold." Yarrow Wenyu took the tea thank you and said, "I have wind collars and jackets, don't worry. In the past few days, the rain has been non-stop, and I can see that the official ditch in the city is flowing smoothly, and nothing has happened. Well, at the beginning of the year, Yangtai Tiger lifted his spirits and rubbed his scarred eyes. Everyone is here at the beginning of the year, and I am afraid that the snow will be blocked, and I will pass it once." Dengju was blocked, but the problem was not big. Master Yu looked and cleared up during the inspection. Jiao Zhongxiong said, "In the past 2 days, the news of Zizhou has come a lot. In addition to Master Ju's letter to the governor, he also talked about it. 8 cities. Pans copied it, Dancheng missed the spring plowing. It's all June. Immediately after the autumn harvest, people in Dancheng should worry about eating. We are fighting here, and I am also fighting." Kong Ling said, after hearing the news, "The cabinet has instructed the ceremony to start preparing for the ceremony." Han Yang died, and the Queen Mother left her life by the relationship of Hua Xiangyi, but was completely imprisoned in the harem. The order of the 8th Battalion of the Capital Army returned to Chujun Li Genting also had Chidong's garrison as a guarantee. Where could the family of self-care be able to stop it? We are foreign enemies. Everyone is working together to assist the monarch. Bianxia is not a problem, but today's capital is torn apart. Shui Yanqing copied Pans has caused the impetuousness of the 8 cities, Yarrow Wenyu said softly. Aggressive. Speaking, Kong Ling looked at Chen Yang. "We don't know what happened in Bian County yet. Have the bears agreed?" Chen Yang sorted out the military affairs and said, "If it is negotiated, the second grandfather will not be late. Dalan Tai with the bear department agreed to our request and promised not to block the marshal's northward advance. He took Hassan to him. Li said that he did not stop the commander from sending troops to Jedail, but he violated the covenant and raided Bianjuan when the second grandpa was preparing to dispatch troops to Duanzhou. As Qi Zhuyan expected, Dalantai did not depend on anyone. He did not want to surrender to Amor, nor was he driven by Shen Zichuan. The request of Hassan and Shen Zichuan made him see the opportunity. He wanted to pass the border county to occupy the Suo Tianguan on the south side, where there was no strong garrison after losing Fengisheng. Some bears live in the pastures in the south. When Dalantai wandered in the desert, he knew that there was no place for bears. They trekked back to the place near their hometown. In order to find a new place to live, they would like to work ****** the blade. Strike. Xiao Chie's iron ride met bear and horse in Huangsha. Bian Jun fought for 2 days. Dalantai died there. Some bears seemed to never pass the threshold. They could only retreat to the desert again. Hassan's reinforcements left in Gadal were handed over to the commander. Chen Yang raised the military newspaper with his hand raised. Last night, the commander found that Amor was moving his troops on the way back. As soon as this remark was made, the whole house suddenly became tense. Jiao Zhongxiong stammered, "That, then this is again, to fight, fight." Chen Yang signaled him to relax, and said, "It's just a troop transfer. After all, the master of the battlefield will be gone. Amor must send someone who can replace Hassan. I think this person may be himself." Because Xiao Chie did not return Hassan's head. The specific arrangements for military affairs depend on how the second elder orders it. Hu Taitai reassured gentlemen. They will never hit the city no matter how they are. At this moment, we have the advantage. Even if Amor goes on his own, it may not be better than Hassan. Besides, he has to cross the Chashi River, and must ask the second grandpa to agree. The atmosphere in the side hall only eased a little. They were talking, and suddenly they heard the movement under the corridor grow louder. Chen Yang lifted the curtain and looked at the probe. Ding Dao burst into tears and cried, dragging Chen Yang and shouting, "Brother, let the doctor come in, and the governor will burn again." The doctors trembled, gathered under the porch, and whispered to discuss the prescription. The rain washed the 9-foot incense in the court, flushing the petals all over the floor. Qiao Tianya and Fei Sheng returned from the rain, stepped on the petals, and quickly wiped the water under the eaves. The doctor who had watched Yuanzhua before was here. Qiao Tianya threw back the pupper. "There is also a doctor from Jexiking who transferred from Jueshi. Can there be any cure? It's burning again and again." Chen Yang didn't dare to speak into the window, leaned over and whispered, "It is said that the vitality is broken, just like porcelain, and few dare to prescribe medicine." The same thing was said about Yuanzhua last time. Qiao Tianya didn't say anything to the doctor and paused. Fu Jun broke his body with medicine in his early years, but these days he adjusted it carefully at home and shouldn't. The master also wanted to go to the heart, and the medicine was being taken on time, Fei Sheng said, holding the wipes wiped, worried. "I was too hurt that day." There was a smell of medicine in the room. No one wanted to mess with the second grandfather at this moment, and stood under the eaves, waiting to be summoned. But the servant who took the medicine entered, and within a short while, heard the voice of Shen Zichuan vomiting. Xiao Qie half held Shen Zichuan, and touched Lanzu's back, soaking sweat. The medicine was spilled on the ground, and Shen Zichuan couldn't vomit anything. He had his stomach twisted at the moment, and he was sober. There was fog in the middle of the night, and the pale shadows of the lights were dangling in the rain, and the footsteps in the courtyard never stopped. The rain soaked the courtyard, and the mattress changed. Fei Sheng shouted, "Put a charcoal basin on and dry it." Looking at the gauze soaked in blood, Chen Yang did not know whether it was Xiao Chie's or Shen Zichuan's. Li Xiu sat cross-legged by the door, slept for a while, and woke up when Yin arrived. Fei Sheng asked the kitchen to serve him a meal. He buried his head in a large bowl, sat full, and stared at the in and out. "People. When I persuaded the second grandfather to sleep, Qiao Tianya crouched next to the pillar and lit his cigarette with a fire. I can't stand such a person who beats iron, so we sleep, we keep the door." His voice didn't fall, and a hand was stretched out from the side, and he slightly lifted his cigarette. Qiao Tianya turned around and looked at Yarrow Wenyu. "Strange. Yarrow Wenyu turned the four-wheeler and faced the main house. Sona's smoke blew, turning into an invisible tenderness in the violent rainy night. Xiao Tianya stood on his knees and extinguished the cigarette. When the courtyard was quiet, it was dark and bright, and the guards who were continuously vigil were exhausting. Fei Sheng leaned on the pillar and closed his eyes to relax his spirit. Suddenly, his ears moved slightly and his eyes opened. Only a moment later, there was movement at the door. "Come back." Fei Sheng jumped down the stairs. "Gujin is back." One lantern under the eaves went out. Xiao Qie heard the movement, and after a moment, the curtain was light. Second Lord, Ji Jin, who sleeps all the way, kneels on the outside with one knee. "I'm late. I heard in the middle of the road that the cavalrymen were surrounded by Duanzhou City, and there was no time to catch the horse." Xiao Kai wildly got up, came out from the inside, and several people under the eaves listened calmly. The rain on Gujin's face was not wiped clean. He was facing Xiao Qie's gaze, and he did not dare to hesitate, saying, "Second Master, the Master is indeed dead. The author has something to say. I am very late and there is a chapter 6000 more. There will be a class tomorrow / class / health / children who care for hair can sleep first, wake up in the morning and can watch 2K novel reading network directly." Raindrops hit the residual flower in the mud and knocked its weak petals apart. The wind rolled the bamboo curtains, so that the scene inside the house was slightly dazzling, so that people could not see the real. Raindrops hit the residual flower in the mud and knocked its weak petals apart. The wind rolled the bamboo curtains, so that the scene inside the house was slightly dazzling, so that people could not see the real. I went to Hezhou to find the master's vulgar home, and it was confirmed that after the master returned to Hezhou, he was taken away by the Yang family for medical treatment, Ji Jin said, but there is no way to be incomparable. The guards at the door were lifted up by the bone sentence since, but he did not follow up. Since? Since what? Li Xiong was picking up the candied fruit in the jar to eat, and suddenly saw a smooth egg emerging from the end of the porch. The egg was covered with a large monk's clothes, and trotting with 2 rows of sleeves, he did not forget to glance at the preserve when passing the bear. I didn't pay attention to this, I tripped myself, and thumped into the bamboo curtain. Ah! Egg lay on his back, and looked up. "Please hello to the second grandpa." Everyone looked intently, turned out to be a 14-year-old young monk, smaller than Ding Dao. The little monk dragged his sleeves and folded his hands, his expression was solemn, and he said, "Amitabha." With a Hezhou accent, he couldn't pronounce the word "me," which sounded like Ayutu Buddha. "Eri," Gujin said, "the master is willing to return to Hezhou just for this kid." "Aha," since nodding his head, "it's for the little monk. The master is old and knows he will soon leave the world, but since he was too young, the master returned to Hezhou and gave him to a distant relative in the family. Unexpectedly, he met Yang at that time. Yang Gongzi said he would bring the little monk to play. Since he blinked his clear and round eyes, the little monk wanted to bring water. He was impatient, so he asked master to leave first. Xiao Qie saw that since he was so young, the only luck left was completely extinguished. Gujin seemed to know what Xiao Qie thought, and continued, "Since he is young, he has won the master's true biography, and he has superb medical skills." Aha, since shaking his head vigorously, "No, how can Ingguang compete with Hao Yue? Little monks and masters, like Xiaoxi and Wangyang, can't compare." The baby fat on his face had not been exhausted, and not only was his naivety in his brows, but even his words were childish. Li Xiong forgot to eat candied fruits, and Ding Dao tilted his head from the door, and looked at the poached egg together. Ji Jin raised his back collar and said, "Go and see first." Since he gave Shen Zichuan his pulse, he frowned sometimes and talked to himself sometimes. Xiao Qie said quietly and asked, "How?" Since looking down at Shen Zichuan's wrist, after a long time, he said to Xiao Qie, "The prince is really white." Since Bai Nen's face was not tempted. His eyes were clear, and he praised Shen Zichuan as if he praised a clear spring and a cloud of white clouds. Xiao Qie's appalling appetite could not find the place where it happened. The prince is weak and has bad medicine, but fortunately in this half a year, he has been well maintained, and his vitality still exists. Since he rolled up his sleeves, holding a pen to think hard, he wrote a prescription on the blank paper. Xiao Qie didn't dare to rest assured, and asked, "Can you continue to use medicine?" "That must not be the case, the trauma is also hurt, and the waist is suffocated. If the prince faints tonight, or temporarily stops breathing, the second grandfather should not be anxious." Since he said regretfully, the little monk should persuade the second grandfather, then do not let the prince use his martial arts again. The prince's body is really not suitable to use such vigorous punches, punch out, slap, others are hurt, but the prince is also painful, not cost-effective. After 2 nights, when it's gone, it will take me a few years. Since handing the recipe to Xiao Qie, Fu Jun still use his left hand to write. Since looking at Xiao Qie's palm, he said, "Eri is very fit and healthy, and he should also pay attention to rest. This injury cannot be soaked in water." Xiao Qie said, "How long is it in a few years?" Now that he was touching his head, he said, "I don't know, it's always right to keep it." Xiao Qie pinched the prescription and looked at the hanging. Shun Zichuan breathed well, and fell asleep, his wrists exposed in a dim room, as white as it sounds, as if it touched it would melt. Shun Zichuan had a dream in the faintness. He dreamed that at the age of 15, he was standing in front of Pudu, waiting for master and his wife, and Jimu to pick him up. He was wearing a small badger made by Huiying Ting, and watched the fine snow fall along the city wall. Jimu lay on the wall and shouted at him, "Chuana, where are you going?" Shun Zichuan held Xin and said, "Go home." Jimu raised his head and looked at Duanzhou with him, and said, "Wait a minute, Dad is coming." Shun Zichuan couldn't remember why he was standing here. He waited from dawn until dark, and it was snowing, but he felt very hot. Jimu rubbed his arms and said, "Brother is a bit cold. Would you like to come up to fire?" Shun Zichuan shook his head, "I'm so hot." Jimu lit a fire on the wall. He stretched out his hands to warm up and chatted with Shun Zichuan. He said, "Brother will be able to marry on this trip, and my mother thought for a few years." They waited for a long time. Shun Zichuan had back pain, calf pain, and pain everywhere. He wiped his sweat and kept looking forward. Jimu watched the sky dark, and suddenly murmured, "Daddy won't come." His fire was exhausted, he got up and put on the army knapsack aside, lay on the wall, grinned at Shun Zichuan, "Chuana." Shun Zichuan looked up, took a few steps, and looked at him. Jimu said, "Brother's whistle is ringing, I can't wait, I'm leaving." Shun Zichuan nodded, taking it for granted. "Then you go, I'll tell my mother." Jimu showed a headache and sighed, "Brother is worried, you." "I'm going back from here." Shun Zichuan pointed to the distance, close. Jimu looked at Shun Zichuan with a gentle look and said, "What can my brother do?" Shun Zichuan heard the sound of horseshoes, he jumped a little and shouted, "Brother, master is here." Jimu didn't say anything, she just held her first smile like that. Shun Zichuan turned his head, watching the sky fly out of Hai Dongqing with wings spread, and then ran out of a black horse with a whole body, only a little white on the chest. He stopped to watch the horse run to him. Sitting on the horse was a young man wearing a helmet. Hai Dongqing fell on his shoulder, and he took off the helmet to reveal a less happy face. He leaned over and looked at Shun Zichuan and said, "What is the pestle doing? Go on, the second son will take you away." Shun Zichuan ignored him, so he turned over and dismounted, put his helmet on Shun Zichuan's head, and then picked up Shun Zichuan. "Ah," said Shun Zichuan, stuffed in his helmet, "I want to go home." Xiao Qie flicked Shun Zichuan for a moment, unreasonably, "You follow me." He took a few steps, as if angry, "Don't you recognize me?" Shun Zichuan said, "I don't know." Xiao Qie made an effort to throw Shun Zichuan into the snow. He threw Shun Zichuan up and caught it steadily when Shun Zichuan was panicked. Hai Dongqing fell on his shoulder, and he looked at Shun Zichuan and laughed. Shun Zichuan raised his helmet and looked at him somehow. The sky that was about to go dark suddenly lit up, the wind blew Xiao Qie's hair, and the surrounding walls that blocked the line of sight disappeared, and the boundless grassy field was laid at his feet. He just held Shun Zichuan, and greedily touched Shun Zichuan's cheek. "I want to hide you," Xiao Qie said loudly in the wind, "or put you in a chest pocket." Shun Zichuan couldn't hear. He looked up and asked, "What did you say?" Xiao Qie looked at him, kissed him severely according to his cheek, and replied, I said you look so good, so good, and no one will look better than you, I swear. Shun Zichuan covered her cheeks and said aloud, you lie. Xiao Qie ignored his struggle, hugged him tightly, and said in his ear, I was wrong. When the wind stopped, Xiao Kai grew up wild. His broad shoulders blocked the light, and he embraced Shun Zichuan, as if he had just woke up, and still dreaming. His untied hair was intertwined with Shun Zichuan's, spread across the bedding, with a small braid in the middle. Shun Zichuan opened his eyes narrowed for a long while, and said sleepily, bound. Well, Xiao Qie pinched his pigtail with his long fingers, get married as a couple. Shun Zichuan just woke up, still slowing down. Xiao Qie rubbed his back and said, it's time to get up. Shun Zichuan was rubbed slightly sideways and was lying on Xiao Qie's chest. Xiao Qie has cocoons on his hands and feels comfortable to rub. Shun Zichuan's eyes were about to narrow, and he still said to Xiao Kai wildly, you are so noisy. Xiao Qie slammed him with his stubble chin and said, I'll kill Shun Lanju by you. Shun Zichuan poked Xiao Qie's cheek with his right hand wrapped in a mule, and the two naturally took a sick kiss. The rain stopped for a few days, and Duanzhou became fine. Although modest, Shun Zichuan was able to get rice porridge on time in 3 days. The little monk stood by the window and said a yotu or Buddha reverently. When Xiao Qie asked him what he wanted to pay, he pointed to the sugar bowl of Li Shi without thinking. Everyone was relieved and passed the sugar bowl before Li Xiong refused. The window was open in the room, and Shun Zichuan was resting on his pillow, listening to Fei Sheng's speech. If it is a fine work, you really don't need to leave such an obvious tattoo on your body. Shun Zichuan's left hand holding Yuanzhu's report is an important thing in these days. Gentlemen, it is not easy to make your own claim. Why are they carrying a 4-legged snake tattoo to distinguish them from ordinary scorpions? 4-legged snakes belong to Amor and claim to be a branch of the serpent department, Qiao Tianya said. It is not surprising that Zhuoli is going to the battlefield with tattoos. I was confused. Xiao Qie asked, what does Jujing say? Assassin's household registration is real. Fanju does have these 2 people, but it is very likely that they have been replaced, Fei Sheng said. After all, I only know the name but not the appearance. This is also no way out, Kong Ling said steadily. The yellow book must be filled out every year. Even if the state gates collect portraits when verifying the situation, they can't be kept for a long time. But Qiao Tianya's guess was correct. Why did the sneaked 4-legged snake wear a tattoo? In this way, once checked, it will not run away at all. Amor took them as his personal soldiers, and even Zhuoli lent to Hassan, indicating that he particularly valued these 4-legged snakes. If you really want to distinguish yourself from the scorpion, then it has something to do with the scorpion that wanders in the territory of China. Duanzhou is not close to Gadal, and it is farther away from Amor. No matter how fast the horse can't spread the news immediately, Xiao Qie knew the military map on the east. Hassan's hunting falcon failed to fly back. The 2 4-legged snakes were not sent by Amor. Amor's troop deployment was the worst plan for Qi Zhuyin to attack Gadal. Hassan did not return. He determined that Hassan's death could only be a matter of 2 days. Because Chashi couldn't cross the river, he couldn't be in the first few days. Heaven ordered the 4-legged snake, and time was too late. Yarrow Wenyu looked at it and said, since the 4-legged snake is a private soldier of Amor, he will not easily listen to the dispatch of others. If it was not the assassination order given by Amor, they could only be given in the name of Amor. They ordered. Fei Sheng frowned, if so, then there will be scorpions, or 4-legged snakes staying with us. He knows the direction of Duanzhou. Jiao Zhongxiong was always the one who was nervous at once. He said, isn't that a bad thing? This person is very familiar with China bow issues. If these 4-legged snakes have lived in the country for a long time, even if they have a residence certificate, they will be recorded because of their tattoos, Qiao Tianya said. They are newly mixed in. Yang men searched so rigorously, Kong Ling said. They thought it would be too difficult for gods to unknowingly enter the city. They would need to avoid the inspection by the guards. There is really a place to do that. Chen Yang saluted the governor slightly. Izuju scorpions are not interrogated in the territory, and they can follow Hairigu freely. Hai Rigu's scorpions originally could only stay at the Baiyuan hunting ground, and were strictly guarded by the garrison, until they accompanied the North Rail to ride in the Chashi Tianking and did their work, and Zhongbua untied them. If the four-legged snake was mixed with him, then the tattoo thing would make sense. Fei Sheng immediately said, Hai Rigu's negotiations with the bear department have not been completed, Master, otherwise Why are you anxious? With the bear department retreating, the territory of the mouse department is completely vacant. Shen Zichuan put aside the report and said to Xiao Qie, give this land to Hai Rigu. Xiao Qie raised an eyebrow slightly. Hai Rigu signed a covenant with a bear department for me, but the bear department betrayed the agreement. Shen Zichuan's tired eyes implied fiercely, betrayal will have to pay a price, and this price will let Hai Rigu go for me. The reason why Hai Rigu wanted to teach him to hide his four-legged snake in his scorpion group was to ignite the war as soon as possible. He wanted the land, and like Dalan Tai, they were all seemingly vacillating, but they were actually working for their own benefit. Xiao Qie killed Ochi in Chashi Tianking, Biancha Scorpion had no heads, and Hai Rigu had no competitors. If he returns to the desert at this moment, he is the only leader of the remaining scorpions. He dared to do even Yang Haru's business, and he could turn around and cooperate with Amor again due to changes in the situation. Shen Zichuan killed Hai Rigu, but only killed an exposed scorpion. Amua did not lack such a scorpion, so Shen Zichuan not only did not kill Hai Rigu, but also gave Hai Rigu the Dreamland. He wants to let Hai Rigu stand here, firmly occupy the Zhongbua battlefield, and control the flow of scorpions, making it a tricky existence for Amor. But at the same time, Shen Zichuan must also hit Hai Rigu severely. Hai Rigu wants the plot of the green mouse part, he must first solve the bear part. As long as he does, the 12 part will not accept him easily, Amor will no longer trust him, and he will also bear the bear part. The hatred of the ministry, because he is the sword bearer of execution punishment. The prince wants to make the best use of it. Shen Zichuan was exhausted and said before the crowd was going to retreat, Yuanjua went back without rest, since he will be there for a while. Since it was still a child's heart, he jumped behind the bones and jumped over the puddles, watching his smooth head reflected in the water, and couldn't help laughing. Qiao Tianya greeted them at the door and folded his hands, smiling at him now, Master, please. Since returning a gift. At this moment the bird in the tree was calling, the weather was gentle, and he was dressed in a monk's clothing, standing in a puddle the size of a blue sky and white clouds, so that people could not distinguish between heaven and earth. The donor, since learning the look of a master, slowly nodding at Qiao Tianya, the donor has a Buddhist destiny. Qiao Tianya thought it was interesting and said, when I was young, some monks also said this, but I haven't entered the empty door to this day. Since looking at Qiao Tianya, he has a kind of dusty charm when he is quiet, but that is not the so-called indifference fireworks, but the detachment of Tiancheng. The little monk is so clean, he looks at the world with a pair of eyes. The green water is worry-free, wrinkled by the wind, the green hills are not old, and they are snow-white. 1. The donor-s cause already exists, can the fate be far away? Clapping the palms, innocence, as if determined the path of Qiao Tianya. Qiao Tianya heard the iron horse shaking under the eaves in the breeze, and he turned to see Yarrow Wenyu sitting there. Yarrow Wenyu's clothes moved with the wind in an instant, but they had similar feelings as they strolled through the white clouds in the puddles. Since he reached the stage, he did not salute Yarrow Wenyu. He looked at Yarrow Wenyu in the iron horse sound of Dongyu, and finally shook his head, saying, I can't cure your leg, even if my master is alive, I can't cure your leg. Yarrow Wenyu's fingers covered the tiger slaves on his legs and said, everything can be done like a dream bubble, like dew and electricity, so it should be watched as it is too. In this world, the convergence of fate is fickle, and Yarrow Wenyu no longer clings to these legs. He gave himself a detachment long before answering the phrase I am still standing. There is no difference in his standing. He is both him and him. Since sighing, he said, someone wants me to speak Buddhism, but you speak to me. You live to death, and you see the end, why stay here? Go with me in the mountains. Yarrow Wenyu said, I still have one xiang in my heart. Since looking at Yarrow Wenyu, he raised his finger to Qiao Tianya and said, you still have him in your heart. The wind blew Yarrow Wenyu's sleeves, and the red line on his wrist slipped gently. So I am still immortal. The cause is wonderful. When is it? Maybe it was the night of the matchmaking, maybe the I hate you, or it was the March day earlier, early spring. Qiao Tianya, Qiao Songyu, he is a trace of Yang. Yarrow Wenyu understands that everything in the world is false. What he does today is like a snap of a finger, and it will disappear into the endless river very quickly. Yarrow Wenyu, Yarrow Yuanjua, he is the leaf of the mud. I have nothing to give you. Now he tilted his head slightly. Yarrow Wenyu looked at the courtyard of Shunzichuan and smiled slightly. You have completed me. ******, the yellow sand of Bianjuan fluttered the flag. Qi Zhuyin took off his helmet, and his mouth was mixed with gravel. Qi Wei handed in a handkerchief. She could not wipe off her nails like a male general, but could only wipe her cheeks against the heat. There are several military newspapers in Duanzhou, Qi Wei said. Here are the battlefields. The battlefield is Lu Guangbai, it's all about the retreat of the Biancha cavalry. Qi Zhuyin put down her jido and moved behind the wall to enjoy the cold. Qi Wei then opened the private letter and read it to Qi Zhuyin. Qi Zhuyin originally folded her hands. She looked at Qi Wei and repeated, "Give the territory of the Green Mouse Department to the Scorpion." Qi Wei carefully read it again, and after confirming that it was correct, he clicked. Qi Zhuin's indifferent expression gradually converged. The armor on her shoulders was considered light, but she still had shoulder pain after wearing it for a long time. She said, "Take a pen and now reply to Xiao Qie." "I don't agree." The Green Mouse Department was beaten by Chidong's garrison. Qi Zhuyin was not used in this place. She could give it to Li Bei or Zhongbua, but she didn't want to give it to the Scorpion. What does it mean for Hairigu to occupy the territory of the Mouse Department? It means that there is a gatekeeper scorpion at her door, or a scorpion that can bite back at any time. Xiao Qie received Qi Zhuin's reply as expected. He pillowed his arms and said to Shunzichuan on his side, Chidong's terrain created an advantage. The eastward expansion weakened the importance of the border county, Tianfeiyu and Shuoxiangguan. The big door panel is also going to be ineffective here, and it's hard for the commander to nod. Shunzichuan was about to fall asleep, saying, Li Bei Ken established a affiliation with Huiyang, and Tietchi got the benefits of brown tea. The increase in the territory of the border county for the benefits of Chidong outweighed the disadvantages, which can be reduced in the future the commander's military expenses. Most of the brown tea sold by the merchants from the mutual market to the port comes from the Huiyang department. This money, Shunzichuan gave back to the North Railway rider. You know, the speed of the Iron Rider's equipment is the highest in the world. Shunzichuan thought of this, and his sleepiness eased. He couldn't turn around arbitrarily, but could just lean up like Xiao Qie and continue to say, "Battle will last a lifetime, but what about the next one?" Next life, Xiao Qie put the letter over his face and sighed. "I'll be born in the next life." The two were lying down, and the boys Ding Dao and Li Xiong under the gallery smashed walnuts, and the boys kept laughing. The insects rustled under the scorching sun. "Amor hasn't unified the 12 in a lifetime," Xiao Qie said after a while. "Dad thought he could become a monarch." "You don't understand why Amor didn't become a desert monarch." Shunzichuan tilted his head. "I can tell you secretly." Xiao Qie took the letter away, leaned over, and became lazy, only issued, "Huh? Because there is Xiao Xian from the north." Shunzichuan raised his eyes and looked at him. "You want to cross the river and go east to find Amor." Xiao Qie suddenly covered Shunzichuan's eyes. It was so hot that he got closer and whispered back, "My wife knows me well." The corners of Shunzichuan's lips were slightly raised, a little smug. Xiao Qie liked to see Shunzichuan like this. His eyes narrowed and he couldn't help kissing him. The author has something to say. 1. The original sentence comes from Shinifu 2. From the Diamond Sutra, the new keyboard feels so good that it cracks up. Lijiu is full of greenery, and potted plants are placed on both sides of the open space of Mingli Hall. The eunuchs, holding pots full of ice cubes, rested at the four corners of the hall to dispel the heat. The courtiers waiting to be summoned under the eaves were sweating hot, but they couldn't be ridiculous, but forced to let the sweat wet their robes. Lijiu is full of greenery, and potted plants are placed on both sides of the open space of Mingli Hall. The eunuchs, holding pots full of ice cubes, rested at the four corners of the hall to dispel the heat. The courtiers waiting to be summoned under the eaves were sweating hot, but they couldn't be ridiculous, but forced to let the sweat wet their robes. The bamboo curtain of Mingletang was lifted up. Fengquan came out with a duster, bowed to the courtiers, and said softly, "The heat is unbearable, and the adults have worked hard, and His Highness specifically ordered the slaves to prepare mung bean soup." The eunuchs served the soup swiftly and prepared the paper towels and flowers in advance. Fengquan saluted again and retreated to Mingli Hall. "The temple is humbled," said the local official drinking soup. "I'm really grateful." The spoon scooped the porcelain bowl, and Juguan said to the river Jiangshan on the side, "Can Wn Xiao live in the post?" Jiang's Qingshan drank the soup, nodding slightly. He did not agree with the rumored thunder, and behaved warmly, as if he was perfunctory about things, not so concerned. After half an hour, the ***** made a roll call. Jiang //////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// backslash 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 are the event that he is going to do anything about it, but Jiang Elders is throwing his robes and kneeling in the hall. Tsunjueshi Bujing Envoy Jiang // see His Royal Highness. Li Jianting said, "WN Xiao, please, this hot day has kept you standing outside for a long time. I and Yuan Fujing talked about Jueshi government affairs, and you see that there is no rain in Yongcheng for more than a month, and the local granary is in short supply. Want to borrow food from Huaizhou? The grain collected by the imperial court last year was borne by Jueshi, and the granaries in the 13 cities have bottomed out," Jiang said. "I don't think we will encounter a drought." Kong Jian told Li Jianting on the side, "Yongcheng is also a granary in the southwest. If the drought is severe, I am afraid that borrowing food from Wanxiao will not be able to support it, but we still have to rely on the court to reduce the food supply." Li Jianting's forehead, Huayang Hongyang, she groaned for a moment and said, "Xian Denian, you have offended the local businessmen for the disaster relief, and made it difficult for them to get stuck in the door. This year, it is difficult to negotiate with Huaizhou to borrow food. Yong the disaster in the city is not a trivial matter, but don't worry. Yuan Fu and I will give you a charter as soon as possible. Grain must be adjusted." Jiang / Qingshan Rudu both used to dodge the words. The former Emperor Tianchen and Xianda did not have such a straightforward attitude. When they heard Li Jianting say this now, they couldn't help but get up and worshipped, saying, The minister knows the court will take into account the Chidong War this year. The military ration is the most important. Jueshi is willing to use silk to pay the debt and exchange food with Huaizhou. When talking about this, Kong Yi was a little bit irritated. The official ration of official food can be implemented after His Royal Highness approves it. Why should Dao Huai, the prefecture of Huaizhou, resist the purpose? He can give this food aid. The edict has been issued a few days ago, said Li Jianting. Fengquan, go outside and ask if Dao Huai, the prefecture of Huaizhou, is there. If you do, ask the court to understand. Before Fengquan stepped out of the door, Fuman went to the door and said, His Royal Highness, the letter from the station said that Dao Huai, the prefecture of Huaizhou, ran away with an old man. Li Jianting said for a moment, Where did you go? The court called him over for negotiation. What did he run? Fu Man gently stomped his feet and said, Shenzi Chuan went to Zhongbua. There was an immediate argument in the hall. Chen Zhen frowned and said, It's common to borrow food. What does he run? There must be a reason. I don't know, Your Highness, Fu Man hurriedly said, the official who called to open the granary in Huaizhou and found that there was very little grain left, which was not enough to provide food. Dao Yang and Shenzi Chuan rushed to sell the grain to him when I heard that Jushi was about to borrow food. I was scared and ran away that night. There was an uproar in the hall, and Center Yu stood up and said, There is no such thing as the local royal history. Huaizhou has no food, and Hezhou is empty. The 8 major cities cannot be counted on. What should Yong City do? Jueshi had to tighten her belt from the teeth to save it. The atmosphere in the hall plummeted, and the ice cubes at the 4 corners were soaked with cold air, which caused heartache after Kongjing was cold. After covering his mouth and nose with a cough, he stood up and saluted Li Jianting after he was calmed down, saying, Relief is a top priority and there must be no delay. Du Guanyue can reduce it at his own discretion, and start with the minister, and not starve the people. The courtiers from the outside looked at each other, followed by kneeling, echoing, The minister is willing to make His Highness perfect. The cicadas among the trees were stuck by the eunuch, and Li Jianting stood up, in the short silence, and said with emotion, Such kings, how can I stop them? Since it is for the people of Yongcheng, the palace should also reduce the cost appropriately. Wn Xiao, you come to ask for food, and you will arrange for relief. Jiang / s Qingshan Mantu thank you. ******* In the evening, the flower cage was voile, and the courtyard was covered with chopsticks. Only the dumb waited on the side. Xue Xiuzhua, dressed in regular clothes, poured tea to Jiang's castle peak and said, I've been wronged in my house. Jiang / s Qingshan took the tea and sighed, Since I entered the capital, there are so many entertainment events. No mountain or sea taste is as good as the coarse tea and light rice here. Poor life, Xue Xiuzhua laid down the teapot, and ridiculed rarely. Which official of Fengjiang is like you? There is no decent carriage to go out. I'm really poor, you're falsely poor, Jiang's Qingshan rode, but the 2 of us smell like each other, we are all sour. The 2 laughed at the tea. I think Chu Jun is clever, and he is very decent. He is very clear-handed, and has a fair manner. Jiang / Qingshan picked up chopsticks and ate green onions and mixed tofu. She's young and bumpy, naturally different from ordinary girls. Xue Xiuzhua looked at Jiang's dinner in Qingshan. I see your letter from the beginning of the year, Liu Niang is pregnant? Jiang's Qingshan slowed down the swallowing, looked at Xue Xiuzhua, smiled, and said, It's the same. Xue Xiuzhua did not continue to ask. Jiang's Qingshan has a wife but no children. His wife is a Liu family in Baima Prefecture. He is not a big rich family. He has a good relationship with Jiang's Qingshan, but the 2 have no children. Liu Niang's health was bad. The first child was pregnant in Xianda for 4 years. At that time, Jiang's mountains ran around to borrow food. Businessmen came to the door to scare Liu Niang. After the abortion, it was difficult to conceive. Why are you so frustrated? Jiang / AMR put chopsticks, if I'm destined to be childless, don't force it. He said, looking at the flowers on the side, paused for a moment, is the mother pressing hard, it is inevitable that Liu Niang alas. Jiang's mother begged Sun to treat her daughter-in-law very harshly. My mother is old and has a stronger nature. Liu Niang's ministry has been aggrieved. I have been busy with government affairs all these years, and I neglected my family. I lived up to her original oath. Jiang Qingshan was sad when she mentioned the family affairs. At the beginning of the year, I took over a distant relative, niece, and said that it was temporary. I haven't left yet. I went back several times to see Liu Niang standing under the eaves, and my mother wanted to match me with that woman. You are reluctant to say no. Xue Xiuzhua gave him tea, so as not to make the old lady feel feasible and hurt Liu Niang's heart. Jiang's castle blocked Xue Xiuzhua and said, "Change the bar. I'm going to do business tomorrow morning." Xue Xiuzhua said, looking at Mua, and signaled Mua to get the wine. "You live alone in this house, empty," Jiang said. Qingshan raised his arm and waved, "It's time to find someone." Han Zun was removed. Tian Tian didn't check it out. Xue Xiuzhua took the wine and poured it only for him. Marriage is just to leave her alone in this empty house and delay others' youth. Why create this evil? Official affairs can never be completed, Jiang said. Do you just get old and die like this? Xue Xiuzhua nodded seriously, and began to talk about official business. Yongcheng's drought is not as serious as that of Xiandanyan, but it has already caused you a serious headache. If this rain does not come after July, or the other 12 cities will also start to dry, it's no use just to cut down the moon owls. Jueshi still wants to die. Jiang Qingshan drank wine, and said, "The cabinet has a lot of heart and power. If there is enough food, Yuan Fu will not make such a decision. I also want to ask you, is the 8th city really empty?" "It's empty," the food copied from Dan's pans. Xue Xiuzhua raised his hand, nodded to the side, "Even the people in this palace can't feed." "In the past, we were short of money," Jiang said. Qingshan shook his head. "Now it is a lack of food. If we can lower the order early, reorganize the 6 states in Bo and rehabilitate 10,000 hectares of land, then Shenzichuan will not become a local master. There will be no difficulties today." Xue Xiuzhua said slowly, "Now the most abundant granary in the world is in Zhongbua. If the drought in Jushi intensifies after July, I will consider buying food from Shenzichuan." "I'm afraid it's hard to do," Jiang said. "Who can think of Shun Ba's ability to subdue the 6 states? The Duanzhou War made him even more popular. This person's revenge will not be easy. Selling food to you." Xue Xiuzhua put the jug aside and said, "He will walk the world in the name of righteousness, so he can't stand idly by the drought in Jueshi." They talked about some official business again, and when it was almost time, Xue Xiuzhua let Jua Fujiang / Qingshan go to rest. When Jiangshan was approaching, Qingshan pointed to the front hall and said, "I met your elder brother when I arrived at the station, and he went to worship and honor him. I think he was promoted, presumably he borrowed your light. Yanqing, in the past, because he had a surname for you, he tried to make things difficult for you, and eventually he clung to you, but he refused to say anything good." Jiang's castle peak was a little drunk, and his feet floated. "I look so proud of him. I'm afraid he will be involved in you in the future. Pay attention to it." Xue Xiuzhua answered. Ji Qingqing stepped on the stool and shook out the dice like a trick, saying, "Master, lose." Xue Da was so drenched that he touched his pockets and said, "Well, I forgot to bring my money bag before going out. Qingqing, remember it." Ji Qingqing blew the dice and looked at Xue, laughed and said, "What is your polite with me? You should have booked my account. The citrons delivered to the government a few days ago are still good. Recently, the goods from Qinju have arrived, too. If there's anything you can see, don't mention it." "No, no," Xue said with a big mouth, still sitting aside, and lighting a cigarette. "I have them all in my house, and there is no shortage of these gadgets. Recently, the Ministry of Civil Affairs has to adjust the errands of the central government and listen to the palace. The meaning of the father-in-law here is fat." Ji Qingqing moved down and sat next to Xue Da, saying, "Our uncle is going to rise. Congratulations, congratulations. But the father-in-law in this palace is waiting for the emperor. He sees a lot, and ordinary objects can't be seen." Xue Daxian said, "Do you have any goods here?" "Yes, some. I called Xiaowu to bring the booklet, and the uncle looked at it." Ji Qingqing leaned closer. "Which one you order, I will honor you," and be polite. Good brother. Xue Die laughed immediately and pointed to Ji Qingqing. This errand will really be done. In the future, Bao Juna will give your brother a double gift. When Ji Qingqing threw the dice, he accidentally knocked on the low table on the side, and Jin Yiwei, who was disguised as a servant, gave a slight nod, and gave everything to Xue Daibi, not forgetting to put a layer of gold underneath. It was more late at night, and Xue Die didn't notice it, and he had long been reluctant to think about it. When Li Jianting went for a walk in the garden, this was her free time. Feng Quan accompanied him. Chu Jun slowly walked along Shizi Road, still thinking about the affairs in the hall. When Li Jianting went for a walk in the garden, this was her free time. Feng Quan accompanied him. Chu Jun slowly walked along Shizi Road, still thinking about the affairs in the hall. Respect God and pray for rain in a few days. Li Jianting lifted his finger and poked the flower branch to the cheek. Things matter, that day can't go wrong. Feng Quan moved the blooming branches for Li Jianting, and obediently said, slaves must do their best. Li Jianting stood by the pond, sprinkled bait in it, and watched the group of carps fighting, saying, you used to follow Mu Yang, and his temper was arrogant and unbearable, so that the minister of North Korea had much criticism. Now I walked through the dead door. Converged a lot. When Chu Jun mentioned this matter when talking about government affairs, it was by no means a rage. There was something in this remark. Feng Chuan's eyes moved slightly, and he bowed in his heart to test the meaning of Chu Jun. He said softly, servant is master, His Royal Highness treats others generously, and his slaves can be guided by His Highness. Naturally, he dare not be as ignorant as before. Speaking of ashamed, the slaves before met the cabinet adults who did not understand the rules, but now accept the grace, and should take the old things as a warning. Li Jianting glanced at Feng Quan and said, "You are fine." Feng Quan served Emperor Tianchen. Li Jianheng's thoughts are simple, and his emotions are all on his face, but since he entered the palace, Li Jianting has a faint regal presence, which is really difficult to guess. She eats here, no preference, no matter how delicious, she will not use chopsticks more than 3 times, and it is difficult to distinguish between mood and anger. You were in prison before, I heard how much Manchu blamed you, and now you work together, Li Jianting said, are you upset? Feng Quan knelt down and said, slave is His Highness' slave, and he knows that His Royal Highness arrangements must have a profound meaning. Although slave once had a relationship with blessing, he is also doing business impartially, and slaves dare not anger. He almost broke your leg. Li Jianting looked at the carp still fighting for food. Feng Quan choked his head, and said quietly, the father-in-law with sticks is an old man from Dongchang who knows how to score. Li Jianting watched the fish intently and said casually, although Fu Man was an old **** during the emperor's reign, he started walking before the east plant was idle, she smiled. I have not heard that Xian Emperor told him to manage the east plant. He doesn't want to be so familiar with the old Dongchang people. He wants to come to the cats and dogs in my palace, and he knows them well. Feng Quan wiped his sweat by wiping his tears, and instantly understood what Chu Jun meant. Li Jianting was poisoned in the hall. The people in her palace were all selected by Xue Xiuzhua, but they still did not block the Queen Mother. Among them, someone who was familiar with the way would help. Li Jianting used a blessing when banqueting Han Han. At this moment Han Yang's confidant had been eliminated, and she should ask the account after the fall. Feng Quan thought about this, and said in his mind, Fu Man is an old man during the pre-emperor period. He is different from other people in the Yamen in the inner dynasty. He has deep qualifications and is highly regarded by the cabinet's adults. Natural people are more familiar than slaves. Although he has many children and grandchildren, he is friendly and meticulous, and obeys the law of courtesy. You didn't say everything, obey the rules of etiquette. I think his heart is higher than the sky, which is the old ancestor. Li Jianting wiped his hands with a pupper. He is an internal concubine, neither has the merits of the stability society, nor is he wise. The courage of the king, just because he has been a long time ago, can be an old ancestor, whose ancestor? She looked at Feng Quan, is it mine? Feng Quan only felt that these 3 floating words were as towering as Chongshan, so that he did not dare to look up, and immediately hote, His Royal Highness is the God of Heaven. Huang Zhongye is in the hands of His Highness, and His Highness is the supreme of the world. Yi Xianda was a party activist and killed an old ancestor. He didn't want to see me, Li Jianting, but he could meet another one. It can be seen that people's hearts are not enough to swallow elephants, and the kindness of God is rare. Trouble. Li Jianting handed Paz to the maid at the side, laughing at herself. But he has the patience, there is no reason, and he can really be my ancestor. Fu Man's children and grandchildren are everywhere, taking advantage of the opportunity to do business in front of the church, and also have contacts with North Korean and Chinese officials, but he is smarter than Pan Rugi here, and he dares not to mess with the cabinet minister, and he can't wait for a while. Kong Yi had previously embraced his body, supported the illness, and failed to handle the illness. When Fu Man served in Mingletang, he personally tried the medicine, and took care of Yuan Fu in every possible way, which made him a good name for Li Jianting. Fu Man did this for Boness Pet, but he just happened to make a big taboo. He made his own claim to flatter the officials. He was an asterisk inside and out of the country. He wanted to be an ancestor in the palace and a good asterisk outside the palace. His inside and outside were complete, but he delayed his job. The inner concubine is the slave of the emperor, and it is his duty to serve the emperor. Had it not been for Pan Rugi's initiation of chaotic politics, the approval of the red rights would not have been reduced to a pass for the eunuch. However, Fu Man is respectful to the outside world, and he has an internal momentum. Li Jianting wants to take away Fu Man and must have a reason to convince the public. At this moment, it was dark, and the lantern in the garden went into a group. Fu Man has done a good job recently, his face is naturally ruddy, and when he sees Li Jianting standing by the pond, the little asterisk who follows him says to him, "Father, Fengquan is kneeling." Fu Man threw away the dust and said, he had done some work on the banquet before. If he was willing to share his responsibilities, His Royal Highness wouldn't embarrass him, but his temper wouldn't be on the table, and it would be expected to anger His Highness for some trivial matters. He snorted softly, greeted with a smile and saluted Li Jianting. "You're here," Li Jianting laughed. "But what's the matter?" "Slave always remembers His Highness." Fu Man crossed Fengquan, knowing that Li Jianting didn't like people to touch him, he humbly guarded her lower step. "Waiting in the hall, I couldn't wait for the news, I was anxious." Slaves looked at the sky again. There were clouds accumulating, and I was afraid that it would rain later, so hurry up and give my Highness an umbrella. Li Jianting said, "You still have the heart and thoughtfulness." It seemed that Fu Man only saw Fengquan and said, "Oh, what's wrong?" The sky was silent, and Li Jianting suddenly thought of her in the misunderstanding of the light. She then frowned, and said, "The arrogant thing, I heard that he was doing a job in front of the church, and was very disrespectful to the adults, so I punished him to kneel here." On. Fengquan wept and fell on the ground, just like the one who had only been scolded before, saying, "The slaves didn't wink, they slammed into the adults, and their sins deserve to be killed, Your Highness. I know that you used to be a pen in the emperor period, but how can eunuchs compare with the officials of the former North Koreans? Those local officials who entered the palace and reported their work were for local civil affairs, and worked hard. You give them a face, what do you think? Local officials." Fu Man was relieved, no wonder Li Jianting would be angry. In recent days, the drought in Yongcheng has left Chu Jun struggling to sleep. Both the palace and the palace are cutting costs. Even Chu Jun eats rice all by himself, saying that he does not forget the suffering of the people. She values the local officials very much. His Royal Highness is working hard in the hall. It is a rare time to come out to visit the garden. Don't be so disappointed. Fu Man led Li Jianting away and grinned. Master Shui is also waiting in the hall, waiting for His Highness. Then, blessed with a few glances at Fu Fengquan, he did not plead. Li Jianting stopped looking at Fengquan and went straight back. When Li Jianting returned to Mingletang, he withdrew from the tea, and while waiting under the eaves, he whispered to the eunuch, "How about kneeling?" The snickered. "Kneeling? Call him up." "Ancestral father," the curiously said, "he is usually not a clear-cut man, and his mouth is still very low. What does the ancestor do for him?" It is not good for him to kneel down to His Royal Highness to finish government affairs. When you are a slave, you have to think about the king and solve the problems for the king. Fuman said, he and His Royal Highness are friends of the Chendi. His Highness only let him kneel, and he didn't punish him much, just tolerate him. At this time, His Highness I forgot it, and when I think about it later, he will cry again, and His Highness will miss the old feelings, and he should be soft-hearted. I did not plead for him, and let him kneel for a long time. His Highness should blame us for being servile. The ancestor still thoughtfully admired the eunuch. I always thought of the master, Gao. I'll call him up. Fu Man looked back at the dim yellow candlelight in Mingletang and smiled unconsciously. Without the old dog Han, he would have no handle outside. As long as you wait for Chu Chu, and then get cabinet sponsorship, Pingbu Qingyun is in front of you. What Pan Rugi can do, he can still do, but he has to do better and more beautiful. Fu Man turned his gaze, that is, the Queen Mother is still there, so that he can't sit back and relax. For the future trouble, he must start as soon as possible. Shun Zechuan struggled to get up in bed. Xiao Qie did not leave in Duanzhou. After midterm, the offensive of the Biancha cavalry in the north weakened, and Lu Guangbai personally went to Duanzhou. Shun Zechuan struggled to get up in bed. Xiao Qie did not leave in Duanzhou. After midterm, the offensive of the Biancha cavalry in the north weakened, and Lu Guangbai personally went to Duanzhou. Duanzhou was a fierce battle. It will take time to see the repair of this city wall. Lu Guang dismissed. Jiming sent a craftsman over. Xiao Qie wore a regular dress and said, Big brother is thoughtful. He said a word, looking at the carriage behind him, his expression surprised. Hey, here you are. The maid lifted the curtain, and Lu Yizhang squeezed Parsi out of his head. Lu Guangbai smiled. Heya is here too. I miss Lanju at home. Lu Chen stepped out of the carriage with the help of the maid, and said to Xiao Qie, who came to meet him, come and see. Xiao Qie turned to his side and said, Lanju also misses his wife. Lu Yizhan looked at Duanzhou city wall and continued, now that the China bow is defeated, Lanju should take good care of her. She turned her head and pouted a smile. I specially brought my child to relieve Lanzu's boredom. Xiao Yang followed his mother-in-law and did not need to be led. He saluted to Xiao Qie. Second uncle Xiao Qie hugged Xiao Yang, carefully looked in the air, and said, the boy has grown tall. Same as when you were a kid. Lu Guangbai handed his whip to Chenyang. Chengri was afraid that he would not grow tall and drank milk on time. I asked him what he wished for the new year, and he said he wanted to be so tall. He said he pinched Xiao Yang's expressionless cheeks. The nephew looks like a hoe, don't think about it, you follow me. Yeah, Yi, holding Xiao Qie's arm, Xiao Yang said in a childish voice. All three laughed, and Lu Guangbai sighed, although I'm talking about it, I'm more like to praise your father. There are many children in the government, and Ding Taoli Xiong still carries it. Xiao Qie took Xiao Yang back, but he struggled to see Shun Zechuan. Xiao Yang likes Shun Zechuan, and as long as the Chinese New Year, only Shun Zechuan. Shun Zechuan had a calf injury and greeted him before the steps. After entering the house, a few people made a little embarrassment, and Lu Yizheng would take Xiao Yang to meet Ji Gang. After Lu Yizheng left, Shun Zechuan said, now that the war in the north has eased, and the general has reached Duanzhou, there is something to discuss with my brother. Lu Guangbai raised his teacup, smiled when lifting the lid, glanced at Xiao Qie, and then looked at Shun Zechuan, saying, the prince is a magistrate, and he does not forget military affairs at this moment. Yes, it is clear that I have something to say. Now that Hassan is dead, the crisis in Duanzhou has been resolved, and the bear's defeat in the south is a good time to regain the war. Hassan is dead. The status of the Great Russia, Soviet Union, and Japan in Amur is still open to question in the desert, Xiao Qie said. Big brother wants to fight back and take advantage of it. Brothers unite. Lu Guang drank tea. You think so too. Xiao Qie's position was near the window. He turned his fingers and turned his neck slightly to make the throat condense in the dim light. He said, Amur can maintain the stability of each department because the cavalry of the Serpent Department is brave and capable, but last year the Viper of the Serpent Division has entered the battlefield as much as possible. After a year of fighting, the Serpent Division has already run out of food and its deterrence to other clans is not as good as before. As soon as Hassan died, Omul lost his right arm, and he did not fight at this moment. When will you stay? If you want to go east into the desert, you need to work together with the three armed forces, Lu Guangbai said. The commander still has to be constrained by the capital, so this is not easy to do. Both Xiao Jiming and Lu Guangbai had a personal relationship with Qi Zhuyin, but the matter had to go to Duanzhou to tell Sun Zichuan that it could not be solved by personal relationship. Qi Zhuyin had sent troops to assist the departure from the north, but now the cavalry has retreated more than half, and a bear department has been driven into the desert to the south, and she has no reason to run away from the north. The Ministry of Military Affairs agreed with the commander to send troops to Jedail, because Chen Zhan and other humoral veterans knew the dangers of the north from the capital, and now Jedail fought. Lu Guangbai laid down the tea. That's not the case. Qi Zhuyin did not agree to hand over the territory of the Green Mouse Department to Hai Rigu, and also meant to suspend Gan Ji. It was not easy for her to borrow food. Sun Zichuan's food had to be returned. Chidong was exhausted by the war this year, and the army was half deserted. Without mentioning military rations, the food for winter depends on the court and Sun Zichuan. If Chidong is like Hazhou, but Chidong still has a garrison, Qi Zhuyin holds military power, and she must not be sloppy here. The commander is the commander of the Li family. If he mingles with the chaos, there will be suspicion of rebellion, Sun Zichuan said, rubbing his fanbone. When Chidong sent troops to the Mouse team, there was already an impeachment in North Korea. The northern communists attacked the desert, and I could dismiss her from the post. Qi Zhuin's refusal to return Lu Pingyang had already provoked North Korea and China, and she had never liked the officials. Qi Shiyu married Hua Xiangyi to protect Chidong's military power, but now the Queen Mother has fallen, but this relationship is still there. Qi Zhuyin killed Han Jian for Li Jianting while in Dudu. This matter said that loyalty and loyalty can be committed. The eyes of Sun Zichuan's disease were mild, as if his spirit had been eliminated. He said, Chu Jun is about to ascend to the throne, and according to Xue Xiuzhua, he must be rewarded by the commander. He ate tea, as if talking about Jiangyi anecdotes, that just wait and see, if Chu Jun is really willing, it will help us a lot. Chu Jun led Baiguan to pray for rain, but the rain in Yongcheng still didn't rain. Jiang's Qingshan raised food everywhere, and Liang Qiaoshan was still checking Wucheng's accounts. Helian, who was so frightened that he became seriously ill after the death of Han Yang. Chu Jun led Baiguan to pray for rain, but the rain in Yongcheng still didn't rain. Jiang's Qingshan raised food everywhere, and Liang Qiaoshan was still checking Wucheng's accounts. Helian, who was so frightened that he became seriously ill after the death of Han Yang. This account can't be frustrated. Helian, who sighed in bed, the Queen Mother is under house arrest in the Deep Palace. It is Fei's death. Xiao Hu Fei Shi was frightened by Li Jianting at the banquet that day, and he did not dare to run around, guarding his father, blaming, "What are you doing so greedy? Such a large amount of money can't be filled now. How can you blame me? For whom I am?" Helian Hu Laro tears, barely stood up, pointing at Fei Shi. "When you fight for something, why should I beg for help? Look at you, you do'n't know anything, you do'n't do anything. Assaulting the knighthood is also eating and waiting to die. I don't go the door, what can we do in the future?" Yes, yes, Fei Shi heard his father panting, and hurriedly helped Helian Hu down again. "I'm a jerk, I'm a fool, don't let yourself faint." Helian Hu calmed her ***** and cried, "I wouldn't have thought of it if I had copied it." The master of Jiaoyu County hugged the child, and he was carrying white flowers. She stayed at home after leaving with her, and heard Pan's bad news. She was a lot stunned. She gave the child to her nurse and signaled that the waiters would go down. "I knew it now, why bother," said Jiaoyu County Chief Xingyan with red eyes. "How many people have been killed by this account?" "Yes, this account really killed someone," Hale Hu wailed. "However, if you do'n't have this account, how can you marry Pan? Your honor is this account." When the flower family was in its heyday, Hua Xiqian's power is in the wild, and we have to breathe and we have to get on the thief boat. After Hua Xiqian's death, I was hoping that Shirer could mix a job and a half job, at least he could talk in the middle, but he became Japan is fooling around, and I can't help it. Gao Cheng Fei has very few children, and the only line is Fei Shi. If Helion who did not plan early, they would be the second Shui. But even if Shui's diminished, Shui Xiuzhua was born. On the other hand, Fei's family was really no one. When Helion Hu thought of it, he got up again and asked, "What is the name of the child who used to be in Jinyawei?" "Fei Shidao, you said Fei Sheng?" "Yes, right. Fei Sheng," said Helion Hu, "I can protect his father's position. It was me who guaranteed him. Han Yi promoted him at that time, and it was also in my face. Later he ran away with Xiao Qie. At that moment, he was serving Shen Zichuan at Zhongbua." Fei Shi changed his face and said, "That's chaos. The relationship with him is to kill him. This big hole can't make up for it." Helion Hu raised his voice. "Not only do you have to copy Jogedua, but you also have to ask, if you look at Pans, how many people are still alive? Even exile, halfway through the road must die, too." The more he talked, the colder he felt. It would be better to switch to Zhongbua. Dao Dao in Huaizhou has run away. Fei Shi was sitting sternly. He was born in Jinyinwo, or Shaohuya. He has always been a great Ju Chen, and suddenly asked him to confuse with the chaotic thief, which gave him a ridiculous sense. He sat idly for a while and said, "No, how can I be a three-family slave? I have not been treasonous until my death. I and he are close friends and cannot do such things as infidelity. Moreover, Shen Zichuan is insidious. Facing each other, Fei Sheng is also greedy for his name. It is impossible. Where is the disaster? What loyalty is it? Helion who hated iron and steel. You should learn not to learn, but you must learn all about Pan Yang's sour smell." "I'm not going anyway," Fei Shi said. "You are a grandpa, so I don't believe that the cabinet really dares." "Why dare you not?" Jiaoyu County Master wiped tears. "There is no Queen Mother. Chu Jun investigates according to the law, the cabinet's ticket comes up, it is an overnight thing to copy the house." She thought of Pan Yi, covering her face and crying. "Pan copied it. Look at your sister, she is still carrying a child," said Helion Hu, tears and tears. "You have the heart to see your father Fu Shi, your sister and exile, and the whole family has become a grave in the mass grave." "It's impossible to walk," said the head of Jiaoyu County, wiping away tears. "Fashionable is right, Fei Sheng will be able to drill camp in Jinyawei, and he won't be impressed by his good name. Dad, listen to me. Nowadays, the drought in Yongcheng, Shan is raising food in Laodu, then Daoju in Huaizhou ran away again, and the court was embarrassed. You might as well sell Zhuangzi at home and use this money to raise food for the court." He Lianhou said, "But there is no food everywhere, I'm afraid I can't raise it if I have money." "Who sold Dad's grain, from whom he bought it from?" According to the owner of Jiaoyu County, he said, "As for Fei Sheng, if it is really useful in the future, I will say it later." ******. A few days later, the ice basin was changed in Mingli Hall. Li Jianting was looking at the book. Fu Man bent over and stood by the side, holding a fan to fan gently to Chu Jun. "His Royal Highness has watched for an hour," Fu Man said softly. "Rest." Li Jianting closed the book, and before speaking, Fu Man turned his head and shouted outside, "Bring up the cold plum soup, Your Highness, it's hot, drink some plum soup to quench the heat." Fu Man has been favored recently. Li Jianting seems to be still angry with Fengquan, and only Fu Man is left to serve. Fu Manchun was so proud that he was afraid to make a decision for Chu Jun before. After several temptations, he found that Chu Jun didn't blame him, and he became bolder. When Li Jianting wiped his hands, Fu Man packed the table for Chu Jun. Li Jianting watched him arrange the folders one by one, and sorted them according to region and department. Then he asked, "Why do the Mingzong folders go with Yuan Fu? I remember they are not from the same village." "His Highness doesn't know, they are teachers and students." Fu Man smiled. "The promotion of Master Ming is the promotion of Yuan Fu." Kong Yuan served as the cabinet's Yuan Fu, and officials from various ministries assessed at the time were numerous. According to the rules, these officials could call him teacher. Not long after Li Jianting took over government affairs, "I really didn't know that all the ministries were so complicated. It would be difficult to remember such things unless they were intentionally taken care of. Now Fuman is just waiting in front of the emperor, and when Chu Jun ascends to the throne, he may be a ***** with a pen, who can hold a pen for the emperor." However, Li Jianting is not Emperor Xianda. She was in charge of government affairs and was a young girl. She did not need eunuchs to handle this kind of political affairs for her. Fu Man's ambitions are well understood. Li Jianting knew it and said, "You know better than me." Fu Man heard the word stunned, and responded very quickly, "Slavery was not in the previous government. This matter was mentioned by Yuan Fu last time in the office. Slavery remembered it while he was standing by." "Good thing," Li Jianting said with a gentle look, and smiled, "I can't remember it. I have to remind you later." While Fu Man was picking up a bowl, he glanced at Li Jianting, and when he saw that Chu Jun had an unusual look and a gentle word, he was no different from usual, and said, "Slavery is a blessing for 3 lives. Are you gentlemen here?" Li Jianting said, "Let's come in when you get there." Kong Yang, Xue Xiuzhua, who just arrived at Mingli Hall, listened to them. They worshipped together and said, "See His Highness for the minister." "Mr. You are all my teachers." Li Jianting motioned to Fu Man to lift up Kong Yang. "Why is it necessary for Yuan Fu to enter the court?" "It is my gift to Yuan Fuxing." Kong Yang took a seat and said with a smile, "His Highness is not the same as before, and there is no need to follow the rules of teachers and students. Mingli Hall is the place to deal with political affairs. There are only monarchs and ministers." Li Jianting looked at Kong Yang, and Ren Jun couldn't help but, "There are good things today." Kong Yang was unsmiling and mature, and he rarely showed such joy. Sure enough, the next moment I heard Kong Yang said, "Listen to the mountains this morning to report that Yongqing's food aid is ready." "It's so fast," Li Jianting rejoiced. "Is it the grain borrowed from Hezhou?" "It's Helianhu," Kong Yang said slightly. Helianhu knew that the tax on the field was wrong. In order to make His Highness light, sell his farm, raise food by himself, and solve the problem for the people of Yongcheng. The Chengcheng tax is an unspoken case among the people in the hall. The court wanted to recover the part of the empty loss and wanted to repay Liangtian to the people. Helian Husha must bear the blame, but he must do so, and the cabinet must also exercise discretion. Ruling. The so-called law is not tolerant. His Royal Highness cannot let the villain feel lucky, according to the opinion of the minister, Xue Xiuzhua knelt. Although Helian who prepared food for the Yong city, he still has to investigate according to law. We tracked down the land tax and blamed it for the restoration of the people's livelihood in the 8 cities. Since Helian who was willing to raise food for Yongcheng, he had a repentant spirit. Cut Fei, I'm afraid it's unpopular. Center Yu is a veteran or a veteran of Hanmen, but at this moment wants to protect Helian, just for Li Jianting. Helian Hu raised food for disaster relief. No matter what, there is a name in Yongcheng. If Li Jianting insists on copying his door, for the remaining family who is still watching, there is only one way to fight to the end. As early as when tracing Danqing's account, Center Yu repeatedly advised Kong Jing to slow down. Now that Duanzhou is a big victory, all 6 states belong to His Majesty Shenzichuan. Once the battle is settled in Beiping, the next one is Pudu. The so-called dripping stonewares, since the family is Shenyun, you can't rush for a while, otherwise you will hurt your lungs. Where can you spare more time to deal with China Bo? Moreover, Dancheng's re-entry into Mintian and re-examination of the Yellow Book, the court wanted to focus on treating the disease without having to deal with external problems. The Xiandanyan court left them room, but the 8 cities became worse, which led to the resale of official food. Xue Xiuzhua said, "If you can't kill chickens and tamarinds, how can you make them cold?" Now the community is dying. Center Yu also knelt down. From the north, China Bo has rebelled in succession. The Chaos Party gathered Jiangyi, Shenzichuan. It is precisely because the society is dying that we have to re-protect the dynasty. If we can't eradicate the family as soon as possible, Xue Xiuzhua continued, how can we make peace? Center Yu raised his head and bitterly said, the fierce medicine has fallen, Pan, Han, Hua, and Wei have collapsed, and the family's restraint is not as good as before. At this moment, it will be a great disaster. His Royal Highness, if you treat a big country, Cook Xiaoxian won. Li Jianting meditated without saying a word. The heat waves outside the hall floated and became soaked. After a long time, I saw the **** looking hurriedly, and hurried to the front of the hall, and Watir said to Fengquan. His Royal Highness, said the bead curtain, and Fengquan said, the Queen Mother is in critical condition. There was no discoloration in the hall. The author has something to say. 1. From the Tao Te Ching. When Li Jianting arrived, the doctor in the hall feared falling to the ground. Aunt Liaoyu knelt on the side of the couch, clinging to the hand of the Queen Mother, and said gently, Chujun is here. When Li Jianting arrived, the doctor in the hall feared falling to the ground. Aunt Liaoyu knelt on the side of the couch, clinging to the hand of the Queen Mother, and said gently, Chujun is here. The Queen Mother breathed slightly, turning her eyes, and saw Li Jianting. She was sweating a lot, and she had some wrinkles on her face without applying powder. Finally, she was old-fashioned. She was so angry that she said, the family of mourning has to talk to His Highness. Aunt Ryuyu stood up and retreated with left and right. Hanging in the hall, the Buddha's shrine is fragrant, and the smoke of Sina covers the Buddha's image. The color of compassion becomes blurred. Li Jianting stooped to pick up the string of beads that fell on the rafters and smelled the rich sandalwood. You set a banquet to kill Han Yang, the Queen whispered, the family of Ari knows you can't tolerate it. Ari. Although I have the heart, I am powerless. Li Jianting turned the beads. Fu Man is so anxious that the Empress Dowager's heart is gone and it is over. The Queen Mother twitched her chest, but barely laughed. She looked through Li Jianting, and said, you are really the daughter of Emperor Guangqing. Laughing at you Li, if you are a man. If I were a man, I wouldn't live today, Li Jianting said, holding a string of beads and sitting on the edge of the bed. You have killed the Li man. The Queen's soaked hair stick to her cheek. From this eyebrow to the glorious era of the past, her lips moved. Whoever thinks that he is so cruel, would rather, but also leave a disaster to the sad family. She covered her eyes with a smile, King Qin but was killed by himself. Li Jianting looked at the Queen Mother, and said, you have killed your husband and killed your son and you have come here. You could have been an unprecedented king, but you gave the authority to others. Trust the eunuchs and let the party turmoil, favor the elder brothers and help the ministers. Homura. She is dying, and you can hardly blame it. The Queen Mother's eyes faded, and she stared at Li Jianting. It's so cold at heights you don't understand. I have nothing to do with duckweed. I have nothing to do with duckweed. Li Jianting repeated this sentence, and there was no sorrow or smile on her young face. She turned her eyes and drove down, seeing the Queen's dressing table, staring at the clear yellow bronze mirror, and saying, since there is no courage to spare, why bother with this storm? You are also a woman, said the Queen Mother, why don't you understand me? I am neither a woman nor a man. Li Jianting looked back at the Queen Mother, her eyes clear. I am Li Jianting. If the Queen Mother is lost, after a short while, she said, I see you, how handsome King Li is, but you are also subject to others. The chessboard is not in whose hands, but in the mountains and rivers. Li Jianting said softly, those who think they are playing chess just come in later than others. The Queen's breath lightened, and her voice became lighter. Poor Shueshozhua did everything. She opened her eyes slightly and murmured, Hashan. There was no light outside the hall, and several birds crossed the sky. The unsteady peony fell off the petals, landed on the dressing table, and was pushed away by the wind. The news of Boju was anxious to Chidong, and the horseshoe broke through the lonely night, and reached Bian County a few days later. Hua Xiangyi hadn't rested yet. When she saw the post, she smiled and asked, are my aunt's letter also here? Qi Wei looked weird and walked at the door. If Hua Xiangyi felt something, she slowly got up and said, are you sick? Qi Wei avoided her gaze, and said head down, Mrs. Hui, the Queen Mother died. Hua Xiangyi stepped back immediately, and Hung Hom quickly supported her. She looked at Qi Wei stupidly, and after tears had flowed. She took Red Arm's arm and walked a few steps outwardly, saying dumbly, hide me. Qi Wei silently. Hua Xiangyi hurriedly covered her mouth with a pupper, and choked gradually, how could? Qi Wei was too late to answer, and he heard Hongxiong shout, Madam. Hua Xiangyi was slanting and passed out. *****, the scent of soothing sleep was lightened in the account. When Hua Xiangyi woke up, Qi Zhuyin was sitting in a chair on the side of the bed and peeled an apple. When she realized that she was awake, She set aside a small case and wiped her hand to touch her forehead, said, "I don't know if I'm sick." Hua Xiangyi's lips turned white, without opening her eyes, and wet her pillow. Qi Zhuyin was not good at comforting people. When she saw that she was crying, she hurriedly wiped it with a pupper. After she finished, she remembered that it was just used to wipe her hands. Hua Xiangyi rolled her knees on her back and couldn't help weeping. She cried so tired that she slept again. When she woke up, Qi Zhuyin was still sitting in a chair. The news went slowly. Qi Zhuyin said, "The new emperor will be crowned, and I will take you back. There is no aunt, and there is no place for me to go back." Hua Xiangyi blinked red eyes. When she separated, her aunt was in good health, but she died of illness in 2 months. Qi Zhuyin was silent for a while. "I promised you not to let her die. The marshal is far away in the border county, which is beyond his ability." Hua Xiangyi said, "The Deep Palace is not the former dynasty, the sword is invisible, and Yuan Fu is also beyond reach." Qi Zhuyin thought what Hua Xiangyi was going to say, but she stopped and stood up. "The commander is busy with military affairs," said Hua Xiangyi, "let me stay alone." Hua Xiangyi's wrists were immersed in lingling moonlight, and her eyes looked very stingy. Qi Zhuyin could not sit again, so she found a small sachet from her sleeve and put it on her knee. Red asterisk 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 is waiting at the door. Qi Zhuyin got up, "I'm in the side hall." At this time the night was about to die, and when Hung Hom heard the call of Hua Xiangyi, he sent someone to the kitchen to get his meal, and went ahead himself. Hua Xiangyi said, "You brought my box." Hung Hom went to the cabinet and took Hua Xiangyi's small box. He unlocked the lock and ordered Hung Hom to bring in a copper basin, and then burned the account book in the box. "Mrs. What is this?" Hung Ho was anxious to stop. "It was all worked out by my wife. Chu Jun promised to be a commander and not to kill his aunt." Huaxiang Yixian loosened his fingers and watched the account book gradually be swallowed up by the fire. If she didn't do it, she would be incompetent. If she did it, she would have no faith. The breeze flipped open the paper sheet, and a dust was scattered in the sound of click. Asterisk 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 Duanzhou is cool at night, with deep flowers and trees in the courtyard and a large number of mosquitoes. Fei Sheng lit incense in the newly constructed pergola. Shun Zechuan took the spoon to stir the ice cubes in the bowl slightly, while watching Xiao Qie's bow with Xiao Yang, while listening to Fei Sheng's report on the issue of the city. Xue Da wants to take charge of the important position of the warehouse, so he has to deal with his nephew. The asterisk 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 in the palace likes the goods of Yongyi Port, and let Qing Qing prepare for him. Qing Qing said that she was ready. After the new emperor ascended the throne, it was necessary to pardon the world. At that time, Xue Dazhen was at an opportunity, and it was time to take the lead. Fei Sheng said, "There is still the Queen Mother driving down. The family is in danger. Food, the cabinet may open its doors." He Lianhu could think of raising food, but he was forced to die, and he had to cut meat to be a man again. Shun Zichuan drank soup. "I gave him food, and it was kind." The food produced and bought by the sellers in Helian Hobian was obtained from Yutan, the prefecture of Liuju, Jueshi. At the beginning, Yang Heru said that he would build a new port, and Shun Zichuan agreed, and Liuju Yutan is Juexanaying. This state capital is the same as his name, especially greedy. As long as he has enough money, he dares to do the business of losing his head, otherwise he won't come and go with Yang Heru under the eyes of Jiang Qingshan. Xue Xiuzhua is too aggressive. If Zhongbo's battle is not finished, Kong Yang and Center you can still agree, but now I have a free hand. Shun Zichuan's eyes glided at Liu Ying. They naturally don't want to fight with the family to kill you. Attacking the enemy is the top priority. As long as Chu Jun is not stupid, He Lianho will be pardoned. Then let's give He Lianhu food. This batch of grain that Shun Zechuan asked Yutan to give to He Lianhu is not only fair, but also good rice. Of course we need to provide food aid. Shun Zichuan looked at Fei Sheng. It would be nice to let Yutan tell the truth. Fei Sheng immediately realized, and laughed. Master is bright. Xiao Qie released his finger over there, the sharp arrow hit the bull's eye. Chen Yang and other guards applauded in unison. Fei Sheng said with emotion, "Eri's arm." Shun Zichuan watched Xiao Qie for a long time and said to Fei Sheng, "Yin Lao's funeral is done. You are the son, You are the master of the rest. He doesn't have anything decent. Throw a broken mat and a quilt, burn it to him, and I'm afraid he scolds me. Fei Sheng raised his hand and held down the knife on the waist. I just keep this. Nameless, he is nameless. Shen Zichuan said, Yin is always a hero. This knife should have a name. I followed the master with him. Fei Sheng held the knife, and asked the master to give his name. Shen Zichuan turned the porcelain bowl and watched the moonlight cut across the side of the bowl. There was a bright snow and he said, 100,000 flags cut Yang Luo 1, so take the last 3 characters. Fei Sheng knelt on his knees, and said loudly, this knife will live up to this name. The Queen crashed, and Chu Jun's ascension to the throne was inconvenient. The cabinet drafted its charter and set it in early August. Immediately after the funeral, the year was chosen to be Sheng Sheng. When Xiao Qie heard it, he said, Chu Jun has the spirit. In early August, Kong Ying led 100 officials to worship the new emperor in front of Mingli Hall, and Li Jianting became the true emperor of Daju. Guess what the new emperor is going to do to make the marshal do something? Shen Zichuan Chengri bored Xiao Xiao in the room, and when Xiao Qie was there, he teased Xiao Qie. What's the prize? Xiao Qie looked at the military affairs, and let Lan Ju rest on his back. The color head must be enough. When Shen Zichuan saw it, he used a folding fan to draw it. He felt quite comfortable pressing Xiao Qie so much, and said, everything is fine. Marquis, Xiao Qie grabbed Shen Zichuan's hand, and looked at the scar on his palm. There are tigers and rivers away from the North King, and Xiao will not seal another King Chidong. Bianjuan Lu Pingyang is a Bian Bohu, Qi Zhuyin is the commander of the 5 counties. If he and Lu Pingyang rank, they will feel wronged. However, since Yongyi Nian, there are only 2 different surnamed kings in Daju, one is the northern king Xiao Fengshu, and the other is Zhenxing king Shen Wei. Qi Zhuyin was not as successful as Qi Xiu, and he couldn't say anything about his eyes. It was difficult to seal up. Weighing the 2 phases makes Fenghu more suitable. Then I guess a king, Shen Zichuan put on his ears. If you win, you have to give me a reward. Fu Man changed his new robe, and when he went to Mingli Hall, the Gongi along the way had to salute. He was proud of himself, but did not lose his place here. When he saw the minister of North Korea and China, he would retreat and looked humbler. When Fu Man arrived at Mingli Hall, the who was waiting at the door whispered, the emperor has just woke up and is looking for his ancestor. Fu Man patted his sleeves, stepped into the door, took the tea from the maid, and presented himself to Li Jianting, yelling, the emperor. Li Jianting often didn't sleep well. He squeezed his brows and took a sip of Fu Man's tea. He said, what does Yuan Fu say? This is Yuan Fu's ticket, look at it. Fu Man took out the cabinet ticket from his sleeve and presented it to the royal case. If the emperor agrees, it can be issued tonight. Li Jianting looked at Kong Ji's ticket and thought for a while, saying, Lu Pingyang in front is also a marquis, and then Qi Qiyin is named Hu, I'm afraid it will make Chidong feel unhappy. Li Jianting often told Fu Man about government affairs, and Fu Man didn't shy away. He slightly polished what he heard in the cabinet office of the cabinet, saying, Lu Guangbai defected, and if Lu Pingyang was put into the capital, he would have to win the title. The prince is no longer counted there. The emperor is the new emperor, and the commander is the new minister. If you take her as your prince, this is the grace of heaven. You make sense. Li Jianting put the ticket on the table, then Li Jianting's words were still exhausted, and Fu Man was preparing to grind. He heard reports from outside the hall that it was Kong Yang who came. Li Jianting was interrupted by this, and put the matter aside, let Kong Yang advance. Kong Yang looked iron blue, knelt down, raised his robe, and bowed his head, and Shen said, the emperor, there is something wrong with the food provided to Yongcheng. Juesh's discount has just come in, and Chen dare not delay. Fu Man immediately came to pick up the case and forwarded it to Li Jianting's case. Li Jianting opened it for a look, and immediately sank. Rongcheng rumors are now circulating, and this food aid is secretly aided by Shen Zichuan of China Bo. It's incisive and enthusiastic. Kong Zheng said, if you let it go, you're afraid. If the distribution of food aid is stopped at this moment, It will be true that this food has something to do with Shen Zichuan. There is no food at all. Only this batch of food can help the drought in Yongcheng. Li Jianting cannot let the people in Yongcheng starve to death. However, as Kong Yang said, letting things go without hesitation, the three became tigers, and Shen Zichuan took advantage of the court and became a benefactor of Yongcheng. This hand is both overcast and vicious. Li Jianting finally learned. The author has something to say. 1. The original sentence go to Quan Tai to recruit the old ministry's banner 100,000 to cut Yang Luo. Chen Yi, the 3 chapters of Mai Ling. Reward, Li Jianting's mind fluttered, and he closed the bankruptcy. He Lianhou has done a good job in raising food, so I want to reward him again. Reward, Li Jianting's mind fluttered, and he closed the bankruptcy. He Lianhou has done a good job in raising food, so I want to reward him again. Kong bowed his head and secretly bowed his head, congratulating the Emperor Shengming. No food can be recovered anyway. At this moment, Li Jianting rewards He Lianhou, and the rumors will be self-defeating. Since Shen Zichuan is going to fight a benevolent war with her, just walk and see. Han Shi has the power to deceive the master, and he has usurped him. He is extremely guilty and very rare forgiveness, said Li Jianting. The ministry came home quickly, and it was public and private. Kong Yang said, the commander was stationed in Bianjuan County and suffered from the bitter cold. He had the credit of the king of the army as early as in Xianda. I just don't know how the emperor would seal the commander. I heard that the marshal has the reputation of Feng Yinlie, Li Jianting said, writing 2 words neatly on the paper. It would be better to seal the marshal as Donglai king. Kong Yang looked up and said suddenly, that's Qi Zhuyin, 3 out of the Chidong Baoqin king. The wind led to the 13th Battalion of Sand and Fire, and the lone army rescued his father deeply. Since she served as the commander of the 5 horses and horses in Chidong County, the 2 counties in 1 county have been solid. The Biancha no 12 soldiers could invade my Chidong territory without a single soldier. Li Jianting raised his eyes. Why is it that such a loyal and fierce general can seal her as a king? But the commander is a woman, Kong said. It is extraordinary to be able to ascend to Yulongtai and be sealed. If you are renamed as another king, you will certainly be upset. Emperor, think twice. Li Jianting looked at Kong Jing and said, Yuan Fu taught me during the lecture, the rule of the king and the rule of the chaos, the total security one. I must be good at loyalty, but also treat Yingxian. Now Qi Zhuyin can be a defender for Qi. The quartet can also kill the invaders for her. She treats her with loyalty, but she still sticks to the debate between men and women. Doesn't that chill the hearts of the world's heroics? She left the seat and came to help. Kong Zheng said sincerely, Teacher, she is a woman, but she is willing to kill the enemy. In addition to serving the country, she has nothing but loyalty to the monarch. Besides, I am also a woman. The teacher taught me everything and helped me govern the world. Is the so-called men and women really that important? Li Jianting changed from to I, but Kong Yang could not change from Yuan Fu to teacher. The new emperor wants to seal Qi Zhuyin, in addition to what she said, but now that Zhongbua and Li Bei are strong horses, Zhong is only relying on the 8th Battalion to hold the gate to the stone. Only Qi Zhuyin can only hold Qi Zhuyin, who is holding 300,000 soldiers and horses in Chidong. Compete with the chaos. The seal of the emperor's eunuchs has been kind to Chidong, but the title is really too high. It wasn't that Kong Yi didn't understand the situation. On the contrary, he understood so well. Once Qi Zhuyin became king, Da Ju at this moment would no longer be able to form a military force with Chidong to check and balance. The entire dynasty would depend on Qi Zhuin's 300,000 troops. If you win, how will you block Qi Zhuyin in the future? She has already reached the same position as Xiao Fengshu, not only cannot be sealed, and there is no one from the north to be able to check and balance with it. Li Jianting also understood, but Qi Zhuyin made good friends with Xiao Bei from the north, and this was the only thing she could give. Longquan is on the tongue, and no blood can be found when killing people. Yarrow Wenyu took the scissors and cut the potted plant on his knees very ugly. It is difficult to eradicate the rumors together. Helion, whose killing heart has been determined. I don't think the new emperor is acting like Xue Xiuzhua or Kong Yang. Shen Zichuan leaned over and picked up the broken branch that fell to the ground. Very assertive. She first arrived at Ziji, and she has seen the mountains and rivers of the world, Yarrow Wenyu said. Where can I be a chess piece? She named the marshal the Donglai king. She was desperate. Although the princes slightly occupied the Yongcheng the advantage, but also makes Yutan's position dangerous. If Helian who confessed to him, then Liuju should be void. In the future, Liuju Xingang will have cargo transportation throughout the territory. Shen Zichuan threw the broken branches into the pond in the courtyard. Handling the silver tax has a great relationship, especially Tan is not a good candidate. Moreover, since Xue Xiuzhua is determined to check the accounts, let him focus on it. After all, he has a bunch of bad debts in his house, and I'm afraid he won't be able to take care of himself by that time. Yu Tan is greedy for money. This person is convenient to use, but it is inconvenient to keep it. Shen Zichuan's most convenient line in Jueshi is the Li family, but he still chose Yu Tan to buy and sell with Helian Hu. This is the mind of the Lord, and Yarrow Wenyu cannot talk deeply. Even if he saw it, he could not say. The potted plants on his knees became more and more cut and bald. Yuanjua said, looking at Ji Qingqing's new news, Xue Die has already achieved his wish. What a good position in Boju Nakang. The main manager is in and out of the material. As long as you have the intention to make a profit, you can earn oil. Xue Daxian was a family member for a lifetime, making him suddenly a slump. How can he bear it? Xue Xiuzhua be extremely careful about the Xue family's admission to Jiajue, and refused to help Xue's family, which has long caused controversy among the clan. Shen Zichuan said here, seeing that since he was chasing Xiao Yu, he was playing at the end of the corridor. Since that day haven't you ever seen you after watching it? Xue Xiuzhua behaved well and would not show mercy if he wanted to kill me. Even if the master is alive, there is no cure for this leg and this poison. Since he is young, the governor does not need to embarrass him anymore. Yarrow Wenyu said calmly, there is no need for this matter, force it, and see God. Xiao Yuan fell to the ground, quickly got up, and ran with grass. Yarrow Wenyu loosened the scissors and did not indulge in it. He continued, Shizzy is healthy, neither arrogant nor spoiled. I think he is intelligent, reads well, and will be lived up to by everyone in the future. Shen Zichuan didn't speak. Yarrow Wenyu smiled. He gave the potted plant to Shen Zichuan, and said, Fu Jun is still hesitating. Shen Zichuan raised his left hand holding the folding fan, pointed to the west, and said, a prisoner in the world. He is the most free place in the world, and the least free place in the world. Longsheng's 9 sons are all different, Yarrow Wenyu said. Can wolves from the north only run in Kusano? The son is smart, so why don't the governors ask him? Xiao Yang was tired of playing, still holding on to his spirit, and asked Shen Zichuan to go back. He walked across the pond, pointed at the water, and said to Shen Zichuan, Uncle this is the mirror. He called Xiao Qie the second uncle, and Xiao Qie taught him to call Shen Zichuan the second uncle. Well, Shen Zichuan said, looking in the mirror can be dressed properly. Xiao Yang faced the water and patted his robe clean. You should know that Xiao Qie was still chasing the foal when he was so big, and he wished he could sleep in the grass nest all day long. Xiao Yang looked like Xiao Jiming, but according to Xiao Qie, when Xiao Jiming was so big, he didn't get beaten by himself, but he was not so quiet. Shen Zichuan asked, You are looking for your husband today, do you want him to teach you to read? Xiao Minute nodded and said, Reading can be wise. So many gentlemen in the house. Shen Zichuan drew his fan slightly, and pointed to Yarrow Wenyu's room. Why do you pick this? Mr. Cheng Feng said that Mr. Yuanjua had the best learning. Xiao Minute paused, and looked up to Shen Zichuan, I want the best gentleman. Shen Zichuan was slightly silent, then said, What if there is no Yuanjua? Mr. Yuanjua said that enterprises cannot stand and cross-sectors can't do it. Xiao Zhua pointed to himself. Even if you want the best gentleman in the world to teach, you need to be able to understand yourself. You can't be so high. He speaks well, but at the age of 7, he is far beyond his age. The house's husband was influenced by Yarrow Wenyu. When there was no government affairs, he occasionally talked in the kiosk. Xiao Yang did not like to talk. But whether Xiao Qia handles military affairs or Shen Zichuan talks about government affairs, he will sit and listen. Do you work so hard to be the best gentleman? Xiao Zun showed a strange look. He shook his head at Shen Zichuan and said, Zun is not a sir, Zun wants a sir. He pointed to Fei Sheng, Zun is not a general, and Xian also wants a general. Sage essay seats, heroes enter my hub. He would have to be the best without a essay. This is the ambition to embrace the talents of the world. Shen Zichuan squeezed Xiao Yang's hand and stopped talking. The new emperor amnesty, 6 transfers. Shui Dashing to Naikangdian show put a feast on Donglong Street that day, invited distant relatives and neighbors, and made a stern breath. He was drunk, and supported by Ji Qingqing, he staggered to the house and said, Feng Shui turns, I am a lucky person, or a **** at home. He raised his finger and said to Ji Qingqing, either word Pingjing, Shui Xiu's word Yanqing, who's Qing? He patted his chest and smiled, mine, I am his brother, I should compare him alas, higher than him. Ji Qingqing shook with it and said, yes, grandpa is right. Uncle, Shui Pingjing said loudly, yes, I am uncle. Why and how can I look at him? Why is he a **** who has taken away and taken the position of my homeowner, splits up, and kicks us both? He was the most ruthless person when he went out. He waved his hand, an expression that Shui Xiuzhua could not bear. Look at him, once he became the minister of the DPRK, but he refused to help us. Is it human? Ji Qingqing did not answer. You are all afraid of him, Shui Pingjing squirted. What is terrible to him? He is cheap. When I went to school before, I knew he was restless, he said of the sadness, even whimpering and crying, I'm his elder brother, why is he more talented than me? If the family asked him to write an article for me, he wouldn't. If he wrote it then, I'm also a minister now. Shui Pingjing cried more and more sad, and finally leaned against the wall, spit out a wow. He said that I favored the room the deserted son studies, we would not allow our father and son to see you again. Shui Pingjing ignored the mess and covered his face, he is such a ruthless heart. My son, even if he becomes unwilling in the future, he is a son of no skill. He is the son of a man. He is a man. Ji Qingqing said comfortably, Uncle has now been promoted, and he can talk to the father-in-law in the palace. Naturally, he has a chance to return to Dalang. Shui Pingjing wiped her tears, clenched Ji Qingqing's arm, and said with a grudge, I look at him as he stands high, but also depends on his slump. The author has something to say. 1, 2, from Zhenguan Zheng Jiao 3, from the Dao Ti Ching. At noon the next day, Helian who went to Mingli Tang to thank him. At noon the next day, Helian who went to Mingli Tang to thank him. Fu Man stopped Helian Hu and advised, Hu Yi is slow, the emperor is taking a nap now, and he will be called later. He turned to his side, if you are not in a hurry, wait here first. Helian who made a special trip to show loyalty today, and the rumors of Yongcheng kept him up at night, lest Li Jianting be angry and copy him. He nodded and said yes, waiting just under the sun. The scorching sun was noisy at noon, half an hour passed, and Helian Hu was sweating. He didn't dare to ask, his heart sank gradually, and he watched silently around the eunuchs around him, aware of the punishment of the new emperor. Huye, Fu Man called lightly, would you like to go to the side hall first? What a hot day. Helian Hu barely squeezed a smile, wiped his sweat with his sleeve, and said, don't worry. Yongcheng provided food for him, and he couldn't get rid of the relationship if something went wrong. If Li Jianting was suspicious that he was collaborating with the Chaos Party, his head would not be able to keep it. Don't let him stand by now, just let him kneel, if he can save his life, he will do it. I do not know how long, Helian whose back was like a hot iron plate. His face was pale, his sweat turned into sweat, and he felt faint before his eyes, standing by perseverance. The bead curtain dangled slightly, Fengquan showed his half-body, and said softly, the emperor is awake, and he is more hands and feet. Don't delay the emperor's time in handling government affairs. The Gongyi, who was waiting under the eaves, entered the basin. It didn't take long for Helian Hu to hear his name. He raised his robes to the upper level, and when he got to the hall, his old eyes were really dizzy, and he had to help Fu Man. Oh, Fu Man was worried. Huye, what happened to Huye? There was a sullen mass in Helian Hu's chest, which made him sick, but it was a heat stroke. Li Jianting waited in the hall, Helian Hu stood firm, his legs trembled, and he only murmured to Fu Man, "No, don't worry. There are ice basins inside," Fu Man whispered. "You just happened to go in and let out the heat." Helian Hu stepped into the door, bowed his head and bowed before the royal case. His voice was weak. Chen see the Emperor Wanfu." Li Jianting held his bag and did not look up. Helian Hu couldn't dare to move, his breath was lightened, and the sweat on his forehead soon wet his sleeves. "Look at Liang Zheshan's discount, saying that Fei invaded the people's land in Yuncheng." Li Jianting drank herbal tea with a soft voice. "Do you know this?" Helian Hu's hot sweats turned into cold sweats. He said, "The minister knows that the court has impeached the minister, and Your Excellency issued a ticket asking the Ministry of Criminal Affairs to cooperate with the Ministry of Housing officials to inspect the land tax in Tancheng, and also made Dali Temple Xue Xiuzhua as the governor. Investigator. Now the Ministry of Household said that your Feiqing and Dancheng Pans and Hancheng's hands were conspiring together, conspired to deceive the court, smuggle land taxes, and severely punished the people in the country, causing hundreds of people in Fuching to flee the country last year. Is this happening?" Helian Hu burned within 5 days, bracing himself for a few breaths, and said anxiously, Chen dare not." Li Jianting suddenly threw Jiazi on Helian Hu, and said in a cold voice, "Don't dare? You haven't starved to death in the winter in Yucheng? You not only colluded with Pan, you also joined Jushi merchants to seduce the people in Yucheng. Do you think I doesn't know, Yuan Fu doesn't know? The court has long stared at your group of epidemic gangrene." He Lianho almost paralyzed on the ground, and he cried tearfully, Emperor. The Xianda Nianhua party and Pan Dang are in control of the imperial government, and there is a queen mother to help, and the minister has no choice but to save his life." He bowed his head and bumped crying on the ground. The people of Yuncheng are like the sons of Chen's own. Ever since he respected the world, he has been under the jurisdiction of Fei's family. If the Chen was not forced to die, how dare he do such things as pigs and dogs? As for food, the emperor saw that the emperor was worried about the food of Yongcheng, and could not help but be so anxious that he would fall into the trap of the Shen thief so easily. When Helian Hu died, he became smart, pushed the relationship clean, and kept his face shut. Han Yang acted arrogantly, and repeatedly coerced his ministers to help him succeed independently, Helian Hu said with tears in his eyes, and looked up at Li Jianting. But Chen is a courtier of Li's family, and he can't agree with him. At the banquet that night, the minister tried to protect him. They deserved the crime, and only wished the emperor to take care of Hu Yan, and spare the children of the court. Li Jianting seemed to be impressed and said, Shengshe, deliver the 8 cities to you, but you have made a great mistake for your own personal benefit. The minister knew that he deserved to be guilty of death. Helian Hu cried, owed tens of thousands of taxes. This account, Fei has only one person left, and he has to work hard to fill it. As long as Li Jianting does not kill Helian Hu is not only willing to return Liangtian, but also to fill the field tax. The position of Wucheng is special than Dancheng. It is close to Wucheng, connects to the waterway, and is inextricably linked with Jueshi. He could possibly make up the money. But like the rest of the old family, Helian Hu did not say how long it would take to complete the field tax. Li Jianting turned around, as if in contemplation. After a long while, she said, You have no forgiveness. I miss you in your willingness to solve the sorrow of the Yong city. If you still have a conscience, you will spare your life. Helian Hu's heart was loose, and he immediately hoped, The emperor's holy heart is kind. But you have a party and a private business, and you have a negative Shenzhen. Helen Hu can't stay. Li Jianting didn't give Helen Du a chance to breathe. There is also the occupation of people's land. Helian Hu's heart hung up again. Fu Man, Li Jianting said toward the door, pulling those out. Fu Man responded, and not long afterwards, the guard held several people on his knees in the open space. Helian Hu stood back and looked through the bead curtains, and found that these people were all officials who had set up in the gate of the city. Although I gave you the 8 cities, you still have the last name Li. You can escape the crime of death, which is a pardon of your grandma. These people deceive your majesty, practice the law, and run rampant. Li Jianting stood to he around Lianhou. He stretched out his palm and patted He Lianhu's shoulder gently. They displaced the people inside the country. It. Fuman. Fu Man raised his voice in a haughty voice. Punch stick hit. As soon as Fu Man's voice fell, the iron tin rod suddenly hit the human body, and the sound shocked He Lianhu. Several populations were stuffed, neither pulled to the door in accordance with the rules of the court, nor wrapped in cotton. The official uniforms on them had long been cut off and they were wearing lining. The eunuchs holding sticks are all from the old affiliates of the Dongchang factory. They played according to their deaths. A few sticks went down, and all of them were blurred. He Lianhu was buzzing in his ears, and Mingletang was cold, leaving him cold. The beating continued, and one of them lifted his head twice, and the blood between his teeth was wet with white cloth, sobbing towards He Lianhu. The entire Mingli hall was very quiet. The eunuchs stood up and stood, only with the sound of bang, bang, bang. After half an hour, the smell of blowing his nose was pervasive. Li Jianting didn't look at He Lianhu again, but said, "Go on." When Helenhu got up, he stumbled to himself, and threw himself on the cold floor. Fuck Man Chong winked at the eunuch, and they set He Lianhu out to send. He Lianhu's boots stepped in the blood. He opened his eyes wide and looked at his feet. The pool of blood reflected the official robe of He Lianhu. Lianhu took a few steps, only to feel that the sky was spinning, and she was stunned. Li Jianting leaned in his chair, and through the dark window, saw Fu Man drinking and ordering the guard to clean up the body on the ground. Feng Quan picked up the memorial thrown on the ground and whispered, "This scene is really scary. You haven't seen the Shura field." Li Jianting's eyes were hidden in the darkness. When the Dancheng epidemic was rampant, the refugees crowded into the entrance of Boju, trying to drill in. Finally, the channel was filled, and the smell of the corpse filled. No one can save people. That scene is terrifying. Feng Quan did not touch the imperial case, but simply put the memorial back. Using the classics in troubled times, Li Jianting paused for a long time. Let He Lianhu live for a while. Shui Yanqing has looked for you recently. Feng Quan bowed and replied, he came to ask the emperor's daily life. Center Shuani is an old man in the middle of the north. He is afraid that he will be far-sighted. This time, he did not obey Shui Yanqing's intentions, said Li Jianting. It is necessary to compensate. Master Shui has 2 sleeves and has a clean wind. He was very frugal when he was in Fuzhong, so he was very famous in Tai Shui. If the emperor rewarded him for gold, silver, and folk customs. Feng Quan lowered his eyes and stopped his voice gradually. Li Jianting groaned for a moment, and said, Jiang's castle peak has done a good job in raising food, and treated the people like a child. Let Yuan Fu look at a draft ticket. I heard that his wife Liu is also very well known, and he appreciated it together. Jiang's Qingshan is Shui Xiuzhua's leader in Jueshi, and rewarding him is to appease Shui Xiuzhua. Besides, Jiang's Qingshan, Li Jianting has other uses. Donglai Wang Qi Zhuyin has no one to restrain him now, but Chidong's garrison needs rations, and Li Jianting puts the key of this granary in Jiang/S Qingshan. Feng Chuanxi claims to be extra careful when retreating. ******, the new emperor is full of strength. This hand-balancing system is really powerful. Xiao Qie pushed away the military service and read the news of the capital again. She applauded Shui Xiuzhua to appease the mountain. In the first place, she can deter the coach. In the second place, she Shui Xiuzhua who threatened to control the hard factions and Taishui style. Shui Xiuzhua was so easy to change the emperor, she had to defend. Shan is an official in Xinjiang, who did not receive Li's favor in the Xianda and Tianchen years. Now it is going to be a smooth step. Shun Zechuan took Yu Xiao. The rest of the correspondence was set aside. I feel that her approach to He Lianhu was unexpected. Yes, Xiao Qie looked across. She's pretty brave. Li Jianting's embarrassment of corrupt officials threatened He Lianhu. Shun Zechuan didn't expect it. He poked the pen and said, I thought she would find an excuse to kill He Lianhu. I didn't think she could bear it. He Lianhu originally quit without money, But now he was scared to be willing to fill the empty deficit. Even the house was abandoned. Xiao Qie looked up and slouched in his chair. The emperor's grace and grace are more lenient than Shuexiuzhua, who never gives up. The family was beaten to this point. Seeing her doing this to Helian Hu, she would definitely fill the empty deficit in order to make up for her power in exchange for vitality. What is the cabinet audit? That is Tian Heqian. If there were no Shen Zichuan and Xiao Qie, Li Jianting would probably continue to follow Shuexiuzhua's path, but she was so old and hot that she understood that Center Yu was not false. At this moment, Shen Zichuan is more terrible than dealing with 8 people. It's impossible. Shen Zichuan drew a pen, tracing Xiao Qie's eyes. This is a true emperor. I didn't believe in being born an emperor before, but she is truly talented and she has been in the compound for only 5 years. Xiao Qie pinched Shen Zichuan's wrist across the table. A reward? I haven't been in Jiaoxin Temple for 5 years. Shen Zichuan kicked the wooden symbols under the table and limped along Xiao Qie's legs. With a loose finger, his pen fell on the table, and a few horizontal after-images fell between the paper. Lan Ju Wn pointed at Xiao Qie's nose and said, "Hurry up. Here, I'm afraid of falling down." Xiao Qie smiled indifferently. Here, I'm afraid of falling down. Xiao Qie smiled indifferently. Since he had not been told, Shen Zichuan was injured in the waist and he really couldn't stand it. Shen Zichuan endured for a moment and wanted to drop his foot back, but Xiao Qie didn't allow it, and pinched the ankle in his palm to make it close to himself. Ah! Shen Zichuan slowly extended his ending. This is for me to hope that Mai will quench her thirst and chat with masturbation. It's early, Xiao Qie said, but didn't let go. Shen Zichuan originally wanted to say something, but he squeezed his hand and suddenly moved. Before September, if the coach was inconvenient to send troops, I would no longer wait. Xiao Qie was neatly dressed, and his upper body could not see the slightest clue, and his speech was no different from usual. The Empress will not agree with the commander to send troops in such a way, and besides, Shen Zichuan's voice suddenly lightened, as if it had disappeared. Xiao Qie took off his net socks. There was a hanging curtain near the table. With the palm of Xiao Qie, Shen Zichuan gently touched the table. Barefoot stomping through a tedious pattern of robes, the fabric was entangled in the soles of his feet, soft and wrapped with hardness. Besides, the commander must also think about the 5 counties, Xiao Qie continued with Lanzu's words. Deep into the desert is time-consuming and labor-intensive. If this battle lasts longer, even Qi Shiyu may not be willing. The corners of Shen Zichuan's eyes turned red, which was urged by the heat wave. He said, "On that day, you told General Lu to wait for Chidong. At that time, the Empress did not show its sharp edge. Now look at it. Chidong has no hope of sending troops." Xiao Qie said here, no longer teasing Lanju. "This year you will gather food from Huai, Ti, Ci, and Hezhou. The problem, although it caught up with the spring plowing, it lost the Huaizhou granary. Dao Dao ran away, and the court naturally had to change people to manage it. It would be difficult to do business with them next year. Both Yongyi Port and Yangsha copper mine were seized. The business from Beihu City will generally be reduced by half. Lanju, Chidong's garrison, will not be able to support it next year. Qi Dong sent troops to the Green Mouse Department this time, and I didn't give any food. Qi Zhuyin still had the confidence. Where did she come from? In addition to Shen Zichuan, who else can provide such arrogant military rations in this world? Shuexiuzhua is not a fool. Who provided the food for the garrison? He knew it, but he did not pierce in front of Qi Zhuyin. Chidong's effectiveness this year will be diminished due to the fact that there are no soldiers in 3 of the 5 counties in Chidong because of the presence of foreign troops. This has led to Qi Zhuin's demand for military food this year is greater than in previous years. The only good news is that Chun Tian, a farmer in the 4 counties, continues as usual. She only has to worry about rations, but even so, the expenditure of 300,000 rations is scary, let alone going deeper into the desert. It's 2 different things. After the Duanzhou War is won, the expenditures of the fortifications in each state will inevitably increase. Not only that, the 6 states have begun to take shape. Shun Zechuan will supply military rations for the 120,000 garrison troops in the 6 years, and 120,000 iron riders from the north continue to supply military rations. If Chidong's garrison is added on this premise, then a total of 700,000 soldiers and horses will be supported by him. Wang Xian wrote to me, saying that he wrote to you half a month ago, stating that it was powerful. Xiao Qie said in a more comfortable posture, you didn't reply. Shun Zechuan's feet were still sticking to the place where Xiao Qie's blood was stretched. He leaned on the chair and said, half a month ago, the gentleman had not estimated the budget, so I pressed Wang Xian's letter and did not reply. Mr. Fuchu are good, but most of them come from Ino. They are talented, but they don't have the skill of officials like Wang Xian. Wang Xian is the head of the Ministry of Households, and he often negotiates with the Ministry of Military Affairs. The general who wants food deals with him. He knows the military expenditures and food requirements in various places. Xiao Qie has recently rested at home, and he thinks about military food most. It was great to join the 3 soldiers, but it was too difficult. The equipment of the North Rail riding was worn out too fast, and the military craftsman was required to carry the rations. The transport team came out of the battlefield, and there was no road to go further east. The deserted beach and Gobi are all 12 sites. The transportation of grain and grass must increase the strength of the army to protect it. The farther you go from riding on the North Rail, the more food you consume, and you have to consider possible accidents along the way, which is much harder than playing defense. Xue Xiuzhua abandoned Quancheng and Luoxiaguan last year, and defended the 13th city of Jueshi alone, but he was not very powerful at that time. Shun Zechuan finally showed his disappointment and sighed. I only know the power now. Who doesn't want the strength of Qi Zhuyin? Shun Zechuan also thought that as long as the Chidong 5 counties were won, even if the emperor was Emperor Guangqing, there would never be a chance for Liju to make a comeback. Xue Xiuzhua has been indifferent to the Sino-Bo and North Korean wars. In the beginning of the year, he was allowed to recruit troops to buy horses, and he did not even track down Chidong's military food. This is another consumption of Shun Zechuan. Jiangshan Castle Peak is really a big help. It's no wonder that the emperor wants to use him to fight against Xue Xiuzhua. This person used a hard bone to carry the Daeju granary. Xiao Qie's eyes were deep. Lanju, what you want to fighting is harder than mine. Shun Zechuan didn't reply to Wang Xian's letter, and Xiao Qie thought about it. Similarly, Xiao Qie now abandons Chidong's garrison and is also considering for Shun Zechuan. Xiao Qie moved his chair away and leaned over to pick up the wooden clog, but instead of wearing it for Shun Zechuan, he neatly set aside. He loosely held Shun Zechuan's hand, leaned over, touched Lanzu's cheek, and whispered, I'm going. Shun Zechuan's eyes were red, but there was no emotion in his affectionate eyes. Late at night, the sister-in-law knocked a few times, and Fengquan leaned against Li Jianting's dragon bed with his legs crossed, and he did not fall asleep. After half an hour, Li Jianting was heard saying, Aren't you sleeping? Fengquan's chin was resting on his knee, and his handsome face was buried halfway, and he replied, The emperor can't sleep for a few days. Let's pass on a doctor. Li Jianting opened his eyes, tilted his side slightly, and turned his back to hang down, saying, It's just not easy to sleep. The hall was silent for a while. Li Jianting asked, Have you ever seen Shun Zechuan? Xian Denian saw him when he was just out of the temple of Chaoxin. It is said that his mother was a Duanzhou Maiko, Li Jianting said, verifying, Is this true? Really? Fengquan moved his numb feet. He was Shun Wei's 8th son. He could not be favored in Jianxing's palace. He was sent to Duanzhou private house early, and knew the late Jinyi Wei. Ji Gang has a relationship. When Duanzhou fell, he was also in Chashi Tiankeng. Li Jianting was silent and said, Qi Hualian dared to abandon his prejudices and taught him everything. He is a real madman. But Shun Zechuan's guilty revenge, Fengquan turned his head, Ji Lei is vengeful with him, and he let Ji Lei live better than death. On the table that day, if it wasn't Han Han's stubbornness still resisting, the emperor could be exposing his exile to Zhongbua to see how Shun Zechuan treats him will inevitably make him worse off. The shadow of the tree outside the temple window was on the ground, and there was no voice in the palace at night. You are Mu Ayu's brother? Li Jianting turned sharply. Feng Quan looked slightly moved, and did not answer sloppily. You were a ***** before Mu Yu entered the palace. She was already the king of Chu. Why did you come in and suffer? Li Jianting's eyes slightly turned. You don't enter the inner classroom like Fu Man, but you read poetry well. Book. According to Mu Yu's family history, you can recognize the characters. Feng Quan immediately knelt on the ground and said, Slave, slave. I see that your ear-pierced ears are not new, but Shendi has not appreciated your earrings, let alone your earrings. Men who can have bright earrings in their ears are either expensive or expensive. After all, Li Jianting stand up, pause for a moment, and look at the hanging. Where did you come from? *****, the string hum shook a bit. Qiao Tianya woke up like a dream, raising his hand to rub his eyebrows, but found that his fingertips were broken. Bai Shuai didn't reply for a long time, but he was dissatisfied with the government's intention to give Hairigu the territory of the Green Mouse Department. Yarrow Wenyu stopped talking, looking through the curtain and looking inward. This is difficult to do. I am afraid that there will be a gap with Chidong. Kong Ling followed. Song Yu was uneasy, so it would be better to come out and drink tea with us. Qiao Tianya wiped the blood stain with his thumb and leaned in the rattan chair with a smile. Since the gentleman invited me, I would respect it better. He put the piano on the case, got up and raised the curtain, and went outside. Today's weather is good, and there is a tea case under the eaves. It's not like talking about official business. Yarrow Wenyu's blue shirt has wide sleeves, and the red line on the wrist is looming when drinking tea. Qiao Tianya was also welcome, and sat on a chair beside Yuan Zhuo. What a good tea. Qiao Tianya took the tea Jiao Zhongxiong handed over, but just smelled it and said, Oh, Shengchuni of Hezhou. Don't look at his usual crosshorse swords and generals. Kong Ling pointed to Qiao Tianya. In fact, he is a tea man. You must be happy in your life. Qiao Tianya drank tea. If I have money, I want to satisfy my appetite. As long as I have a good tea and wine, I can spend as much as I want. Yarrow Wenyu looked down and said, It's time to learn. Jiao Zhongxiong quickly waved his hand and said, I envy Zhou. I want to save money to save a family, so that when the world calms down, I can marry a good wife. Matsuyuki hasn't married, Kong Ling asked. Don't worry. Look at Mr. Fei, didn't marry him? They weren't in a hurry. Of course I was so anxious. Qiao Tianya put down the teacup and said, I want to earn this money all night. The gentleman laughed immediately. Qiao Tianya turned his face and looked at Yarrow Wenyu. Mr. did not marry, is it urgent? The flower of the branch fell into Yarrow Wenyu's sleeve, and he turned his eyes to face Qiao Tianya. When the wind blows the flowers, he also blows his slightly bitter medicinal fragrance onto Qiao Tianya. It used to be anxious, Yarrow Wenyu said. Now that we have tiger slaves, it's nothing more. Except for Qiao Tianya, I didn't know much about Yarrow Wenyu and the master of Jiaoyu County. I only heard some rumors that Jiaoyu County was married to him. Naturally, he thought that he was the master of Jiaoyu County. I said that there are 3 hates in life, one of which is that you can't be a tiger slave. Qiao Tianya came to hug the tiger slave, but caught Yarrow Wenyu's wrist behind the fat body of the tiger slave. On my knees, my dreams can be infinite. Yarrow Wenyu's expression changed slightly, and he might as well be so bold and cough in a hurry. Zhou's command is often amazing. If you can argue with Yuan Zhuo, it will be a beautiful thing, Jiao Zhongxiong sighed. I don't know if I can see Yuan Zhuoqing again in the future. Clearly talking about the wrong country. Yarrow Wenyu raised his hand to cover his mouth, and his wrists were a little red. He said, because Shizai hasn't finished speaking, the boss doesn't reply, but he is dissatisfied with Hairigu. The territory of the Green Mouse Department is not ours. Cannot be forced. Kong Ling bowed his head. I was just worried that the marshal had a gap with the governor. We want to use our strength, but in the end Hairigu is a scorpion in the sand, and the handsome letter is justified. This is just one of them. Kong Ling stared at Yarrow Wenyu, slowly shaking his head. The most feared commander of Suspicious Mansion is threatening Chidong. The Green Mouse Department is close to Bian County, Yarrow Wenyu said. Even if the marshal doesn't think so, the generals of Chidong will also think so. They used to be held hostage by the eunuchs of the capital, and now they will not agree. Let the scorpions stare at them again. If Chidong refuses, Kong Lingdao said, we can only make another plan. The military account was waxed, and Qi Zhuyin pinched his neck and stood on his legs to listen to Qi Tail talking. Tell Lu Guangbai not to write any more. He is not under heavy pressure. The 20,000 infantry said to leave. She stared at the top of the tent. Neither Ming Ming nor Xiao Qie mentioned this again. General Lu has been with the marshal for the longest time, Qi Wei said. Knowing the ability of the marshal, I naturally want to persuade the marshal to send troops. I know what he wants to do with the Biancha cavalry. Qi Zhuyin frowned slightly. But Da Ju never went deep into the desert. The road is long and dangerous. Who will guarantee the station's freedom after all the three armies are out? The scorpions in Boju are still there. Qi Wei knew the difficulties of Qi Zhuyin, hesitated and said, the commander rejected them at this moment, afraid that he would bear the notoriety of oblivion and oblivion. Only after the duo had sealed her as the king of the East, she turned around with Zhongbua and Li Bei, and the garrison was eating Shen Zichuan's food. Anyone who listened to it would scold her. Qi Zhuyin said indifferently, anyone, the most uncontrollable thing in this world is the tongue. This account is difficult to calculate. From the perspective of China Bo, it is a big grace for them to provide food to support the garrison, Qi Wei said. But if the war in North China is not tight, the portal of China Bo will be opened, and we need to send troops to help. Easily. They are people who plan for the world and know the timing. Qi Zhuyin was serious, without the usual jokes. I help myself by leaving north, and now I help myself without sending troops. Chidong and Li Bei are brothers in distress, but Li Bei the crisis has been resolved, and Xian needs to go deeper, and there is a possibility that the poor will be armed. There are countless exiles after the collapse of the world, and this year and last year's battles are helpless. I know that Amor is exhausted. At this moment is a good time to defeat the 6 alliances, but the granaries in Baching were empty, the people starved to death on the streets, and the drought in Jueshi Yongcheng, Jiang's Qingshan still struggled to supply the food of Boju and Chidong. These foods had to be taken from the people. Shenshu's 6 states, 3 states have not yet arrived in the bumper harvest years. He will also rely on the Hezhou granary. The battle will be happy, but I can't go. The birth of Amor turned out to be the 6th part of General Biancha's confession. If you win this time, if you win, no matter who will come to Japan in the world, you will be famous for Beikiki and Xiao Qie. Moreover, as a general, who doesn't want to compete with such an opponent? Qi Zhuyin picked out the candle wick, and the account fell into darkness. She sat for a long while and said, I said, you write and tell Shen Zichuan that even if the territory of the Green Mouse Department is deserted, I will not allow Hairigu to set foot. Tell Xiao Jiming that although I Qi Zhuyin met his teenager, I am a close friend, but I am still a great court minister, and it is my duty to fight foreign enemies, but it is treason to be strong. Tell Lu Guangbai, I wish him great success, but this time, our sister and brother will no longer go now. A lone wild goose flies across the horizon of Bian County. Qi Wei closed the letter and turned around to leave the account. Huang Shou rustled under his boots. One hand grabbed the yellow sand. Lu Guangbai turned his back to the dim sky. Chidong's letter was still between his fingers. He squatted for a while, closed the letter properly, and the yellow sand in his palm flowed back. Qi Shui sees the words like meeting. I disregarded my duties and left the county without permission. I am ashamed of Chidong's elders. I can't help but kill the enemy. I will always be Qi Shui. Although this battle cannot go together, but the mountains and rivers and the moon will certainly live up to Qi Shui's expectations. In the autumn of August, Wang Xian was ordered by Shen Zichuan to supervise the grain warehouses in Liuju with Yu Xiaozai, organized the China Bo grain into a book, and reported it to Duanzhou in detail. The carriage was crushing gravel, Wang Xian was wearing a collar shirt, and looked through the window to the nearer Duanzhou city. In the autumn of August, Wang Xian was ordered by Shen Zichuan to supervise the grain warehouses in Liuju with Yu Xiaozai, organized the China Bo grain into a book, and reported it to Duanzhou in detail. The carriage was crushing gravel, Wang Xian was wearing a collar shirt, and looked through the window to the nearer Duanzhou city. The moat is still under construction, and the gate is better, Yu Xiao pointed out to Wang Xian again. Brother Minitshan, where is the governor here? Wang Xian nodded and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yu Xiaozai had dealt with Wang Xian when he was still in Dudu, but at that time, his responsibilities were different. He just nodded and was not really familiar until he worked together in July. He comforted, "The prince treats others kindly. Since you are willing to use you, you are willing to believe in you, so you don't have to remember the past account." Wang Xian smiled bitterly. "I belittled the capital and was exiled to Zhongbua. If it wasn't for the care of the second grandfather, I'd be afraid that my head would be gone. Now that the prince disregards his former suspicions, I'm grateful for a snot. I'm clumsy and can't answer in the hall later." Yu Xiao knew what Wang Xian was worried about. He groaned and said, "Brother Minitshan, look at me. I went to Zhongbua, and was appointed by the teacher center Du Yusha to come to peace with the governor. Later, he did not talk. Cheng and I can't go back. I was thinking of buying a few acres of good farmland in Zhongbua, so I became a flat-headed people, but the prince brought me, and I made Zhongbua the ups and downs in the bribery case of Eri allowed Fu Linia to plant the stolen goods. Eri is a man of affection and always remembers this. This time, Brother Minshan successfully managed to leave the North Army, and lived in public and private affairs. Jun will not be a dumb brother." Wang Xian's heart was slightly broader, and he waved his hand. "I'm the meritorious deed, which is not enough to praise." The carriage reached the place and passed the lowered hanging door. The two men stepped out of the carriage and saw Fei Sheng waiting at the entrance of the passage. The two grown-ups and horses. "Lawton, please come in soon." Fei Sheng led the two of them in. The prince prepared a banquet at the house for the two grown-ups. Wang Xian was startled, and said, "The next thing is to do things according to orders. Where can you afford the love of the governor?" "Don't worry," Yu Xiao laughed again. "The prince's banquet doesn't talk about luxury, it's just some common dishes. Please eat and drink tea." Wang Xian prepared the ration quickly, Shen Zichuan said, and told Xiao Qie behind. It is rare that he could negotiate with the prefectures and put him in charge. Xiao Qie tied gauze to Shen Zichuan, and said, "He can hold my account, and naturally dealing with the yamen of various states is also handy." With the movement of Xiao Qie, Shen Zichuan gasped a little, and said, "The tyrant overlord is going to cut my waist." This waist, Xiao Qie took a few moments, and wrapped his palms forward, and brought Shen Zichuan back to his chest. "It's as thin as a palm. That's why you have Shen Yaropan," said Shen Zichuan with Xiao Qie's chest on his back. "Xiao Lang Mo Yang is envious." "It's all mine," Xiao Qie said. "Only others are envious." Under the eaves, watching the maid go in and out with her hands folded, she tilted her head and said to Ding Dao, "This is a guest." There was something in the little monk's words. Ding Dao held his arms and replied very clearly, "It is necessary to have your fast food. The governor has already ordered it." Since she immediately expressed her joy, she said, "Are you two Buddha, brother Ding Dao? You are smarter than the fish in the pond." Shen Zichuan in the main room had already come out. The hall was well prepared, and gentlemen were already seated. When Wang Xian and Yu Xiao arrive again, they salute the prince first, and then greet the gentlemen at the table. "Going to the warehouse in Liuju is a top priority for a year," said Shen Zichuan. "It's hard to be respectful and careful. The autumn harvest is in August, and the grains are sorted and put into storage in various places. Then in September, the surplus grain reserves of various places will be calculated to prepare for the winter. According to the China blog process, the Northern Army ration cannot be prepared so quickly, but Wang Xian was preparing as early as June. As soon as the end of the defensive war in Duanzhou, the defense forces of the states were asked to allocate manpower to start harvesting, which was just in time for August leisure. It took time for the remaining 6 states to supply military food. Wang Xian hurriedly got up and responded, saying, "It's obedient to do what you do next. This is all the vision of the governor. I heard that Yangtai tiger was angry with you." Xiao Qie smiled at Wang Xian before using chopsticks. "General Yangtai is concerned about the war. Naturally, I must ask about the preparations. We had a good meeting in Dunju." Wang Xian knew that the Tai tiger was selected by Xiao Qie to go to Dunju. There is also a place to speak before, of course not offend, those rumors are not enough to believe. Seems the truth. This is not the first time that Tai Tiger has clashed with civilian officials. He is anxious and Xiao Qie's close friend. In Dunju, he was compatible with the Yamen officials at the beginning. The military report showed Shen Zichuan's desk without supervision by the Yamen. There can be no conflict between the two sides. However, the Dunju garrison has been rewarded several times, claiming to be a branch of the embargo. When the war in Duanzhou, the garrison in 6 states is even more powerful. The preparation of military rations is the matter of Wang Xian and the governors of various states. Intervene. When the world is peaceful, it will not work together, but when the world is not peaceful, it will be a matter of global concern. Kong Ling thought through and came out to round the field and said, General Huantai came from a banned army and shared the affliction with Li Bei. As early as when Yi decided to play the 12, he talked to me about military rations. General Taiwan's several rescue missions naturally made him more concerned about rations than others. He smiled at Yarrow Wenyu. Yuan Zhuo and I often ask about the fortifications of the city walls, which were frightened during the defensive battles. The gentleman laughed, and the atmosphere was slightly slower. Yarrow Wenyu said to Wang Xian, Brother Minute Shun once served as the head of the household department. Center Du Yusha often praised Minute Shun to handle things quickly. Now, he really sees that Minute Shun brother is extraordinary. Yarrow Wenyu's words were half true and half false. Wang Xian was indeed capable, but not so conspicuous. Xue Xiuzhua, who often dealt with the household at that time, was even more eye-catching. Moreover, the Ministry of Households has always been under the control of the family, and the Ministry of Civil Affairs cannot make the promotion of Wang Xian by referring to the official commentary. But even if this statement was false, Yarrow Wenyu gave his face to Wang Xian enough. Wang Xianjiu is a metropolis official. What Yarrow Wenyu meant was that of Shen Zichuan. Yarrow Wenyu was willing to speak to appease him, and he should take it when he saw it. This matter has already arrived, and the follow-up government and the second grandfather have their own arrangements. Wang Xian salutes and said, How dare you be praised by Yuan Zhuo and be frightened in the lower committee? He also relaxed a bit, and then said, There are still some places in the next that require general advice from Taiwan, but fortunately the general is not disappointed. It essay great analysis with the following. Do not hide the governor and the second grandfather, although the lower and upper princes are also in charge of military food, but have not dealt with such long-distance supply, such as the consumption of grain vehicles, increase and decrease of weight, etc. They are all staffed by General Huantai. Kong Ling glanced at Zhu Gui, who was not far away, feeling with emotion. In the end he was a Juguan, clever and knowledgeable in current affairs, and he could pass through 3 points. Zhu Gui also came because of the preparation of military rations. They arrived a few days earlier than Wang Xian, and they were sitting in the position to listen. They did not know why Cheng Feng looked at himself. He only felt that Wang Xian was advancing and remarkably decent. They talked a little more about business affairs, and Shen Zichuan invited Wang Xian to sit down and signaled to open the seat. Back in the house at night, Xiao Qie dropped his clothes and looked uneasy. When changing shoes, Shen Zichuan said, You know the tiger's temperament, not a proud person. Xiao Qie also took off his clothes and said, The Dunju garrison is a soldier recruited from the Fan and Deng states. Many of them are grass pirates. If the army is not strictly governed, it must be bad. Shen Zichuan watched the candlelight on the side of Xiao Qie's back and was very powerful, so he poked. Xiao Qie caught it with his backhand, squeezed it, and continued, I know the tiger will not take pride in himself, but I'm afraid he will be tempted to let the Dunju garrison emulate the embargo. The embargo is oil, and it will be lazy, but when it is all right, when the war really comes, they will be the first to go to battle. The embargo dared to be a mule because they were not mules at all. 20,000 people were carefully selected soldiers by Xiao Qie all night long. They were from a serious military family and naturally practiced differently than others. The soldiers of the original ranks of the embargo army suffered from scornful eyes, and their tempers were worn out a long time ago. They were not released in a short while like the Dunju garrison. This time I took the North Railway and rode eastward. If you want to take this opportunity to hit Zhongbua, Xiao Qie turned back, you can only rely on the Dunju garrison. Yin Chang's death was undoubtedly a heavy fist. The newly formed Tsuju defense force needed a new commander. It took time to find a suitable candidate. The Duanzhou garrison was damaged, and both Fanju and Dengju garrisons were established shortly. Only the Dunju garrison and the genie riders can really come in handy. The genie riders are scarce. Yangtai dragon can die for Dunju, and Yangtai tiger is the same. Shun Zichuan looked up at Xiao Qie. You go eastward, don't worry about the rear, I have my own way. Although the 8 major camps often bear the name of incompetence, but now Han Han is dead, and the new governor is still unknown, Xiao Qie worried if Xue Xiuzhua is a good candidate. Without the family's restraint, the 8 major camps can be recruited again. Xiao Qie said, I'll leave you 5,000 embargoes. *****. A few days later, the Taihu tiger was ordered to rush to Duanzhou, and as soon as he entered the house, he fell to his knees in front of Xiao Qie master. Huantai tiger's voice did not fall. Xiao Qie said, You are the governor's general now. Huantai tiger buried his head and changed his tongue. Second Yi. Is that ***** official accusing me of being black? They entered the country to prepare military rations, but also inspected the Dunju grain register. Wang Xian stood in front of so many people in the hall. On the face, I said that the Dunju garrison army was costly to the public. He looked up angrily. Second Lord, the 6th garrison army can do timely rain for our Dunju garrison. In order to fight around Biancha Bald's support, the military expenditure is definitely much more than others. Is there anything worth talking about? He also knows. Xiao Qie supported his knees with one arm, turned his fingers and leaned back, without answering. While waiting at the side, Chen Yang repeatedly winked at the Huantai tiger. He refused to watch. Huantai tiger knew Xiao Qie's temper, but he had a fire in his chest, and he continued to say, Wang Xian, have you said something in person? Why frame me in such a way? This ***** is like those of the flycats in Godu. What's the difference? He said I was a waste of money. Hey, I haven't said he was wasting food with Luo Mu in Chazhou. You're wronged. Xiao Qie raised his eyes. The Taiwanese tiger looked at Xiao Qie's expression and could not help but soothe his nose. He said, I and Yi were born and died. Why teach them such a bad practice? The prince knows the account, but does not reprimand that Wang Xian. I don't accept it. You don't agree? Xiao Qie snorted suddenly. If you don't agree, people will let Wang Xian walk out of the door? Is that your place of control? When I transferred you to Dunju, Lan Ju clearly stated the culture and politics you can't overwhelm others without pressing your head. Huantai tiger's chest was undulating, and he said, Then he can't talk like that, it's cold to my brother's heart. I have read the account books of the Dunju defense forces. After Duanzhou, you sent troops back to the city without doing anything else. You first called a local squire to accompany the wine for a banquet. Xiao Qie looked gloomy. Dunju government fees, so prestigious to beat the Taiwan Tigers, the governor reiterated your Dunju defense army in Duanzhou. You are not content, but you must swell your face to Sergeant, I think you make me even more chill. Yin Chang was so easy to hit Fanju at the beginning, and the Izumi Defense Forces hosted a banquet as soon as they went back to the Fujian. It was our turn to defend the Dunju Defense Forces with only silver and 2 awards. Can you buy the lives of my brothers? I'm just a monarch for the government. Xiao Kai stood up wildly, and the shadow immediately shrouded the tiger. Second Lord. Chen Yang threw himself on his knees. He has a simple mind, just for that meal. It's true that Feikuyin is wrong, and Yi punished him. Shun Zichuan's freedom to Huantai tiger is grace, but Huantai tiger can't ask for grace. Today he dares to make his own claim because of his dissatisfaction, and tomorrow he can ignore Fu Juanyue's actions. During several clashes between him and the civilian official, Shun Zichuan didn't send his hair. It was in Xiao Qie's face. Huantai tiger knew that he was dying, and he was in a hurry. He buried his head at the moment, but couldn't hide his face and begged for mercy. Give him the grain book closed in Dunju. Xiao Qie held the wolf knife and wore it on his waist. Let him see the land that the Tai dragon guarded. Chen Yang took off the grain book and presented it in front of Huantai tiger. Your soldier, Xiao Qie bit the weight of these words. I can eat enough because the people in Chao and Dunju have tightened their belts. There are everything in the mountains and sea on the running bench. Gentlemen eat wild vegetables from Duanzhou. Yang Tai Tiger looked at the details of the grain book, and he couldn't help but got red eyes, and he knew what was wrong, and he also argued, I saw that the grain warehouse was abundant when I was in Dunju. Xiao Qie whistled, raised his arm to catch the fierce, and walked away without looking back. In early September, preparations for the expedition ended, and Chen Yang and Guo Weili followed the grain and grass. The Luoshan horse road has been restored, and the Zhongbo grain truck will directly reach Luoshan from Dunju, and then send it to Chassaning from Luoshan. The major battle battalions were very mobilized. The Sho 1 and 2 battalions were respectively stationed by Zhuqianqiu and Zhao Hui. Xiao Qie took away 90,000 elites from the north this time. In early September, preparations for the expedition ended, and Chen Yang and Guo Weili followed the grain and grass. The Luoshan horse road has been restored, and the Zhongbo grain truck will directly reach Luoshan from Dunju, and then send it to Chassaning from Luoshan. The major battle battalions were very mobilized. The Sho 1 and 2 battalions were respectively stationed by Zhuqianqiu and Zhao Hui. Xiao Qie took away 90,000 elites from the north this time. This time the forage is your independent support, said Xiao Jiming, who was in a regular suit and could not see his illness. He looked out at Hongyang Mountain. A more wolf ambition, if it cannot be wiped out in one fell swoop, it will make a comeback in the future. Duanzhou will be the first to bear the brunt of this expedition. This expedition is also for the sake of Zhongbo. You can concentrate on building fortifications. Yi will send troops at this moment and will not delay the cultivation of the people until March next year. Xiao Jiming's sleeve robe was blown by the wind, revealing the arm restraint between his wrists. He is a coach. Shun Zichuan often noticed that Xiao Qie was touching his cheek at night. No matter how bad he was during the day, Xiao Qie was willing to stay at home as long as it was unnecessary. He wished he could look at Lanju day and night. Bao Jianfeng emerged from sharpening. Shun Zichuan looked at Hongyang Mountain with complex eyes, and said, I only worry about the complicated terrain, the weather is bad, and the expedition is harder than imagined. With Lu Guangbai assisting I on the side, you don't have to worry too much. Xiao Jiming looked at Shun Zichuan. I heard Ija said that after the war in Duanzhou, it was difficult for you to get up in bed and you were badly injured. Now you are away from the North Railway. Only Yuzi, who lives in Luoshan, can take care of Duanzhou. In case of an accident, you can only ask him for help. There are only 30,000 left from the North Rail riding at 120,000. The territory is so large. The remaining troops in the major battle camps are insufficient, and it is very laborious to assemble them. Before Xiao Qie returned, Shun Zichuan could only use the Dunju garrison, the genie rider, and the 5,000 forbidden army to protect him. Shun Zichuan frowned slightly and asked, Brother heard the wind? In the past, the family's administration had suppressed the capital and dragons' tigers in places you couldn't see. Now, said Xiao Jiming to Shun Zichuan, it's time to show the mountains. Xiao Tianya dripped wax oil and poured a rabbit on the edge of the candlestick. From time to time, he looked at Gao Zhongxiong. Yarrow Wenyu has been struggling with his books lately. He has been sleeping less and less. Xiao Tianya has picked up the curtain several times and only saw him at his desk until Tianming. The paper on the desk case was messy, but the bookshelves on the side were getting more and more full. Tai Shuesheng helped Shui Yanqing because he had lost his family, Yarrow Wenyu said. The situation in October is still unknown, but if the Second Lord's expedition goes well, by November, he will send obituaries. Gao Zhongxiong said, at that time, they must make a case about Shen Weibing's defeat. Good. Yarrow Wenyu's pen was dipped in ink, but it didn't fall. This matter is difficult for Shen Weibing to lose without doubt. Unless Shen Zichuan Ken reverses the black and white and pushes Shen Wei's blame on Hua Xiqian, no matter how he argues, he will be criticized by words. I had no solution to this matter with Mr. Cheng Feng before. At this moment in the dead of night, Gao Zhongxiong rested his arm on the desk and sighed at Yarrow Wenyu. If you replace Shen Wei with Ji Gang, You can claim Fujun Master Ji Gang's youngest son. When he was attacked in Duanzhou, Yarrow Wenyu waved his hand and said, in the beginning, Xiao Jiming supported Duanzhou and personally checked the identity of the governor. Later Jin Yiwei went to Dunju to conduct a detailed investigation. The governor had a name on the Shen family tree. Moreover, the governor Xiao resembled his mother, and Dudu always some old people still remember the style of white tea. Then what can we do? Gao Zhongxiong said. When the obituary is published, it will inspire the quartet's people to excite the sentiments of the quartet, and for us it is not good to start. Yarrow Wenyu tried several times without writing. The ink drops were on the paper, and he said, let me think. It's early, and Gao Zhongxiong can't delay Yarrow Wenyu's rest. He stood up and was about to leave, and when Yarrow Wenyu was silent, he persuaded, there must be a road in front of the mountain. You see, the people of Liuju refused to recognize the governor of the city. Isn't they still convincing? There is a solution. That is the prince guarding the city gate, willing to share the hardships with the 6 states. Yarrow Wenyu set aside his pen. It's late at night, you can go back earlier, and talk again tomorrow. Gao Zhongxiong retired on the line. The bead curtain dazzled, and the wax in Qiao Tianya's hand was burned out. Seeing that Yarrow Wenyu didn't move, he said, the prince was born in Jianxing King's mansion. The wax oil covered the candlestick bit by bit, and he continued to say, but it is hard to say whether the empress's origin is true or false. Yarrow Wenyu moved his head with a thought. It's a matter of playing chess. Qiao Tianya blew the wax off. Be preemptive. ****. The capital was sultry in September, and Center Yu met Chen Chen at the gate of the palace. He stepped forward and said in amazement, I usually don't see you. I was here waiting for me today, but I have something to say. When Chen Zhen heard the words, she raised her arm and motioned to Center Yu to get on his carriage first. After 2 people were seated, he touched his beautiful beard and said, I'm looking for you. I want to explore the tone. 8 months ago, the 8 camps recruited recruits to accommodate 8 young people. Now they have 40,000 people. What are the plans of the 40,000 capitals? Center Yu took the sleeve and said strangely, then you just look for him, and you will arrange for it to be recommended by your military. Why, no one? I have served as the Ministry of War for almost 3 decades. Whether it is Yongyi 4th General or Shenda 4th General, I have passed my protection. How can I not be selected? Chen Zhen was slightly distressed. It's just a different situation this time. How different? The person I want to recommend, Chen Zhen said, is a bun. Rao is Center Yu, and she is also surprised. Benefiting, this is a major matter, and I hope you can persuade me with Persian. Hua Xiqian persecutes Zhongliang, but it is a helpless act for Nian to do nothing. Now that the new emperor has mastered the Holy Ming, he will surely be able to help the unjust old ministers. Chen Zhen was always rigorous when he was in the imperial palace. He opened his robes and saluted Center Yu in a narrow car. Yong Yinian Hua and Pan colluded with Ji Legu to fall into the East Palace to rebel. Countless old soldiers of the Ministry of Defense have also copied and cut off. So Xiao Chengbi and Xiao Kanghai are not so? The Queen is dead, and I will look back at the old case in the Eastern Palace. I am afraid that the Emperor may have concerns. Besides, Xiao and Xiao did not survive. What are you doing? Center Yu suddenly remembered, I believe it, maybe you. Xiao Chengbi is my brother-in-law. Chen Zhen supported her knees, and her eyes were dark. When I copied the house, I bought a jailer from the Ministry of Sentence and hid him in Lijiu. Center Yu was frightened. He tortured for 27 years just to wait for today. The author has something to say. The relationship between Chen Xiao and Chen Zhen shows the way. Chapter 145. Ji Qingqing rode into the night to buy buns at the bun shop that must pass through Jiaoxin Temple. He stood in front of the shop, plucked a few copper plates in his palm, and said, Brother, give 2 buns. Ji Qingqing rode into the night to buy buns at the bun shop that must pass through Jiaoxin Temple. He stood in front of the shop, plucked a few copper plates in his palm, and said, Brother, give 2 buns. The old man in this bun shop has bad eyes and is blind. He tilted his head slightly, as if trying to listen to Ji Qingqing. After Ji Qingqing finished speaking, He uncovered the envelope and took the oil paper to wrap the last 2 buns and passed them. "Thanks," Ge Qingqing said. The old man's voice was very dumb, saying, "Send old customers, don't need money." Ge Qingqing's gesture of putting money was suddenly hesitant. He raised his eyes and stared at each other. Most of the lanterns on the street went out, but there was a half-dead remnant lamp not far away, and the silhouette of the buns was obliquely long. Ge Qingqing used to be in Dudu, and his colleagues in Shilao loved to come here to buy buns, not because the buns were delicious, but because they were directly accessible to the Chaoxin temple. He has short stubble now, and is no longer as handsome as a few years ago. The most important difference is his temperament. He is no different from ordinary merchants, but the blind old man can recognize who he is. "Remember me?" Ge Qingqing asked casually. The old man held the bun cage and shook it, still a bitch. He put the cages in place, dragged them out of the water basin under the table, bowed and threw all the dirty dishes and said, "He came yesterday." Ge Qingqing took a bite in the bun and said, "I have the wrong person." The old man washed the dishes and didn't answer again. Ge Qingqing stood here and finished eating the buns, took out the parcel to wipe his hands, and walked away. There was a smell of fatty powder in the wind, which blew the residual light slightly. When Ge Qingqing's body was in darkness, he threw back the copper plate in his palm, and the copper plate fell crisply on the greasy tabletop. He shoved it back and left. The old man was washing the dishes alone, and when the sky was about to light up, he put all the chopsticks in order. A hawker pushing a wheelbarrow selling vegetables greeted him and shouted, "Cheng Cheng, open a shop so early?" The old man tore off the kerchief on his shoulder, wiped his sweat, and said, "Don't do it. Don't do it." The hawker dropped out of the car, leaned over the table, and asked, "Why not do it?" The old man threw the handkerchief on the table without touching the money left by Ge Qingqing, and looked at the end of the street. "There is another job." Li Jianting shivered, the book in her hand slipped to her knees, and her shoulders suddenly sank. She immediately awakened, opened Fu Man's hand, and yelled, "Indulge." Fu Man knelt down on the blanket, raised his hand and gave himself a mouth, saying, "It disturbs the Emperor's Qingshu, the slaves should fight." The fight. Li Jianting saw that he was blessed and raised his head slightly, relieved. After Fu Man hit himself, he glanced at Li Jianting and said, "There is also an ice basin in this hall, which is very cold. If the Emperor is short, the slaves will help you take a rest inside." He didn't wait for Li Jianting to speak out, so he planned to stand up and help others. "Kneel down." Li Jianting bit his words. Fu Man quickly knelt, holding the blanket, and aggrieved, the Emperor is angry, the slave is just in a hurry, and the slave is distressed by the dragon." When Li Jianting heard Fu Man's voice, he thought of a man. She wanted to get the book in her lap, but found her hands shaking. Fu Man stepped forward on his knees, and flattered, the Emperor must not be suffocated by his slaves. The dragon is the most important thing. Li Jianting packed up her mind, restrained her facial expression, so that she would not stand up and retreat. She squeezed the book tightly, and looked a little slower, and said to Fu Man, "Nightmare has been pressed down, she just didn't wake up, scared you, get up." After seeing Li Jianting's ordinary expression, Fu Man felt relieved and stood up and said, "It's cold here, and the Emperor is scared next time, and it will be done with a single call. The teacher will come later." Li Jianting tossed the bag aside before Fu Man approached. "Why didn't you wait in the office?" Fu Man's heart is full of promotion and getting rich. He didn't notice Li Jianting's actions and bowed to congratulations. "Slave came to tell the Emperor the good news." Li Jianting said, "Is Jushi's food book here?" "That's not the case yet. The station said it's already on the road, but this is just 2 days left." Fu Man said, "Slave, I want to tell the Emperor that the monthly account over Uchikura will earn the Emperor 80,000 silver. Then." Li Jianting didn't want to think about it. She unexpectedly said, "Isn't Uchikura Shusho new?" "Yes, the Emperor, it was recommended by the slaves." Fu Man frowned, Master Xue Xiui and Xue, who served in the former households. Xue Xiu's elder brother. Li Jianting's eyes sink slightly. "If you want to say that, Master Xue, you are really a genius." Fu Man said, "I didn't just take up the post, I knew how to save money for the court, and all the officials, businessmen, and businessmen who lived in the capital were governed. How to say? Emperor, you have to pay taxes on all the goods you bring in, Fu Man whispered to Li Jianting. This account is not easy to collect. There are too many people who owe tax money. They are not honest. This Shui adults just have a way to not only collect the accounts well, but also arrange for the emperor to enter into the warehouse. Neikang Dianshou manages the monthly tribute to the local capital. The emperor in the palace eats half of the fruits and vegetables from here. He has to deal with merchants and local officials. Ge Qingqing pays taxes here. The quality of Neikang is not high. The tax collectors are all small officials. They are close to the nephew. Over time, the nephew can count. Li Jianting said, so much? It's still small. Fu Man held his finger and settled his account with Li Jianting. Besides, the merchants in the 8th city, for the time being, the merchants in Jueshi 13 and Hezhou are rich. The emperor is now rampant. They are opportunistic and go to Zhongbua. In business, no longer pay attention to etiquette and honor, and they are more generous in food and clothing than metropolitan officials. These people are willing to spend money for themselves, but they are not willing to pay the court. They must be beaten. Shui Pingjing is so powerful. Li Jianting pretended not to know. I have never heard of it before. It used to be a suitable place, Fu Man complimented. Thanks to the emperor's wisdom to see the bead. Li Jianting watched Feng Quan pass through the window and knew that Kong Yang had arrived, so he whispered to Fu Man, you can do this well, and see him in the next day. Blessed with joy, Fu Man held back the blanket. When he was outside, he only saluted Kong Yang, and nodded slightly to Feng Quan. Feng Quan congratulated outside the door, Emperor, Yuan Fu is here. Ji Gang was sleeping in the courtyard with a rattan chair. Xiao Yanhe, lying on the side of a rattan chair, quietly painted a beard on Ji Gang's face with a brush. Atatu Buddha whispered, Big tiger. Grandpa is mighty. Tigers are the most mighty. Ji Gang's nose was itchy and he sneezed violently. The two children immediately hid behind the rattan chair. Ji Gang couldn't wait to wipe his face, lifted Xiao's back collar, and pinched his true beard, pretending to be angry. It's a disturbing dream, I need to clean up the two of you. Xiao Yang thought Ji Gang was going to hit himself and hugged his head. Unexpectedly, Ji Gang lifted him up. His beard was like a pen dipped in ink, and Xiao Yang's cheek was blackened. When Hua Lingyun came in, he saw Xiao Kuan and running wild around the rattan chair. He walked along the promenade to the eaves. Fei Sheng was holding his shoulders to watch the excitement, and said to Hua Lingyun, look at Shizzy. Hua Lingyun nodded his head to see it, and asked, is there a gentleman in the house? Fei Sheng then looked away, looked at Hua Lingyun, and said, is there something wrong? Hua Lingyun took out the letter in his sleeve pocket. This is the letter Ge Qingqing presented to Jin Ichi. It is all about the movement of the uncle. It has been opened and read. He said, look at it. Fei Sheng took the letter and read it. The sunlight in the courtyard basks in the eaves, and the newly painted paint on it is bright and bright, hiding the old days of the house. After reading the letter, Fei Sheng looked calm and continued to ask, have you seen Qiao Tianya? I didn't see him, Hua Lingyun said. I took the 3 teams out of the city early in the morning. You're waiting. Fei Sheng folded the letter, turned to open the bamboo curtain, and saluted after entering. Master, Ge Qingqing has sent a letter. It concerns the transfer of the governor of the capital, Jin Ichi, who dare not take the idea, got look at the master first. Jiao Zhongxiong stopped talking, and Shen Zichuan raised the folding fan to let Jiao Zhongxiong sit down. He only removed the gauze in recent days, and gently pushed the folding fan with his right hand, and said to Fei Sheng, come here. Fei Sheng opened the letter and presented it to Shen Zichuan. Xiao Chengbi. Shen Zichuan said, I remember that there was no such person in the review of Xian Denian. Did Chen Zhen recommend it? Master, Fei Sheng reminded, it's the shore of the Ministry of Defense. Shen Zichuan's leisurely expression narrowed slightly. He looked at it again and said, Yong Yinyan's War Department Xiao? He looked at Fei Sheng and quickly recalled, this is the War Department waiter who was jailed by Ji Leigo after the Dongong case. Xiao Chengbi. The master has a good memory, it is him. Fei Sheng said, the 8 major battalions were renamed the capital, and all officers with more than 6 grades were dismissed. They were recommended by Chen Zhen of the Ministry of Defense, and reviewed by the cabinet minister. Xiao Chengbi, whose name is now changed to Chengbi. Ji Qingqing said that this person did not leave Lijiu at all these years, and stayed beside Jiao Xin temple to sell buns. Xiao Chengbi is Chen Zhen's brother-in-law. It is reasonable for Chen Zhen to save him, but he should be in his 60s. Shun Zichuan closed the folding fan again. Not only that, master, he dumbed his throat to blind people, and blinded his eyes, Fei Sheng said. Chen Zhen was recommended by the Ministry of Defense as a number of good men. This person, like Senta Yu, was a wise man with a good eye. But Dudu was in a critical period of survival. He gave the post of governor of the army to the elderly Xiao Chengbi. Is it because Dudu really has no generals, or is Xiao Chengbi capable? The emperor turned on the old minister. Zhu Gui looked at Shun Zichuan. This is Zhao Shui, the old case of Yonggong's East Palace. Kong Lingdao, how can it be so easy? 8 cities have not yet eliminated the hidden dangers. If the emperor is to reverse the case for the Prince of the East Palace at this moment, he must first capture the remnants of the family. Yarrow Wenyu covered the teacup. She only stabilized the situation and could not take this risk. Li Jianting killed the chicken and tamarinds and scared Helian, who in bed with a scepter. The remaining companies immediately voluntarily paid part of the land tax. Nyan Du just breathed a sigh of relief, and spared no effort to rebuild the capital. If Li Jianting reverses the case at this moment, it will be harmful to Nyan. The old Donggong case involved countless officials, and to be reversed, there must be regulations and time. Yarrow Wenyu continued, can't be in a hurry. He also gently reminded Shun Zichuan that the old East Palace case was more difficult than the defeat of Shun Weibing. Shaw's long hidden, said Shun Zichuan, this matter has to ask Qiao Tianya. When Qiao Tianyahai returned, he unloaded his armor in the side hall before meeting Shun Zichuan in the main house. He read Ji Qingqing's letter and said, if it's Xiao Bo, then there will be more troops in Beiyuan campus. Xiao belongs to the Ministry of Defense, and Xiao Chengbi is also the servant of the Ministry of Defense. He is not only familiar with the details of the troop deployment in various places, but also the topographic map of Zhongbua. You have to go back to Canton. If Yin Chang is still there, Shun Zichuan will be able to sit firmly in Duanzhou. Without Yin Chang, Shun Zichuan must go to Cizhou to coordinate the defense forces in Ci and Dun. Yes, Qiao Tianya folded the letter into a crane. During the period of San Yarrow, Xiao was considered a goalkeeper. The Ministry of War was not like the other 5. Xiao Bo was the assistant to be carried by the Taifu. It was true. He said 3 Yarrows refers to the fact that 3 of the cabinet's senior officials came from the Yarrow family in Jincheng during the reign of Emperor Yongan. Among them, Yarrow Wenyu's grandfather was the mainstay. My father, for the sake of peace, went to the Flower family after the Taifu went to jail, and Xiao Bo cut off his robe with his father. Said he had been beheaded. Since Xiao Chengbi was carried by the Taifu, he should be called a teacher, Fei Sheng said. The master is a student of Taifu. In this way, we have something to do with him. Many people were carried by the Taifu in Yongyi years. Although Xiao Bo was one of them, he did not deal with the East Palace or Taifu. Moreover, Xiao was convicted of Li's crime, so naturally Li's to vindicate. Qiao Tianya wiped off the dust on his hands. But, Zhu Gui wondered, don't Yuanzhua say that the Empress can't take risks at this moment? The Empress really can't take risks at this moment. As long as Xiao Chengbi defeats the defending army of Zhongbua, the teacup under Yarrow Wenyu's palm has been cold. Xiao Kai went east, was emptied from the north, China Bo was helpless, and when did he not wait until now? If it really hits, Zhu Gui said, we still have a tiger. The tiger's temper is impatient, and someone must be on his side to urge him. Shun Zichuan cheered up. Fei Sheng, tell master, we're going to go back to Cizhou. Huantai Tiger stood up with a knife in his arms. After listening to the communication, the soldier nodded and turned into the military account. There were several Dunju soldiers in the account, all of whom were confidants of Yangtai Tiger, smoking a cigarette in it. Huantai Tiger stood up with a knife in his arms. After listening to the communication, The soldier nodded and turned into the military account. There were several Dunju soldiers in the account, all of whom were confidants of Yangtai Tiger, smoking a cigarette in it. The monarch has orders, one asked. How unhappy the general. Don't up, don't smoke. Yangtai Tiger unloaded his knife, and said, the prince asked me to send troops to Baiyuan campus. A few soldiers looked at the Yangtai Tiger with a bad look and did not dare to make trouble. They immediately killed the rifle. The young man with yellow hair, called Liu Kong, was recruited from Fanju. He usually speaks well, so he got the blue eyes of Yangtai Tiger and followed him. Liu Kong opened the curtain and walked to the Huantai Tiger, and laughed. The prince is willing to use the general, but he did not take the words of Wang Xian to his heart, and still believed in the general. The prince naturally believed in me. Hu Taihu put the knife on the table. How angry is that general? The prince sent Yu Xiao to the overseer again. Everyone is on the road, and they will be able to arrive the day after tomorrow. The scar on the tiger face twitched uneasily. The general is a close relative of the second grandfather, Liu Kong said with a playful expression, different from Fu Jun now. Huantai Tiger looked even more solemnly when he heard this. After being reprimanded by Xiao Qie, he pleaded guilty to Shenzechuan in Duanzhou and returned to Dunju to subsidize public funds. If there is no war next spring, his soldiers will help Dunju Yamen farm. It's nothing, but he can't forget that day, always worried that Shenzechuan disgusted him and will not use it in the future. When Shenzechuan continued to use him, he sent a prisoner. General, Liu Kong lowered his voice. The prince is good at checks and balances, that is the way of the emperor. Master Yu Xiao and Yu Yu are the 6 state battlefields. Come to us, with great power and pressure on the general, and the general will endure first. When the second elder comes back, he has his place to defend. The Huantai Tiger became even more disturbed when he heard his words, saying, the second grandfather is now focusing on the monarch, and he will not listen to me. I'm just afraid that it will add fuel to the fire. The general is confused, Liu Kong advised the Huantai Tiger. The monarch transferred the general to the Baiyuan campus, just to make the general defend the Aizu prefecture. The general is so brave that he will win a great victory. When the general wins the battle, Yi was naturally happy, and when the general told him to withdraw the overseer, Yi would certainly agree. Huantai Tiger was in a hesitant mood, saying, I will be next year when the second elder returns. That's not right. All the security of Liuju is tied to the general. What a credit. Liu Kong looked at the tiger in the tiger's face and continued to say, besides, when Yu Xiao's second general, he doesn't have to be really afraid of him. He is Juguan, or a student of Center Yu of the Dozan Institute, who knows whether his loyalty to the monarch is true or false. Although the general does not measure the gentleman's belly with the heart of a villain, the battle is coming and he has to guard against it. Jiujing. The Taihu Tiger came to an end. Yes, Yu Xiao is a student of Center Yu again. Instead of going back to be his captain, he stays at Zhongbua. The prince trusts him so much. In case he is a masterpiece sent by Badu, isn't the prince dangerous? You're right. Yang Taihu looked at the knife on the table. The second grandfather entrusted Liuju to me, and I had to make sure that the monarch and Izu were free. This battle can only be defeated and undefeated. There is something strange. I must not tolerate him. Liu Kong lit a cigarette for Yangtai Tiger and passed it, saying, I stare at the general. Xiao Qie lays his arms on the deserted beach, listening to the slap of Chashi, silently counting the stars in front of him, Shenlanju after counting again, and Shenlanju again. Lu Guangbai added a few pieces of firewood to the bonfire, turned his head to the quiet left, and asked, do you want to talk to the Amua's 6 fighters with the soldiers who returned to Yanbian? I don't have to talk to Amur, Xiao Qie said to Lu Guangbai. The second man is invincible now, and he wants to talk to me. It's not long, Lu Guangbai said, a lot of madness. It's going to be a long time, Xiao Qie sighed. I'm tall enough. The sentry said that the eagle stationed near Gadal also retreated. Lu Guangbai picked up the taro in the ash. Amor, this is to concentrate our forces in the depths of the desert against us. Yeah, Xiao Qie smelled the scent of taro, and sat up sharply, not afraid of being hot, and picked out a good-looking one. Amor attaches all the focus of the army to Hassan. Now Hassan is dead, and the rest of the tribe no one is willing to fight for him at war. It can be seen that the military ration is a difficult problem for everyone, said Lu Guangbai. Without Hassan, the Hulu will have to plan for themselves. Even if they do not follow Amor, they can return to the oasis on the shore of Chitty Lake. I have not eaten yet. Then, Xiao Qie and Lu Guangbai were fighting too fast for the last taro, and they were hot to the point. It's the same with or without the deer department, Xiao Qie gasped slightly. The oasis of the deer department can't afford the 6 armies of Amor, otherwise what is he doing to farm in Gadal? When the transportation line of Zhongbo breaks, he will want to make a quick decision. So is the transfer, said Lu Guangbai, who was not hot and supported his knees with both hands. He felt his tongue numb. It's too hot. Chen Yang came in with a sack and saw that there were no more taro in the fire, so he threw the water sacks to them. I didn't know what expression to use, and said intricately, "My grandfather, there are a dozen cooler shelves." Here it is. Xiao Qie poured cold water and returned to normal. He said, as soon as Hassan died, the serpent department was not as good as before. Amor wanted to regain his prestige, he had to fight to show the rest of the tribe. He wanted to be the great king of the desert. Others I also think that the snake department has been so prestigious in the desert for so many years, and now it has been hit hard. Amor has urgently transferred troops and has the intention of protecting himself. Lu Guang smiled plainly. You are going to talk to the Yang tribe to talk to the rest of the tribe. You want to cut off his foreign aid when Amur concentrates his forces and join other clans to siege him. The Huiyang department has benefited from the mutual market these years. Xiao Qie screwed up the water bag. It is no longer a small department. Lu Guangbai took his water pouch and watched the vast wilderness with Xiao Qie. The chaos of Dao Shehe is incessant. This is the echo of all ages. This battle is over, Lu Guangbai said. I will return to Chidong. Why? Xiao Qie laughed. Have used to the sand on the edge. Lu Guang nodded his head, as if it were true. Your sand from the north is mixed with mud and drink porridge. The sound fell, the two looked at each other side by side, and then laughed. Lu Guangbai drank saliva and said, when I was young, I admired your father the most. Every time I saw you, I thought of you leaving the north and wanted to be a ride away from the North Rail. Unfortunately, my brother at home died. The old bones are still crawling in the yellow sand. No one except me will stay in Bian County. Xiao Qie's long legs stretched his arms and said, instead, I ran early. I really want to run. I don't give food every time I want to run. When Xianda entered the capital for 4 years, the emperor let me kneel at the door. I thought at the time, that's it. If I go on like this, I will Shenwei is second. Lu Guangbai sighed deeply, who knows that he really ran away in the end. Xiao Qie thought of this. He looked at Lu Guangbai and said, at that time, the old Hage was adjusting the grain for emergency, but the grain that Bianju gave to Bian County was moldy rice. I couldn't figure it out with Lanju. I thought it was Shuexiuzhua. Later it became more and more strange. I can't figure it out. Lu Guangbai put down the water bag. He forced to depart from the north, and for no other reason forced the opposite side. If the scorpion can change food, Xiao Qie said, you must have met them. I haven't seen a few officials in the capital, said Lu Guangbai. The **** has seen a bunch. After he had spoken, the two were silent for a while. Lu Guangbai suddenly stood up. The water sack fell to the ground. He said, Junjun eunuch. Shuexiu was crooked in the teacher's chair. Someone was on the side of the account. He just sat down and watched the process, even if he didn't do well. He turned to the glass ball in his hand, which was a new gadget, with exquisite style, which was specially given to him by the merchants. Looking for a way? Shuexiu said, why do you stand behind hiding? Come and explain to the official, where are you going to be on duty? The headless man with a turban wrapped his eyes slowly and hurriedly approached Shuexiu, covering his mouth and nose and whispering, I want to ask the adult to give a message to the ancestor. When Shuexiu heard this voice, he said, you are also a eunuch. The man shivered and murmured, Shuexiu stood up slightly, let everyone around back down, looked at him suspiciously, and said, "Don't cover it up. You have to let my official look what it looks like. If you look crooked, you have to renegotiate." The man lifted his headscarf and waited for the beard with a low eyebrow. He didn't hear Shueishui's voice, so he raised his head skillfully and said, "Adult, he doesn't recognize slaves." "Lord, slaves are the welcome of the old ancestors. The slaves were born in the early days of the emperor. Just pick a spot and be a asterisk 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 in Chidong." Shueishui really didn't recognize him. He used to be a junior official. How could he deal with these eunuchs? Vague at the moment, have seen. Shueishui's eyes flickered, and he immediately remembered that the asterisk 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 of the Jianjun sent to Chidong was first detained by Qi Zhuyin, and was dismissed early after returning to the capital. He suddenly changed his face and said, "Don't you let the Ministry of Justice take it." "Oh," Ingshi hurriedly stomped her feet. "That's the matter of Chen Zhisha's rotten millet. The emperor has changed people. The slavery's sin has already been turned over." Shueishui was horrified. At first, he was afraid of Ingshi deceiving himself, and when he passed it into the palace, he caused trouble to his ancestors. Second, he was afraid that Ingshi's crime was not cleaned up. "Are you stunned?" Slave came to find the ancestor, but it was the order of the old ancestors. Ingshi took out a waist card from his arms, and showed his hands to Shue. "Master, look, this is an inward brand." Shueishui watched the waist card carefully by candlelight, and there really was a welcome name behind him. He didn't return it, holding the sign, and asked, "It's all open to the Ministry of Criminal Affairs. It's better than going elsewhere in the palace. If something goes wrong, let alone the official, even the old ancestors can't keep you. Get through." Ingshi was afraid he wouldn't believe it. The ancestors can find someone who can be fake. There are fake slaves who can't stand in front of adults. Shueishui didn't want to offend the internal concubine. This welcome was really a blessed righteous son and grandson. He stopped people out of the palace, and it was not easy to explain to Fu Man. He hesitated for a moment, and said, "You wait. A few days later, my father-in-law will come out to buy. If you want to go to our inner warehouse to choose seasonal vegetables, if it is convenient, you will follow." Ingshi was overwhelmed and nodded again and again. Shueishui said in his heart, "This is the arrangement of the ancestors." "Master, rest assured," Ingshi stuffed gold into Shue's hands. "The slaves are clean, so that Zhuanzhen will not bother the adults or their ancestors." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A few days later, light rain in Dunju. The rain hit the green leaves and drenched the flagstones on the road. Huantai Tiger waited for a while at the door and Liu Kong parachuted for him. He was annoyed and said, "I said it was coming this morning, why not yet? Maybe it was delayed on the road." Liu Kong stretched his neck and saw a carriage coming out in the rain, and said, "General, Lord Yu is here." The horse was reining, and its manner was dangling. He stopped at the Huantai Tiger and shook his manner. Huantai Tiger raised his hand and patted the horse's neck, and said to the groom, "Run all the way, take the horse to the stable for a while, and treat it well." As he was talking, when the curtain of the car was slightly lifted, Yu Xiao showed his face again, and arched his hands toward Hutai Tiger. "It's all acquaintances, don't do this humbly gift." Hutai glanced inside the car. Wang Xian didn't come. The prince returned to Zizhou, and Duanzhou had to provide food for the second elder. Someone had to watch and he stayed in Duanzhou. Yu Xiao got out of the carriage again, and the soldiers on the side wanted to support him, and he picked up. "Come over and hit yourself, cover the Taihu Tiger," and the two walked together. Yu Xiao said again, "You are the general in Dunju. He is the money manager of Liuju, and the tiger, no one offends the money manager." The rain made a loud noise on the oil paper umbrella, and Hu Taihu said, "How dare I offend him? Later he came to my Dunju, and I sent soldiers 10 miles to meet him, and Bao Juna spoke softly to him. When Yu Xiao knew that he was still suffocating, he persuaded, "Tiger, don't you think that we look down on the generals? That's all the bad ethos of the capital. Now that Liuju is calm, every road must be disciplined. I talk a lot. Say you, the matter of organizing military rations, you care about chaos. You think about military rations, this is loyalty to Yi, whoever you are, you ain't bear to blame you, but since the government prince clearly pointed out to Minich brother go, Yu Xiao drenched with rain in his sleeves again. He changed his hand, turned around, and continued, "That's a commissioned errand. You ask in the hall, how can he return in the hall? It's also a secret door, you can't put it on the table." Huan Tai, who heard the meaning, Yu Xiaozai was here to be a peacemaker, and wanted him and Wang Xianbing to release their suspicions. He didn't have to hold on to this matter, he felt that Wang Xian did not go out of his way, and something can't be said in Dunju. When he left, he was still in a good mood, turned around and went to the monarch to sue him. "Brother Minute Shen is an official. When you first arrive, some people will inevitably disagree," Yu Xiao said again and again. "You are a second grandfather, and he will not dare to refute your face on the spot, and he will tell the truth to the governor. He prepares military food. You are successful and familiar with economic and government affairs. The prince will definitely put him in the military and political affairs. You will not look up in the future. After all, when you transfer troops, you must discuss with him military and food expenses. It should not be so stiff." Yu Xiao is reasonable again, but the tigers did not hear it. Isn't Yu Xiao just because of Wang Xian's injustice, and Wang Minshen's first visit is not easy, and should he suffer the frustration when he meets Taihu? He really remembered the matter of the food book, and he was so angry that Wang Xianlin didn't mention him in the first half of the word. When he was toiling and defending the army, no one in Dunju Yamen talked about public expenses. His comeback to Wire, this is the Dunju Yamen who pushed him out by Wang Xian. Yu Xiao knew that Dun Men was not afraid to make a fuss with the Huantai tiger, so he coaxed him blindly. Huantai tiger is the general of Dunju, but he has not even read the Dunju grain register. Isn't this the official of the Yemen who is engaging him? He had suffered a dumb loss, and couldn't speak hard in the presence of Shen Zichuan and Xiao Chia, and he was ashamed of being embarrassed by the big mess. But at this very moment, this matter should not be delved into. Yu Xiao then sent the umbrella to the hands of Huantai tiger, sincerely saying, "Tiger, you are straight-headed, and you only know how to advance or retreat. Such actions will inevitably suffer. They embarrass you only because you have military power in your body. I would like to persuade you, if you do'nt have the idea of being an official in the court, do'nt stir them up in this water. You are so successful that the governor will not really make you wronged. You think the governor cannot see this what's going on? Yi was so angry that the prince still put you back to Dunju intact, isn't that to support you? The prince is beating them for you. You do'nt be jealous of the governor, admit your mistakes conscientiously, and make up for the public expenses honestly. As long as you are willing to write and shake hands with Brother Minshen, I promise that the governor will reward you in half a month. Is Juguan so good? It's a good thing to say that all officials are deceiving. All officials who can establish a foothold in Qiong, regardless of their size and origin, have experienced the roles of Yong Pan and Xian Denian Hua Pan Ganjing, and are most knowledgeable of current affairs. Yu Xiao again came from a humble door, and during the family's administration, he was excellent in field work and dealing with local cow, ghost, and snake gods. Center Yu has promoted so many students, but only Yu Xiao can repeatedly take on heavy responsibilities. What he said to Huan Taihu was all his heartfelt words. Huatai tiger's lips fluttered, and that breath was in his throat. When Yu Xiao looked at the gloomy face of the tiger again, he knew that he still couldn't swallow the breath, and when he was inspired, he said, "If you can wipe your face and ask Brother Minshen to make peace, will it just stop someone else's mouth? They laugh at you. It es wu xia ameng. You do'nt want them to do well. Show them your true character." Huantai tiger is anxious and should not be irritable, but he has a simple mind and no bad eyes. Holding the umbrella tightly at the moment, he said rudely, "Second master taught me, I know it's wrong, the banquet should not be done properly, and the public expenses must be repaid." Laro Tsu was stunned in Duanzhou. Apologizing to Wang Minshen, he raised his arm and scratched the scar. "I will write to Wang Xian tonight." The rain was messy and there were many puddles on the ground. The noise was so loud that Liu Kong couldn't hear the conversation between them. He was holding an umbrella and couldn't get too close. He could only follow along. Fortunately, this was not a long road. At the campsite, before the umbrella was stowed, the tiger asked him to prepare the pot. It's cold and the road is not easy. You and I will set off for Tsizhou again tomorrow. Hu Taitai took off his robe and rolled his sleeves. Eat a hot pot tonight, keep warm. Liu Kong, go and take the rabbits that I hit are packed, and I will drink with Yujing. Liu Kong responded, and diligently took off his robe for Yu Xiao and hung it on the hanger in his account. Yu Xiao rubbed his hands again and looked around the account. He rushed to Taihu and said, "You live too simple. I thought." Liu Kong retreated to the door and lowered the curtain, blocking Yu Xiao's voice. ****** Rainy days are slippery and the road is bumpy. Shun Zichuan was originally playing chess with Yarrow Wenyu, and was half dizzy at halfway. Fei Sheng raised the curtains, and he leaned back against the window. Zhu Jing is alert. Yarrow Wenyu looked at the rain. His speech is humorous, and there is no stand yet. The prince sends him to the prison army, which is most suitable. Jiujing can be amused when he is free, but he never makes mistakes in the most important places, Shun Zichuan said with cold sweat, leaning on the soft pillow. He is not as black and white as Zhu Gui, but he needs to be smoother. Yarrow Wenyu embraced the pawns. Shun Zichuan listened to the sound of rain near the window, and the chess pieces still held by his fingertips followed the rain and tapped on the edge of the table. After a while, he said, "There is no fish in the clear water. It is too muddy and upsetting."